What we do here is go back. What we do here is go back.
Hello, hello, hello.
Well, get in!
There's nothing like that first Mercedes feeling.
Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, hello. Hello, hello, we're just testing. Hello, hello, we're just testing. Hello, hello, we're just testing. Perf. Hello, hello, we're just testing.
Is that your smile? That your Is that your smile? Your smile. Is that your smile? Your smile. Is that your smile? Your smile.
Of love and capability, so I'll retire, I'll keep it brief. Of and capable, retire, I'll keep it brief. Of and capable, retire, I'll keep it brief. Of and capable.
Come on.
It's nice in the background. We'll keep that on. Hello, hello, hello. How are we doing today? How are we doing? I don't have anything set up to actually view what people are saying in chat. I just realized. Never accused myself of being a good streamer. This is the first time we're doing it. Can I view it from here? It'd be cool if I could view it from here. Come on, Graham, hurry up, Paul. All right, Paul. All right, come on. I just saw that it's just working now. I'm literally listening to my fucking thing in my ear to see if the microphone's on. We are
If you see people going through hell.
So, we are live today from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. We are here to watch the Canada Leaders Debate, which is not live yet. It's actually going live at 5 p.m. Central Standard Time. But until that point, we're going to do a little review of what happened in the French debate, in the French side debate, because I'm a little nerd and I love talking about politics. So let's see what's going on here in this thing. Feel free to chat, do anything you want. This is the very first stream we've ever done here. So, yeah, this is the first stream I've ever done. So let me know if there's any issues going on, any audio issues, things like that. Audio is probably going to be the most important thing that might get fucked up here and there. So, but no, this is a chill night. Cracking open some cold ones. Cracking up some cold ones. Nicotining a little bit. I don't know what the TOS is and all, but. And we are here to watch the thing. So, the French language debate happened last night. Okay, I don't know why it's glitching so much there.
Est capable de s'imposer face
And
à Donald Trump.
I don't speak French, so I need to find a.
Je le suis
I need to find a
parce
copy of
que
it
je vais
that
mettre le Canada d'abord.
has
Je vais
the,
jamais
whatchamacallit.
compromettre les intérêts, compromettre.
I don't speak French, so I need to find a copy with the. What am I talking about? The coverage of it in English. Ad blockers not allowed on YouTube. All right, we're gonna have to suffer through ads here and there. We're just gonna mute audio when there's ads playing.
Qui ce soir?
All right.
Tonight, who will score points?
Qui ce soir?
Tonight, who will score points? Who will convince you? Who will
this is gonna be the
reassure
French
you?
leaders debate
Who
we're
will
watching right
inspire
now
you?
to see what happened
Welcome
last
to
night.
the
French
Federal
debate
Leaders
happened
Debate
last night.
2025.
The word tariff is one of the most beautiful words in the dictionary.
This election is the most important of our lives. We will never be an American state, ever.
Pinning the one message right now in the come on Grammy hurry
The
up.
U.S. threat is huge, but there are other issues at stake. We choose Quebec. Donald Trump has attacked our country. We have to defend our workers. Live from Maison Radio-Canada in Montreal, this is the Leaders Debate 2025 with Patrice Roy. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the French Leaders Debate. We are joined by Mark Carney, leader of the Liberal Party, Pierre Poilievre, leader of the Conservative Party, Yves-François Blanchet, leader of the Bloc Québécois, and Jagmeet Singh, leader of the New Democratic Party. Good evening to all four of you.
Good evening.
Thank you for being here. Ladies and gentlemen, it's 6 p.m. and a few seconds? This important event has been moved forward to give as many people as possible the opportunity to tune in without missing a decisive moment for another one of our passions, hockey. And by
Yeah,
the
they
way,
delayed.
I'll go off
They
script
were
here
trying
for a
to
few
cancel the
seconds
French leaders debate because there was
and
a
say
Habs
that
game going
the
on in
Montreal
Montreal at the
Canadiens,
same
you'd better
time. I didn't even
win.
check if the Habs won.
I also would like to
But I
say
thought that
that
was
the
hilarious, and
leaders'
they should have
invitations
canceled
were
it.
managed by
I don't know
the
why they
Leaders
didn't do it.
Debates Commission, and the podium places on the set were designated at random. But the questions, subjects, and editorial choices are ours. I'll be managing speaking time fairly, within a fair limit. There are 5 themes tonight. Obviously, the trade war with the United States, the cost of living, energy and climate, immigration and foreign affairs, and finally, identity and sovereignty. And I'll also have a few rapid-fire questions at the end of the debate. This debate is your debate this evening. You will be free to speak as much as possible. The only rule that I ask of you is not to speak at the same time. If you start talking over one another, I'll ask Pascal, our sound engineer, to turn off your mics. So let the debate begin, or I was going to
There
say
you got
good
a
game.
little image over the
So
text
we'll move on
box
to
for
our
fun.
first opening
Just for fun.
question. You'll have 45 seconds each to
My
answer.
favorite image
This
of Donald
election,
Trump ever
according to many,
to
has been
grace
hijacked
this
by Trump.
beautiful world.
So to assert our sovereignty
Let's see if I can.
early in this debate, I'll ask you to name 2 things you'd put forward, concrete things that will change the lives of Canadians, but that have nothing to do with the United States. 45
Whoa.
seconds. Mr. Carney, you're first.
Well,
Froze there a little bit.
first of all, thank you very much, Mr. Leroy. And I'd like to thank everyone watching at home for joining us tonight. And I'd like to thank the other leaders for your service to
I
Canada.
literally was not paying attention.
2
I was too
things.
busy making that thing.
The cost of living, and it's Pascal, our sound engineer, to turn off your mics. So let the debate begin, or I was going to say good game. So we'll move on to our first opening question. You'll have 45 seconds each to answer. This
First question of the
election,
night.
to
I
many,
believe it's
according
going
to
to
many,
Mark
has been
Carney is what I
hijacked by
heard right
Trump.
there.
So
Turn down
to assert our sovereignty
This a little bit. The mic
early in
volume.
this debate,
Hopefully it doesn't
I'll
pick up
ask
as
you
much of what's going
to
on
name
in
2
the,
things you'd put forward, concrete things
Hello?
that will change the lives of Canadians,
Hello?
but that have nothing to do with the United States. 45 seconds. Mr. Carney, you're first.
Well, first of all, thank you very much, Mr. Leroy. And I'd like to thank everyone watching at home for joining us tonight. And I'd like to thank the other leaders for your service to Canada. 2 things that don't include Mr. Trump. First of all, we need to double the rhythm of construction of new homes here in Canada.
I feel like he's gonna
That's
say
absolutely
a lot in
fundamental.
French. I don't know
And
what
the
is
second
in
thing,
French, but he
we
usually
need
does
to
that so often. The
promote and strengthen our cultural institutions in Canada.
Donc, Monsieur Poiliev, 45
Paul, are you
secondes.
still here?
45 seconds, Mr. Polyev. 2 things that you would promise Canadians to change their lives that have nothing to do with the United States.
Thank you, Mr. Roy, and thanks to my colleagues for being here today. Clearly, life is no longer affordable. The promise of an affordable life is broken. I have a plan to make life more affordable by cutting taxes by 15%. That's one
15% is a
thing that will
crazy number. I just
reward
wanna say that.
work for the middle class
15%
and for
is
seniors who've already worked. Second thing, we're going to
Like
scrap the
15% is
GST on new houses.
nutty.
And we're going
GST
to
on houses. His
incentivize
housing strategy is
cities to
literally just
reduce
to
their
nuke the
taxes
housing
too,
market.
so that our young
By cutting the
people can
GST,
save up to
am I quiet?
$100,000
Or let
on
me
a
turn it
new
up a little bit?
home and restore the
Thank you,
promise
Mr.
of
Polyev.
Canada.
Mr. Blanchet.
How's that now, Paul?
I would like
Good?
to come back to something
Paul, you're gonna be my
that I do all
troubleshoot guy
year
because I don't
long.
have a second
First of
feed
all,
because I don't
thank
have
you
2
for having
monitors,
welcomed us.
so I can't
I've
actually
been waiting for
monitor
this
what's
moment for a
happening on
long
the
time.
live while I'm live. So I literally have
I'd like to
you
insist on 2 things
on
for
my
Quebec.
fucking phone,
First,
live on my
talking
phone, so
about
to
before
read chat.
The Trump crisis is Quebec's
So yeah, we
right
will
to have a different
see how that
and
is. But is it better now,
open
Paul?
economy, open to the world, based on its own natural resources, on its own attachment to a green economy, but also
Okay, yeah, much
Quebec's
better now.
right to be different, to have a
But
different
okay,
language.
French guy we don't really care about. But in Pierre's thing, he said
Incentivize
cutting
cities
taxes
to
by
reduce their
15%
taxes.
immediately sounds good to a lot of people because nobody likes paying taxes. I don't like paying taxes. I'm a bartender. Tax evasion is a part of my job as a bartender. Not declaring my tips and doing tax evasion. If you're not doing that as a bartender, you're not doing your job well, personally. So tax evasion is a part of my job description. I don't like taxes. but 15% on income taxes is what I believe he's proposed. Like, the government's not going to have any money to fund any social structures that are going on. There's going to be no money anywhere to fund your $10 a child daycare. There's going to be no money to fund the dental program. Your health care is going to go to shit.
Thank you, Mr. Poilievre. Mr. Blanchet.
Literally, his plan is to nuke the market. To nuke the market and hope the private sector can fix it, which is insane. Insane of him to do.
For a long time. I'd like to insist on two things for Quebec that I was talking about before the Trump crisis is Quebec's right to have a different and open economy, open to the world, based on its own natural resources, on its own attachment to a green economy, but also Quebec's right to be different, to have a different language, to have a different culture, to have different values,
normal,
to have different immigration models that need to succeed.
He's talking exclusively about
should always have been mentioned,
Quebec sovereignty yet again, which honestly, that's expected of him. He is the leader of the Bloc Québécois, so I don't really expect much from him. Now, what is Jagmeet going to talk about? Probably just going to shit talk on Pierre.
I'd like to talk a little bit about values.
Values? Okay.
What are the values
That's
that
not the
underpin
question,
the answer to
Jagmeet,
this question? Canadians and Quebecers like taking care of one another. We come together. That is what we believe in. That is a basic value for us. And this value is embodied in our public health care system, which has nothing to do with the U.S. We want our healthcare system to be nothing like the American one. We will expand pharmacare so that everyone can access the medications they need.
Like, he's cooking on the policy front, but he's also not answering the question really well. He's talking about healthcare. They're going to ask about healthcare in this debate, probably.
I think you were disappointed. We are going to talk about health as well. And
like, they're going to talk about healthcare in the debate no matter what. So making your main point on how are you different from the other people in... Like when it comes to whatchamacallit, when it comes to not talking about America,
we don't know
focusing on healthcare when there's absolutely going to be questions about the healthcare system in the debate is a strange strategy from him, but all right.
You can't reason with him. The government will have to stand
Carney
firm.
Probably did the best on that question.
We have to put him in his place,
otherwise
he'll destroy us totally.
He said his ums and his ahs, but, you know, generic and quick, it's kind of what you need
some of our
sometimes.
services to the U.S. They need us. An eye for an eye, no messing around. Get us out of this mess. We need a leader who can make decisions to destabilize Trump and make him respect Canada. What does he plan to do with the new president of the United States? What do you plan to do with this president? That is the elephant in the room. So for your information, there are 1,073 days left in Donald Trump's term. Why do you think that you are the best person here tonight to negotiate with Mr. Trump? Mr. Poilievre, 35 seconds.
First of all, we will never be an American state. We will remain sovereign. On my first day as Prime Minister, I will restart negotiations to accelerate a deal that will put an end to the tariffs and protect our sovereignty.
Okay, Pierre is so stupid.
Trump,
that's not what the question was. How are you going to protect yourself from
what we can control.
America?
We need to
and his solution is to talk to America.
Economic policies
that's
that have weakened our country.
Like, if you don't understand that Pierre is just trying to appease the Americans because he likes Donald Trump, then I don't know what to tell you, because he immediately, how are you going to deflect and be different and protect Canada's sovereignty? And he goes on about negotiating with the Americans. That's the first step. I'm sorry, the first step is a new trade deal, a new free trade deal. That's literally just... It's not going to work, but
we need to
he's going to bring us closer to the Americans.
And bring jobs
we need to separate our economy
so
from the Americans and reach new trade partners. Yeah, if Pierre gets elected, we were very cooked.
In a crisis,
this is the French language debate, by the way. I don't know when the
situation.
English language. I'm going to Google it right now. The English language debate is tonight, but I don't know what time it's at. 7 p.m. Oh, fuck. I thought it was at 6 p.m. I thought it was at 6. So we're gonna be we have 2 hours until this debate starts. So you can honestly just chill out, hang out. Honestly, if we get bored about talking about politics, I might play Marvel Rivals. I'm adding that.
Canada.
I'm adding that to the thing. I might just start gaming. I don't have this stream set up to game at all, but we'll do it together live.
Elements that will allow us to succeed
let's edit
with Mr.
that.
Trump. He respects strength. He respects.
But like, no,
people
I
who
could just
understand
hop on
how the
Rivals
world
right now.
works and who understand how the private sector works. And Canada needs to create other options, new, reliable partnerships around the world, and that's what I'll do.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Mr. Blanchet.
So Carney's answer was actually pretty decent. It's just it's his generic globalist answer. As you know, Carney is very big into international trade and connecting with his European partners and such. So him doing that. So I just realized that I have this blocking the chat box. So none of your chats have appeared because your chat box was blocked by the image. Wait, Paul, try chatting now.
Is going to hurt the states,
You might test again, Paul, if you're still here. Try chatting again.
Fall to fear, and we shouldn't spin fear for political reasons.
Conclusions?
It's all about priorities. For me, now is the time to invest, not cut. It is the time to protect what we hold dear, our farmers, our culture, the French language. These things should not be sacrificed. It is time to defend who we are, what our values
okay, I know
are.
you should appear, and it should stay there, I believe.
We believe in helping one another.
It should stay
That's
there
what
now,
we
I
will do.
believe.
How? We will
So there's
strengthen
like a
our
chat
healthcare
record on the
system.
screen.
We will not let it be Americanized. That is crucial. We must defend who we
I
are.
think that's how I did the
So,
setting.
open debate to begin now for about 15 minutes. Mr. Poiliev, you have called
Yeah, okay, it's
Carney
working. So it should stay there now.
political grifter,
The chat.
a globalist
Donald Trump is your
banker
chat box right
who's
there.
disconnected from reality. And Mr. Carney, you've said Pierre
So yeah,
Poilievre
now
is a career
I have your
politician
messages on screen.
who
If I
knows
see any
nothing
like,
about how
I mean,
the
it's just
real
you and one
world
other person in
works.
here right now,
So
Paul.
I ask
But
you the question: which of you
don't
first is
say any
capable of standing
crazy
up
things,
to
okay?
Donald Trump?
Don't say the craziest
Poilievre.
things you can think
I am.
of.
Because I'm going to put Canada first.
No
I will
slurs,
never
Paul. Just kidding.
compromise
Paul would never do
Canada's interests. And I
not
will
been paying attention
control
to
what
this.
we can control here. Obviously, no one will be able to control the decisions of Donald Trump. But
Okay,
we
so
can
yet again,
control
Pierre's just saying
our
that
economy,
he can't
our domestic
control
economy
Trump,
by
which is not what
overturning
people want to
liberal
hear. People want to hear somebody who's
economic policies that have
confident in their
weakened
ability
our
to,
country and make us
protect
made us
us
more
from
dependent
Donald Trump.
on the
The issue is,
Americans.
Mr. Poilievre,
Like,
Well, if I
you would make Canada more like the
That's not
United
true.
States.
exactly, yes, he
You would
would.
Americanize our healthcare system,
not true.
privatize it. Everyone knows that's what conservatives
That's
do.
not
Mr.
true.
Carney, you said that you're better.
all right.
The
First of
conservatives
all,
will
I-
absolutely make us more like America. There is no doubt in my mind about that. Poilievre is he is Canadian MAGA, the Maple MAGA, whatever people have been calling them. I think that's what liberals have been calling them, Maple MAGA, which is kind of funny. Actually, I hate when liberals do something funny because that is kind of funny, Maple MAGA. That is good of them. They're learning jokes, which is kind of dangerous. When liberals learn jokes, it's kind of dangerous for the rest of the world. But anyway, yeah, no. Poilievre saying we cannot control what Donald Trump does, absolutely incorrect. You absolutely can, because your decisions affect how his decisions are made. If Canada decides to put tariffs on him, that changes how he's going to make a decision. There's nothing we can do. It's not just oh, sorry, Donald Trump exists. Gonna have to live with it. Sucks to suck. It's not that. No, we can absolutely influence what decisions he's going to make by making our own policy against him. Like, the rhetoric that Donald Trump is this wild animal who's unleashed and we have no say in what he does. That is the rhetoric that's going to put us towards the 51st state, which is what Pierre, I don't know if he wants that, but I actually don't know if he wants to be a 51st state, but he definitely is a big guy, and Alberta separation.
know
So
how to negotiate. And I agree with Mr. Singh. We need to start by saying what's never going to be on the table. The French language, Quebec's culture, and supply management will never be on the table. Our resources, that's the first thing. Second, in terms of Mr. Blanchet's point, the opportunities that we have with the European Union are there, and I've already started building new relationships with the European Union. As Prime Minister, I met with the President of France and with the President of the European Commission.
There's a lot to unpack in there, let's be honest. And perhaps it's right. You say that you're an expert in managing a crisis, but you say you're a negotiator, but, well, perhaps negotiating with tax havens. But when it comes to trade agreements, I haven't seen the proof. We apparently have to believe you with no political experience. And so I find it's kind of funny because people say we have to unite and work together. On the one hand, you have never spoken to me before this evening.
Talking? He's talking his shit for no reason. This guy loves to talk his shit.
Figure out how to collaborate between equals: Quebec, Canada, Mexico, European partners. You're trying to score divisive points that only serves the United States of America.
All right. I've just started as Prime Minister. I've been Prime Minister for a month. In the first week, I signed an agreement with the premiers of all the provinces, the Premier of Quebec and the premiers of all the provinces and territories concerning free trade within Canada. It's also an agreement that deals with trade corridors. That's an example. That's an example.
You haven't sat with any premiers. You've sat with MPs that will be elected at the same level as you if you're elected.
The problem, Mr. Carney, is that your party has been in power for 10 years. And in that time, it's not meetings that are going to change things. It's your policies that have blocked resources. C-69, which blocks not just pipelines, but also dams, mines, and liquid natural gas exploration. We have a deal with Europe, a trade deal. The Conservatives negotiated it, but Liberal legislation has prevented development, and you continue to support those laws. Those laws need to be repealed and replaced with laws that will unleash our resources and allow us to export abroad and allow us to become truly economically and
talk about that later.
Sovereign and have energy sovereignty as well.
Priorities. Mr. Carney, unfortunately, your priority is, well, you had time to meet with the king, but you did not increase the amount of money people receive when they lose their jobs due to the trade war. These days, people receiving EI get maybe half of their salary. For people who have already lost their jobs, that is not enough. It won't cover the bills. It won't cover their rent costs. That shows your priorities. For me, workers are number one. We need a system to support our workers.
We'll hear some in a few seconds, but Mr. Carney, response, and then I have another question for Blanchet.
Well, first of all, we need to fight in a trade war. We need to fight with counter tariffs. And all the money collected from our counter tariffs will go directly to workers and the businesses that are the most affected by this trade war. They won't be used for tax cuts the way that Mr. Poilievre is going to do.
You always want to increase them. You're a liberal. We want to cut taxes.
Started as Prime Minister
for a fourth liberal term.
I've just started.
You were Justin Trudeau's economic advisor. Have you forgotten that?
Honestly, let me cut in here. Both of them would cut taxes for billionaires and millionaires. They have already done it in the past. Your first step was to reduce taxes for the millionaires. Pierre Poilievre would do the same thing. You're not thinking of regular people.
We've cut the consumer carbon tax. That's what we did.
Mr. Singh, Mr. Blanchet.
This might break my laptop. I just bought this
Canadians
PC.
For several days
Running
that it would be better to have a minority government. You said it clearly. With Trump, can Canadians not want a majority government that's stronger?
I don't know where that reasoning comes.
I just hope it doesn't go full screen.
A minority government would be weaker than a majority government. Go tell that to the Germans, who have only governed through coalitions recently. Many countries have coalitions, and if that is the population of the people, then great. At this point, it's possible that Canadians and Quebecers, perhaps, choose to trust in someone who has the least experience in politics. Quebec has a different economy, different interests, different everything.
Launching Marvel Rivals right now.
We want a parliament where our
When did you get a gaming PC? I literally bought it
is
on
taken
Tuesday,
into
Paul.
account.
Let's talk a little bit about
Mr. Singh,
minority
in terms of the minority
governments.
government,
The whole point of a minority
Okay,
government
so
is
Marvel Rivals
to
is
help
launched
people,
right now, but I just don't know how
to make a
it
difference in
not
people's
full
lives.
screen so I
But
can have the
honestly,
stuff in the
Mr. Blanchet,
background.
unfortunately, in the last minority government, you showed that you were as useless as the monarchy is. You did nothing for people. What is worse, you voted against measures that would help Quebecers. Dental care, pharmacare. These are measures that have helped hundreds of thousands of Quebecers.
Quebec jurisdiction, dental
Exactly.
care, health care,
People in Quebec,
pharmacare,
People
money
in
that we
Quebec-
send to Ottawa. Ottawa does not have the expertise or the jurisdiction.
we are
Quebec
paying their
does.
bills.
Mr. Roy,
Please let me finish one sentence.
please wrap it up.
When we want to be effective, we give the money to the experts, those who have the legal jurisdiction to
stream's
spend the
still
money, and
live
that
and
is
actually
Quebec in this
working.
case.
I have Marvel Rivals
gave
launched
$2
in the
billion
background,
to
but I can't
an
fucking-
insurance company.
Giving
Everything
money
was
to our
going
Quebec seniors.
fine until now, but Mr. Carney, in terms of the minority government,
Mr. Roy, we are in a crisis, the most serious crisis of our lives. We need to react with resounding, overwhelming strength. Yes, we need to cut a few taxes. Yes, we need to cut bureaucracy. But the government needs to act in a time of crisis. So we need to have a government ready to act.
But when you were Justin Trudeau's economic advisor, you weakened our economy. We need economic sovereignty, and
How do I
that
not full screen
means
this? Oh, there's 7
bringing
people in the
back
chat. Hey,
production
welcome, guys.
to Canada. And I would reverse liberal policies around
still working.
development.
Oh my
I would
Welcome.
expedite
Oh my God, there's a lot more people in the
construction
chat now. Welcome.
permits.
8 people watching
We
right
would
now.
have
We are watching the
pre-approved
French language
permits.
debate right now. The English language
that
debate will be on later tonight.
And I would also make sure that we could
And,
send
I'm also
our
trying- I
energy
have no
to
idea.
Europe to
I was like,
break
if we still have 2
Europeans'
hours till the
dependence on
French- till the English language debate
on
goes on, so I
Putin
was
and
literally just gonna
to
run
break
some
our
Marvel Rivals
dependence on the
both
U.S.
ways.
Conservatives
But I have
and the
no idea how to
Liberals
make
both
this
prioritize
game.
the ultra-rich, not you, not
Greg, we
regular
do have a
Canadians.
segment on that.
That's the difference.
we have a
Borderless
segment
window,
on
is that
energy
it?
and pipelines, so we'll come back to that later. There are people who are watching us who are concerned. There will be negotiations with the Americans, obviously.
Because I just don't want
What?
the game and
Well,
the,
you'll all say supply management
12
here, but
people in the chat right
I'd
now.
like to say that Canada gave up market shares during the last 3 trade deal negotiations. We're talking about more than $450 million a year in losses for Canadian farmers. So what is something you...
While we are waiting for looking for a game to capture. Oh, is it not picking it up? That's so sad. Search mode. Auto. Huh. Great. I've never tried streaming a game, so I don't know how this works. I wonder if there's just like a add scene. Add scene transitions, game capture. Mode. Transition. Will this work? Okay, let's see. I am now in the Marvel Rivals thing. I have no idea if this is going to work when it switches over. But, yeah. I have no idea how this thing works. Like... No, it's just a black screen. Okay, I don't know how it works. That's depressing. Yeah, I just don't know how to stream games yet, so we're just gonna have to stay on here unless I like watch a tutorial right now. Back to this. But yeah, no, unless I like watch a tutorial right now, I have no idea how to stream games, which is unfortunate. Let's delete this. We tried streaming Marvel Rivals. We tried, but it didn't work. Yeah, chat, I do not know how to stream games, so we're just not going to do that. We're just going to exit to desktop. That's something I can figure out another day for the next stream we do. Maybe that's what I'll do tomorrow. Tomorrow I will game. Today I will just be doing this. Now I just need to remember how to... I don't PC game at all, so I have no idea what I'm doing. Set it, exit desktop. Okay, we're going to close Marvel Rivals. No more Marvel Rivals. Welcome to the stream, everyone who is new here. What you just missed is me almost crashing out trying to play Marvel Rivals. But now we're back to watching French people talk in French.
You wouldn't concede in a negotiation.
I will defend supply management. I will defend the French
Marvel
language.
Rivals today. We're just
I will
just
defend
doing
our
politics.
healthcare system.
Just being bored.
I will defend our decisions and our laws. We will always be sovereign. And the way we're going to restore that sovereignty, Canadian sovereignty, is by making our economy stronger. We need to cut red tape by 25% for businesses. We need to reduce development charges, taxes on housing.
Just because
we need to support labor and energy and domestic production. That's how we can be more.
2052, how long does it take? Yeah, I'm on a 30-second delay with this, but the French leaders debate happened yesterday. The debate today is going to be happening at 7 p.m. CST, so I believe that is going to be... How long did it take to pause there? Okay, so yeah, like 30-second delay. It's a 30-second delay the stream is on right now. Debate time, square off at 7 p.m. 7 p.m. Eastern time, so that is... Daylight savings exists. Daylight savings exist. Yo, I'm quiet again? What happened? Is it like quiet? Like how bad is it? I can turn up my gain again, but... Or just like reposition my mic so it's actually looking at my face. That might help. Now my mic's actually looking at me. But yeah, we are. It is live at whatchamacallit, that time, 7 p.m. EDT. So I believe that is 6 p.m. here, Central Standard Time. Is it better now, Paul?
More
Supply
sovereign
management. Well, go around the table, Mr. Carney.
in the face of the U.S.
It's nice to say supply management, but we've said it 3 times and it hasn't been done. So.
Well, this is the first time
Are you
that
at school
I
right now,
will be
Paul?
at the
It's
table.
4:46. Why are you still at school?
I'm elected as Prime
How
Minister.
late do you go to school every day?
I've said a number of times, and since the beginning of my campaign in Mauricie, we'll never touch supply management. We won't put Quebec culture or the French language on the table, and I think we all agree on that point. And that's important. We have to be very clear.
It's like if I'm talking right
from
here
the
right
beginning,
now.
we're talking to the Americans. I've said a number of times, and since the beginning of my campaign in Mauricie, We'll never touch supply management. We won't put Quebec culture or the French language on the table. And I think we all agree on that point. And that's important. We have to be very clear.
It's like I'm talking right here, right now.
We're talking to the Americans.
I think it's literally just I had the volume on the video too high. I don't think it's mine. Bro, I got corporate finance on Wednesday. Corporate finance? What do you mean corporate finance? Was that your Wednesday? Was yesterday? Did you have an exam?
Is that
You know, I think I had the video too high, the video audio too high, so it was drowning me out a little bit.
You said it, everyone knows it.
Because
You said
now
that you
I should
want
be
to cut-
louder
you would
than
cut
it
dental care.
by a bit.
Pharmacare, you called them bad ideas, and
Turn up
unfortunately,
my gain. Yeah, now I should be
Mr. Carney's plan
way
to
louder
budget
than
the
the.
operating budget
You're
in
good when you're
3
talking in
years.
the mic. Yeah, it's just this mic is like a lav mic, so it's like meant for me to be like right up next to it, which is kind of annoying. But
tax cuts later
the
and
best way I
choices,
could position it
and
is
we
probably
will
like right
underscore that none of
here,
you
maybe.
has
That'd probably be the
tabled
best
a
way to position
costed
it.
plan.
Next Wednesday I have an
Leaders'
exam.
promises.
Oh, corporate
Mr.
finance
Blanchard,
exam though, bro. I will tell you every econ class right now.
We are not the
Every
ones who
econ
decide
class, they
what's on
tell
the
you
table. If Mr.
exactly
Trump says,
this.
"I want to talk about
It
this,"
is
no
prof.
one
What
will
is
be
it?
able to stop him
No,
from
no,
at
no,
least
no.
talking about it.
Income
We've never
minus
sacrificed the principle of supply
expenses.
management. So it's
Paul,
empty words.
what does income
Individual
minus
bits have been
expenses
sacrificed
equal?
every single time at a
That
cost of
equals
hundreds
profit,
of millions
baby.
of dollars
Where's the
every
equal
single
sign?
time. All Mr. Trump
Equals
wants
profit,
is
baby. Wait, no, not
a
plus.
wave of Wisconsin milk with hormones, with no protection against
So
antibiotics.
what would you do
Income
concretely?
minus
will
expenses
bring back an
equals profit. Fuck, why did I do that? I didn't want to do that.
little bits have been sacrificed.
That is
every single
how
time
you
at a cost
pass
of
corporate
hundreds of millions
finance.
of dollars every single
I'm
time.
telling you,
All Mr. Trump
business
wants
school is not a real
is
thing. Business school is fake.
wave of
You
Wisconsin
do not
milk
need business school.
with hormones, with no protection
Income
against antibiotics.
minus
would you do
expenses
concretely?
equals profit.
Bring back an act
That is
was
all they
approved.
teach
The
you in
Liberals
business
before
school.
Carney approved
It is a
Everyone approved
joke.
but
You could
there
walk
was
into a
certain
business
issues
class
with unelected
at
senators.
Asper School of
There's a number
Business,
of unelected
and they are
members
doing
of
grade
parliament
2
that seem
level
to be
math.
making decisions.
I lost like 7 people when I said that. Oh my god. A lot of business majors were in the chat, I guess, and they didn't like that
We
take.
need to invest in
But yeah, bro, this shit's hard. No, it's not. It's Are you in business school? Is that what you're in for? Like corporate finance maybe might be a little harder than what I'm talking about. Like I think I'm talking about like Econ 101 or Business 101.
over the next 5 years.
But can I turn on
And
subtitles
that
for this? There we go.
will
Thank
be
God.
important in our negotiations with Mr. Trump.
I'd like
But yeah, no.
us to listen to Workers Together from Stellantis.
What I'm talking about is just
For
like
him,
Business
this
101.
crisis with
Business
the US
101 is
very
easy.
clear. He's just lost his job.
Expenses minus income is profit.
I was laid
Either
off
way,
by
it works
Stellantis
both
because
ways
of the trade
actually.
war with
Just
the US.
if one of them comes up as a
How will
negative,
your
that's the
government
profit.
Stop Mr. Trump from attacking
Or wait,
our
no.
industries
That means you're
one
losing
by
money.
one. And
It is
how will
income
you
minus.
protect our jobs?
It's income first. It's income minus expenses to make the most sense.
Concrete measures. How will you help workers? You all have different proposals.
Concrete
Mr.
measures, how you help workers. I'm a worker.
First of all,
Listen to
I
this one
already
a little bit.
announced a fund to help companies keep jobs, to keep workers in their jobs, because the priority of workers is to keep working. Secondly, there will be
So anyone in the
to
chat, feel
protect
free to speak.
people
We're
who
just having
are
fun. We're talking. There's like 10
fallen on
people
rough
watching right
times.
now live. I want to hear what you guys are
There
saying. I
for
want to
people
hear
who've
what's
lost
going
their
on in your
jobs.
lives.
At the same time,
Very
we need
enlightening
to
dialogue.
stimulate investment
Andy,
to strengthen our
Andy, listen to me.
economy, and to
Andy,
encourage new companies.
I gotta be
We
real
need
with
to
you,
unleash
Andy.
our natural resources. And
I don't
we
know what
need
I'm doing.
to create more jobs in resource
Andy,
industries.
we're just
We also
vibing.
want
We're just
to create
vibing, Andy.
more
That's
jobs
it.
for
Very
tradespeople
enlightening dialogue.
at a time when
Math
they need work
exists.
to build new houses.
What's this
stand
for?
workers, Mr. Singh.
We are streaming the Federal Leaders English debate later tonight. Last night was the French debate, which is live right now. We're just streaming, reacting to it, giving my opinions on it. I am an uneducated person. I'm just yanking your chain. It's all good. Oh, he said yanking his chain. This man's a real Canadian. Where are you from? Like that sounds like you're from Saskatchewan or something. I'm just yanking your chain. No, that's too bad.
So
But no,
it is not credible that
I'm
he would
going back to
increase the
school in the
points
fall
people
for
when
political
he talked about
sciences.
eliminating contributions.
Don't know why, don't know what I'm going to do with that degree yet, but
You've said
I
you
want to
wanna go
learn as
back
much
to
as I can
opinions
about
on
it,
wage
and
subsidy.
I'm a little nerd who likes politics, and I
We
read
said that
way
even
too many
before the
books.
campaign.
So I'm going to give my
To
opinions on
paraphrase Mr.
things,
Poilievre,
and
EI
feel free to
is
debate
fairly
those opinions in the
broken.
chat, because my
Difficulty
opinions are kind of
accessing it, and I
crazy
disagree with
sometimes.
Mr.
But
Carney's
yeah, that is
suggestion
what
to
we're
say
doing.
that money will be invested in
I'm
training.
kind of
You've
not
lost a
super
job, we're
listening
gonna
to the
train
French
you,
debate
and
because they
you can
focus
have another kid
entirely
at
on
the age of
Quebec for
25.
this, and I'm
Not
from
a good idea.
Manitoba,
The
so.
idea of
But I still have it like in the
wage,
background of my mind.
subsidy was by keeping
Like,
was to
where is
allow
this?
the worker to
Where are
have
you
a
going to
link
school? U of
to
U of
their
M.
job by giving them a subsidy. So
My
that
grades
the
in high
employer
school were really bad though,
and we
so
need to
where's the start of this
create more
question?
jobs in resource industries.
Help workers. You all have
Okay,
different
this is the start of
proposals.
this question. Poli-sci is cool, but you should do a double major in poli-sci and econ. That's what I'm thinking. Poli-sci, econ might be good. Baby, we love crazy opinions. Oh yeah, baby Aloe, the crazy opinions are all I've got. All I have is crazy opinions. But yeah, poli-sci and maybe econ, just because my view of economics right now, I say way too much about loving communism to not have an economic degree. Like, I talk way too much about economics, and I do not have an economics degree. Like, I just have ego. That is all I have. Like, I probably should get an economics degree to back up what I'm saying, but I just read funky-ass books instead. But yeah, poli-sci / econ. Okay, this question is all about workers. How will you do it? I wasn't really listening to them a little bit, so.
A fund to help companies keep jobs, to keep workers in their jobs, because the priority of workers is to keep working. Secondly, there will be EI to protect people who have fallen on rough times. I will be there for people who've lost their jobs. At the same time, we need to stimulate investment to...
Okay, before he gets on to stimulating investment, his solution is just employment insurance. That's how he's going to help workers. I don't know if any of you have ever tried to take out EI from the government, but that process is long, it is tedious, and it is absolutely just not going to do very well. Like, the process of taking out EI is hard, and you just sometimes might not get approved. If we're going through a genuine economic crisis and hundreds of thousands of Canadians, especially in the auto industry and doing work in factories, like general laborers, tradespersons, blue collar workers is what we're talking about. If hundreds of thousands of blue collar workers all lose their jobs and then clog up this already clogged up EI system that is already slow and takes months of time for approval and for the first check to arrive, nobody's getting their money. When he says EI exists and that's how we're going to solve it, it means that he doesn't have a plan for it. Yeah, EI doesn't do anything to help people keep their jobs. That's the thing. We don't want people to just... This guy's talking about turning Canada into a welfare queen state. Like I thought conservatives hated welfare queens. But he's literally just promoting putting people on welfare, which is insane. Because EI is basically Canadian welfare to a degree. But yeah, EI is not going to do that. And his fund that he announced that he plans to make a fund. I don't know where he's going to get the money to fund that fund when he cuts, because earlier in the debate, if you missed it, he announced that he's cutting the GST on first-time home buyers and that he wants to cut income taxes by 15%. 15%. Like, yes, that will have a short-term impact on everyone's wallet who's getting a paycheck, but where do you make up that money? If you have 15% of wages cut, how do you fund EI? How do you fund this fund you're talking about that's going to give workers money if you take away all the tax revenue? If you don't have revenue, you can't do social programs, which is why leftists like the NDP always run on a campaign of not reducing taxes and keeping taxes around the same or even increasing them in some spots, because they know the programs that they want to introduce need funding. And the place that funding comes from is wallets of taxpayers. Yeah, once he gets the money, I doubt he'll use it for what he says. Exactly. Like, Pierre is not a good leader. Earlier, there was a question, if you guys missed it, there was only like 2 people in the chat at that point. Earlier, there was a question where they were asking how he would protect us from America's like aggression. And his immediate response was to open negotiations to negotiate a new trade deal. Every other leader in the room said, no, we're going to stand strong and we're going to fight back against this. He said, I'm going to talk to Trump and I'm going to negotiate. This man does not have Canadians' interests at heart. He has big businesses and corporations' interests at heart, because those are the people who are losing billions. Yes, we are losing thousands, but a trade war is taking billions off of corporate profits. And the people at the bottom hurt the most. Absolutely. My groceries are more expensive. Your groceries are more expensive. But he's not doing it for you. He's negotiating this trade deal because his billionaire friends are getting it. No shit. That's allowed. I don't know why that was hidden. Diplomacy is for birds. How else are you going to handle this scenario? Not negotiating with Trump. You want to fight the U.S.? Yeah, I do. I think listen, I'm a man who believes that even if there is a scenario, hold up, I'm going to make a scene that's literally just this. I need to make a scene that's just for talking about. This is my very first live stream ever, so I don't have anything set up, by the way. Source. Okay. I don't know if the audio will stay for this, but I'm a man who believes that in this country, if we are going to fight for something, we're going to fight for it. If America's attacking us, we should be fighting, not running away, not negotiating. I don't care if they're the bigger enemy. I don't care if they're bigger than us and if they're overwhelming us with economic force. I don't care. What I care about is that we actually tried to stand up and fight against this. In this country. Like, I just want us to fight. If we go down fighting, I'm fine. I'm fine going down fighting. So that is my take on this. California's GDP is actually 1 trillion greater than Canada's. If we lose, can I say hi? Yeah, vamos Canada. Vive le Canada. But yeah, if we lose, I don't care. It's the principle of fighting that matters. And yes, that's a privileged take, because I'm. You can see out my window, I'm in a somewhat expensive apartment in like a core of a city. I'm a little bit more privileged, so I understand that is a privileged take to come from, saying that we should go down fighting. But yeah, I just don't believe that we should be cowering in fear of this. So that is my take on fighting the Americans.
Strengthen our economy.
Canadian Doge, no Paul, no Paul.
We need to unleash our natural resources.
Fighting for a cause is noble. It makes you susceptible to making poor decisions in the long term. Yes,
more
I agree.
Jobs in resource industries. We also want to create more jobs for tradespeople at a time when they need work to build new houses.
Let's stay on workers. Mr. Singh.
If a business wants to sell cars in Canada, they should be.
I am willing to fight
have
America.
That is what I'm saying. A presence in Canada, and I would put this in a law. We are a major market. If you want to sell here, you should create jobs here. And let me add, the first thing Mr. Poilievre said in 2022 when he became Conservative leader is that he would cut EI contributions.
I forgot about that. He did say that. His worker plan His plan for workers is EI. But when he got elected to the Conservative leader, he said he would cut EI. I'm letting this run while I grab another beer.
So It is not credible that he would increase support to people when he talked about eliminating
Mr.
contributions.
Blanchet, for workers, you've said you want to go back to a pandemic-style wage subsidy.
The principle of that. We said that even before the campaign. To paraphrase Mr. Poilievre, EI is fairly broken. People have difficulty accessing it, and I disagree with Mr. Carney's suggestion to say that money will be invested in training. You've lost your job, but we're going to train you.
I gotta find a way to
and
just see
you're
chat on
gonna
my
have another kick
screen.
at the can at the age of 55. Not a good idea. The idea of the wage subsidy was to allow the worker to have a link to their job by giving them a subsidy so that the employer, should they want to, could rehire them someone who had the skill to do the job. So there would be a transitional period where there could be temporary job losses, like for the case we've just heard.
Well, first of all, three things. All the money from our counter tariffs will go directly to workers. Second, we have a strategic fund for manufacturing in Canada, specifically for the auto
Reminder,
sector.
chat, this is
And
my
third,
very first live
our
stream ever,
counter-tariff system
and I have no
for
idea
the
what I'm
automotive
doing.
sector
Overlays.
contains an
There's got to
incentive
be something in
of $7
Streamlabs that
billion
allows me to read
for the
chat, so I
automakers
don't
to
have to
keep
read it
production
on
and
my
workers
fucking
here
phone.
in Canada. That's very important. But the reason that we've done all of this is so that we can have strong
Okay, so MP,
positions to negotiate with Trump.
Just to
Yeah, we're
conclude,
not
I think
allowing
we need
those
to encourage
words, UI.
Canadians to buy Canadian-made cars, and that's why, as long as there are tariffs, we will scrap.
UI, I'm
the
not
GST
allowing that word in here.
on
We're not using
cars
ableist
and trucks
slurs
that
in
are
this
built
chat,
here,
alright? I don't
mainly
care if you're
built
gonna call me
here.
woke. We're not using ableist slurs here, okay?
I think the tariff is a good idea. What allows companies to buy.
I hid the
some-
message, so you don't know
I
what this
do
person
agree
said,
with
but
that
if I see you use any sort of
70%.
ableist slurs towards anyone in the chat or to me, you're not, that's not happening.
The
We are not
GST limit
allowing
for
that.
Canadian-made cars before
Friendly
then.
debate is open,
Now, there are a
but
lot of things that are in
actual
all your
hate speech is not
platforms.
allowed
We'll
here.
come back to that.
Free P.
Now,
Diddy, alright,
70% of
that's
Canadians
also,
say they're buying
that's also
fewer
getting
products.
removed.
It's a big number. You leaders, could you please name me one
That's also getting
USA
removed, alright.
product
No
you
supporting
no longer
any,
buy?
yeah, Jesus Christ, what is wrong with people?
I buy my own
You guys have
strawberries.
issues.
So you don't buy strawberries
I
anymore?
buy Quebec strawberries, and I do my own shopping, by the way.
What do you think
you
Justin
not buy
Trudeau's chances in the next?
No
Yo,
more
JT is
wine,
coming
no
back.
more
I'm
alcohol,
telling you
no
right
American
now.
alcohol.
JT is coming back. What'd he say?
do
He
my
said
own shopping.
ableist slurs towards
cook at home.
people like me. Paul, you know
Lots of
what I have.
products.
Ableist slurs
First,
to people
there's
like
a
me.
lot of, Canadian
So you're
apples.
making an effort.
Yes, I'm making an effort with apples, other fruit, strawberries.
Strawberries.
Chat is already so
Everyone's
insanely
eating
slow.
all
Yeah, bro, it's my
strawberries these
first
days.
stream ever. There's 6 people here.
I bring it up because I do my own grocery
I'm in a
shopping,
different
which
position.
Carney does not.
This is a delicious conversation.
But yeah,
It's beef. In
I will
my case,
absolutely
I buy
moderate this chat.
Canadian
I don't even
beef. It's the
care.
best
Tony Z,
beef in the
real.
world.
Typical loser
never
lefty.
buy
You were
American
right.
strawberries
I'm
either.
curating a community. I don't care. We're not tolerating that shit
Well,
here.
that's,
I don't care if you're on the right and you think it's funny to be actually saying hate speech to people. It's fucking not, all right? It's not. You can swear, you can make funny jokes. If you're going to bully someone, be funny. Slurs aren't funny. You know what's funny? Me saying that I'm going to fuck your mom or something. That's funny. Say that. Don't say a slur. Yeah, typical leftist loser. Yeah, absolutely. No slurs in this chat, okay? Shut the fuck up, Tony Z.
share some of that.
All right.
Jesus
It's
Christ.
very beautiful to see. Our next theme is the cost of living.
We're literally, what typical leftist loser.
You can
I'm
manage
drinking
our
beer and
money.
I'm vaping on stream.
We're
What do you
having a
want
hard
from me?
time here. I hope they'll be able to balance the budget.
This is a chill place, but no hate
and
speech.
maintain
Chill
the same
place, no
quality
hate
of
speech.
services. Inflation, lower taxes. I earn a good salary, but it's hard to pay for groceries, for childcare for our kid, for everything. Education is expensive. Prices keep going up.
No,
and
Andy,
middle class is
absolutely.
hurting. And
I don't mind if you guys
We're
I don't
retired,
mind
we
if you
can't
guys
have
are going to
any.
vote for Pierre Poilievre.
We're
I don't
getting
mind.
poorer.
I'm not going to vote for
I
him
feel like no one really
because my
listens to young
opinions of him
people on
are
housing,
that
the
he's
cost
going
of
to take us
living.
closer to America and how
So
their
what does the future hold
politics
for
are.
us
Do I
young
think
people?
he's a Nazi? No. But
What does the future hold for
yeah,
young
I don't care
people?
if you vote
I'll
for
give you
Pierre
a few
Poilievre. You
figures here
vote for
very
whoever you
briefly.
genuinely think will represent you best in this
I'm sure this
country.
won't come as a
That is the
surprise,
point of
but
a
in
democracy.
Montreal,
You
housing
should
prices
vote
have
for
more than
whoever you
doubled over
genuinely
10
think will
years,
represent you the
from
best.
over $300,000 to $671,000. Remarkable growth in Toronto
But
and
yeah, no,
Vancouver as
imagine if
well.
you spent all your
So my
time surrounded with
question,
people
and
that
you'll
agree
have
with you. Yeah, an echo
35
chamber is
seconds,
not
first of all,
productive to
how
anyone.
can we
Okay.
improve access to housing?
Okay, we're talking about housing now. I love housing. I'm a Eurohead when it comes to housing. I love social housing, and I love. Listen, hear me out. I was walking through downtown Winnipeg. I'm in Winnipeg. I was walking downtown, and there's literally like 5 office towers in downtown Winnipeg that are like 80% vacant. Yet we have a homeless crisis. Like, we could literally just repossess those buildings for vacancy or charge vacancy taxes to buildings who are vacant. I can't speak English today. Probably the beer. But vacant, charge vacancy taxes. So people that are keeping their buildings vacant for years and years on end, hoping that like a big corporation comes in one day, charge them taxes for that. Because we have a homeless crisis in Winnipeg, yet we have skyscrapers that are empty. Charge them taxes for that. Make them fill that space. Rezone it into a residential. Redevelop it. Like, housing should not be an issue. We're like, this is like, our Western Canadian society is so wealthy. People don't understand how much wealth is in this country. We could literally just end homelessness today. I'm not even talking about like starvation and stuff. I'm not like literally just end it. We could just end it if we just, didn't let people hoard housing and hoard space. That's my take on it. But
Have more than doubled over 10 years, from over $300,000 to $671,000. Remarkable growth in Toronto and Vancouver as well. So my question, and you'll have 35 seconds, first of all, how can we improve access to housing, for example, for this young woman that we just heard from, Mr. Blanchet?
Clearly, it's through the starting capital and another GST-based policy. There needs to be access to capital for their down payment. My children can't pay for a house. A lot of them have jobs.
All right, peace out, Paul. Good luck at school. Have fun.
Give them a little boost.
I hope you pass your exams next week, Paul. You need to study, brother.
For example, and it's not during a crisis.
Thank you for popping in, Paul, and helping me out with the audio in the very beginning. That was very useful. I think it should be good now for the rest of the stream, but if it's not, anyone else let me know if the audio is not sounding good and such.
Social housing, student housing, to give a good price and reduce pressure
Thank you, Mr.
in
Blanchet.
the
Mr. Poilievre,
residences of
35
Canada.
seconds.
I'm with you, with all those who are having a hard time affording their groceries, or young people who can't buy a house. After a decade of liberal inflation, liberal policies have increased the cost of living the most in 40 years. I will cut your
Yeah, no problem,
taxes
Andy. Peace out,
for the
brother.
average
Have a good
worker
night.
by
Thank you for coming in. Thank you for sharing your
We will
opinions. That's all I want in
scrap
this
the
chat. Just
GST
come in,
on
share
new
your opinions, and
homes,
have a good
and
time.
we
I hope you
will
had a good time, brother.
incentivize
Hope to see you next time.
municipalities
Will we
to
trying to
speed
go
up
live?
permits and construction so that
We don't have a
young people
schedule
can
set
once
yet
again
because I'm still trying to
buy a
figure out
home
how to actually
and
do this.
restore
This
the
is kind of
dream
almost a
of
test
home
stream
ownership.
In order to
because on
fix
election
this
day,
crisis in the
election
cost of
day, I
living,
will be streaming
we need to
from
make sure that
noon
Canadians have
Central
more money in
Time
their pockets,
until we find
and
out
they need
until
to have
2 hours
Canada
after we
in
find
their
out who the prime
pockets.
minister is on
So
election
that
day.
means a
So
tax
the
cut
debate
for the
is
middle
kind of
class.
like a little test stream before
And our
that.
plan
But
is
election day, we will
almost
be live for probably 12 hours
$800
straight.
per
So
family.
we're learning
Cut
today. We're
the
figuring it out.
GST
We're
on
seeing how
first
things
homes
go.
and
But yeah.
increase competition. And in Canada, we have dental care, pharmacare, and daycares. We need to protect
I
that,
fully
and we need
missed
to
Pierre's answer.
double new housing construction.
with all those who are having a hard time affording their groceries, or young people who can't buy a house. After a decade of liberal inflation, liberal policies have increased the cost of living the most in 40 years. I will cut your taxes for the average worker by 15%. We will scrap the GST on new homes, and we will incentivize municipalities to speed up permits and construction so that young people can once again buy a home and restore the dream of home ownership.
In order to fix this crisis in the cost of living, we need to make sure that Canadians have more money in their pockets, and they need to have more Canada in their pockets. So that means a tax cut for the middle class. And our plan is
both are proposing that tax cut for the middle class.
$800 per family, cut the GST on first homes, and increase competition. And in Canada, we have dental care, pharmacare, and daycares. We need to protect that, and we need to double new housing construction in
There's
Canada.
like one person in the chat right now watching.
Mr. Singh.
I think it's me, actually. I think it's me watching right now. It's only me in here.
When I talk to people and the cost of living comes up, there are two main topics. First, grocery costs. Second, housing costs. For groceries, major grocery giants are gouging us. We saw this with the price of bread, the price of meat. They drive prices
Welcome,
up,
welcome,
and
whoever
they
just
are
showed up. How are we all doing
gouging
tonight?
the Canadian public. We would put price caps on essential groceries. We would also stop corporate landlords from buying up affordable housing and apartments. We are in it for you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Singh. 245,000 housing units were built in 2024. You've all promised to massively accelerate the pace of that construction. The Liberals have said 500,000, the NDP 600,000. Mr. Singh, you're going to start this part of the open debate.
I didn't want to do that.
Houses grow on trees?
We have a clear plan for how to make this happen. First, we would not sell off our federal land. We would keep it, and we would build affordable housing on it, 100% affordable. We would train Canadian workers to build more homes. We also must keep the affordable housing that we do have, and unfortunately, the two major parties have let rich speculators buy up affordable housing. And now we have no more. That's a major issue. We need to keep our affordable housing and build more housing in general.
A couple of ideas. First of all, I'd like to talk for Quebec.
We're literally editing the stream overlays right now.
There
to see
are
what's going on.
delays of hundreds of thousands of houses to be built, and we don't have the human resources to do so. But there are initiatives for small housing, for social housing, modular housing, that would allow us to build quicker with fewer resources and cheaper to accommodate as many people as possible. But I'm looking forward to hearing everyone's financial framework, because the Conservatives want to cut. They're going to have to cut spending at some point as well. The Liberals want to cut in revenue but increase expenditure. There's some financial magic that's in there somewhere. I would like to hear their financial framework or even their electoral platforms.
In a minute,
that would be
the
nice.
costed plan. But Mr. Carney, 500,000 housing units.
And we need to get started so that we can get the housing market working better with a reduction.
We're learning how to live stream right now, chat, whoever's here.
Bureaucracy at the municipal level and in fees. But we are proposing a new institution, Build Canada Homes, which is going to build affordable homes using lumber from Quebec, using lumber from British Columbia, using Canadian wood, and using new Canadian technologies. We are going to create a new industry.
It
How
seems to
can you
me
say 500,000 units? I mean, I could say 800,000, 400,000. Where's this coming from?
You know, if I can have 35 seconds, we need to add funding of $25 billion for the development of affordable homes and $10 billion for...
Mr. Poilievre, you haven't costed your objective.
Yes,
of
we will,
600,000.
in our platform, which is going to come out in a few days. But Mr. Carney, you're repeating exactly the same promises that Justin Trudeau has been making for 10 years. during the Liberal decade when you were the economic advisor, the cost of housing
do all
has
that
gone up.
extreme.
And
We're just
you
gonna
inflated
chill with
the
what we got.
cost
This
of
bare
housing.
bones little setup we
Then,
got going on right here.
You have a terrible record.
We're staying with
in
the bare
England
bones setup.
for real estate costs there, the real estate prices. The problem is that the Liberals want to build bureaucracy.
How we doing today, whoever's in chat right
They
now?
want to balloon bureaucracy by creating new departments, new bureaucrats. We don't need more bureaucrats. We need more homes, more new doors on new homes for young families. The reason why housing has become so expensive today is because of taxes and bureaucracy. I will
No, housing has become expensive today because of corporate landlords hoarding property. That is why housing is expensive today. Taxes aren't the reason that make taxes don't make things that expensive, okay? Most of the expenses comes from the private sector trying to make a profit. The market is what makes things expensive, not taxes.
New homes. I will incentivize cities to free up land and accelerate permits so that we can build, and build your home.
Mr. Singh, then Mr. Carney.
Let us talk records. Mr. Poilievre, you were
yes,
a housing
absolutely.
minister. How many homes did you build?
Over 200,000.
I'll tell you, 6. You built 6 homes.
200,000.
6.
200,000.
We cannot believe what
you
you're
asked
saying.
the question. Can I answer
We cannot
it?
believe Mr. Poilievre.
Hello,
He only
how
built
we doing?
6 homes
200,000
when he was in power.
Can I answer?
We know the answer.
Can
It's
I
6.
answer? It was 200,000 that year, and the cost of the average home was $450,000. So thanks very much for
Mr.
reminding
Singh,
everyone of my record. It was a good record.
During the 10 years the Conservatives were in power, rent doubled, housing costs doubled. And then, when the Liberals came in, they doubled again. Unfortunately, Mr. Carney benefited from the housing crisis when he was the board chair at Brookfield Investments. His company benefited from the housing crisis by buying up affordable buildings and tripling rents.
Mr. Carney.
Okay, Mr. Poilievre's approach is everyone for themselves. In the COVID crisis, he said, okay, let's cut taxes, let's cut bureaucracy. This crisis, now that we're facing, the greatest crisis of our lives, he's saying, cut taxes, cut bureaucracy. In a crisis, you have to do that to a certain point, but you have to act as a government. And if I may, you need to have capital to catalyze investment. And with a small amount of catalyzing investment from the Government of Canada, we can create huge private investment and a new Canadian industry.
Mr. Blanchet, then Mr. Poilievre.
Another proposal that I find interesting is to allow parents who have money in savings for their retirement to take the money temporarily to help for their kids' down payment. That's not $500 billion that will be required. These are not civil servants that will be fired. This is a logical decision made by parents like myself who want to help their kids without money from the state, with a tax measure that helps retirees who want to help their children. Would that not be more concrete than programs after programs that are just empty words and for which there's no financial framework?
Yeah, I'll come back to that in a minute, but let's let Mr. Poilievre conclude because you were having a conversation with Mr. Carney.
Mr. Carney, in 2020 and 2021, you said that inflation wouldn't happen and that it would have been a good thing if it did. You were quoted in the media, and you even advised Justin Trudeau to print money, and that's what caused our inflationary crisis. You're just like Justin Trudeau. You have exactly the same policies, the same approach. We need change, and you, Mr. Carney,
Hello,
you
everyone.
do not
Welcome.
embody change.
You represent the ultra-rich.
Mr. Poilievre is not Justin Trudeau. I'm not Justin Trudeau either, okay? In this election, the question is, who is going to succeed? Who is going to face Mr. Trump?
Same parties, same ministers, same caucus, same ideology, same hostility against Quebec. It's not just because the leader changes that the philosophy will magically change overnight.
You are all proposing, or just about all of you are proposing tax cuts. We'll see them up on the screen here. Mr. Carney announced that on the first day of the campaign. Mr. Poilievre's been announcing them for a long time. So for a couple earning $90,000 a year, you can see the numbers up here: $1,299 in savings for the Conservatives, $1,011 for the NDP, $577 for the Liberals. And the cost of those measures is really what I want to underline here. Mr. Poilievre, you're spending more on tax cuts than the NDP or Liberals. Now, you've all arrived here this evening with no costed financial plan. It's been a long time since we've seen that at the time of the leaders' debate, the leaders don't have a costed plan. So we don't know how you're going to pay for these tax cuts. Now, I'm going to be careful how I word this, but don't you think it's irresponsible to Canadian voters to do this? Mr. Carney, you said you've got the numbers, but where's your costed plan?
As I've just said, we'll be presenting our costed platform this weekend.
But why not earlier at an event?
There are 10 days left in the election campaign. It's about the same thing as Mr. Poilievre, as I've seen. And it is going to be costed, and the operational budget will be cleaned up. We'll balance it in 3 years, but at the same time, we will be investing in Canada and in Canadians.
Mr. Poilievre, where would you make the cuts? This comes back to my earlier question to Mr. Carney. In terms of the costed plans, what do you have to hide? Will transfers to provinces go down, for example?
We're going to cut consultants. Believe it or not, a Canadian family is spending $1,400 in federal tax just to pay for consultants.
Actually is
That's
very
been a
readable and
100%
right there.
increase. I'm going to cut consultants.
And
Secondly, we're going to cut
moderatable.
the cost of bureaucracy through attrition. People will be retiring, and we don't need to replace all of them. We can slowly, gradually reduce the cost of the bureaucracy. Third, we're going to pass a dollar-for-dollar bill. For every new dollar in spending, there will have to be a dollar in reduced spending. And we are going to generate
modded Paul, so Paul's
$70
he's not
billion
here
more
today,
in
but I have
revenue.
one
Mr.
mod now.
Carney don't have a costed plan that we've seen.
How is everyone doing today?
Only party that has talked about ways to increase government revenues. We have talked about closing tax loopholes, getting rid of tax havens, empowering the CRA to go after corporations that are not paying their taxes. These are not tax increases. These are taxes that are already supposed to be paid. The CRA has said that tens of billions of dollars in revenues are being lost. Pierre Poilievre has been very honest with Canadians. He will cut healthcare.
Not true. No,
he will
not true.
cut
That's false.
EI. He said
That's
this back in
false.
2022 when he became leader of the Conservative
true.
Party.
That's false.
And Mark Carney has also said very clearly that he would make massive cuts.
No.
He would cut $43 billion worth
For
of
the first
spending.
time.
Mr. Carney, then Mr. Blanchet.
No, that's not right at all. I've said there is an operational budget that's over $200 billion a year. And that budget has grown 9% year over year over the last 10 years.
How are y'all doing today, guys?
Slow down that growth. And we'll do that with technology, we'll do that with attrition, as Mr. Poilievre has suggested, and we can do that, and we will do that, and it's necessary, but we're not going to cut transfers to individuals, nor transfers to the provinces.
So the provinces will not get less
How's
money.
everyone doing
Mr.
tonight?
Blanchet, is that what you believe?
Feel free to chat and chat. We're just kind of talking, being chill.
These are Harry Potter financial frameworks. You need a lot of magic to make it work. There needs to be more money, but we're going to do cuts. They want to be more conservative than the Conservatives. Basic economics state that when there's a threat of recession or slowdown, that is when the state, well, that's why we're not saying cut taxes. We're saying make good investments. We want to invest in our military forces. It's the time to do so with Canadian companies, the Quebec tramway that Mr. Poilievre doesn't want to
We're
do.
trying to have that running.
That's what we have to do.
pretty
We
long.
have to have targeted investments, health transfers so that the Maisonneuve-Rosemont hospital can be renovated. It's time
Voted
to
for
invest
Yves
in
immediately.
infrastructure, public infrastructure.
That's crazy.
With public money
Yves
so that
winning.
everyone can keep their jobs.
So no tax cuts.
No, it wouldn't be a tax cut. There would be a
Somebody
specific
immediately is voting
budget
for
it.
Yves.
We have to keep going.
French head in the chat. All right. Which one of you is Quebecois?
Something doesn't work.
We've started with the cost of living.
Yves is always winning though, because he's the easiest. He's got the easiest, like 100% Yves. No, absolutely. The thing is, he's kind of always winning, because realistically,
One rare moment where we agree.
he's got one job, and that is Quebec sovereignty, Quebec sovereignty, Quebec sovereignty. Everyone else has got to like balance out like relations between other provinces and such. No, Yves can just be like, hey, you don't fuck with Quebec.
Transfers
Yves is always up.
for healthcare and to individuals.
Mr. Roy, no,
I have a question.
that's not right at all.
Poll is going to go on
Mr. Carney,
for a while.
you have the
We're going to
opportunity
keep
to
the
answer
poll on
The
pretty
question that
long.
people are asking
Anyone can vote on
themselves,
that.
And you may have heard this, Mr. Singh. You've promised that.
But this is the French leader debate right now. Later tonight is the English leader debate, and we're going to be watching that as well and reacting to it live. My takes are kind of based off of the fact that I read the news way too much. I have no actual credentials and actual political background, but I'll be giving my analysis based on vibes.
First of all, the priority for the federal government is to invest and to catalyze investment in the most serious crisis we're facing in our lives. We need to catalyze private investment in our economy to create new and good jobs. That's the first thing we need to do. In terms of transfers to provinces for healthcare,
But how you doing tonight, Def Drew, if you're still in
there
here?
are limits to the federal government's activity. No,
So no new
programs. No.
Mr. Blanchet?
It's easy. All premiers from the provinces and territories unanimously asked for a 35% health transfer. I would like to re-explain it. The federal government receives more money than it needs. It needs $10, it gets 12. Quebec needs $10, but it only gets 8. So the
Good, good.
federal
Yeah,
government could
absolutely.
take
Are you from Quebec?
its surplus
Or are you
and
just
say,
a
"Oh,
Yves fan
invest
from like
in
St.
your
Boniface in
jurisdictions."
Winnipeg or
The Liberals
something?
and Conservatives agree on this, and the NDP loves butting its nose into provincial jurisdictions.
Respectfully, I'm not Quebecois. I don't know why I have to say respectfully to that.
Jurisdictions.
There's too much Quebec hatred right now. Quebecois is up right now.
You've said that we do need to step in, that we need to have more programs like this.
I do have a 30-second delay, so if I'm not replying to you instantly, sorry about that.
Absolutely, we need to increase health transfers. Absolutely.
30-second delays just so
In
I
order
can.
to help
You're
out
from
the
Quebec?
provinces.
Oh, nice. How is it living in Quebec?
We are
I've
in the
actually.
midst of
That's
a
like the one
crisis,
place
a
in
healthcare
Canada I've
crisis.
just
It is
never
being felt
had
here in Quebec and
time to
throughout the
travel
country.
to. Like I just never go
We should
east, or
recognize
like
that a leader is
Montreal
someone who
or
looks for
Quebec
solutions,
City.
not excuses.
Those are the only two I know. Gatineau, I
believe
guess.
that we should be
Is
investing
Gatineau, that's
more
cake.
in fixing problems. And yes, we can.
Is
work with the
Is
provinces
Gatineau a
to
place, or did
hire
I
more
just make
healthcare
that up?
workers. We can work with them to get through this crisis. Pharmacare is one area where everyone can come together to bring down the cost of medication.
Yeah, I'm from Manitoba, Winnipeg, is where we're live right now.
Deciding
Center of the country, heart of the nation, as they say here.
I don't go to yours and tell you
I think the advertisement always says Canada's heart beats or something is our tourism advertisement.
We can do two things at once. We can transfer.
You're from Gatineau. It is a real place. It is a real place. Gâteau is cake, right? Gatineau is Gatineau like the sister one across the bridge from Ottawa? Am I right on that? No, that's something else. No, that is. I don't know. I'm not even going to look it up either. I'm just going to make shit up. That's the best part about being live right now is I can just lie and people believe me because I have a camera.
Will a fourth Liberal term change things for you enough for you to be able to buy a house and have a beautiful life?
Okay, for the health program, I didn't
On
understand.
healthcare,
I think it's.
no.
I kind of want to Google it now, but I don't want to at the same time. I have not been paying attention to what they're saying. The French, Canada's debate is just so much more boring than America's debate.
It would be a voluntary program, as has previously existed.
Especially the French one, no offense. But yeah, we were right next to Ottawa. Okay, so I was right. I didn't make that up. I thought I made that up for a second. I thought I made that up. I don't know why I thought I made that up, but I thought I did. Jesus, I need to, if I'm going to talk about Canadian politics, I got to look at a map for once.
These requests were made.
That's the prairie education system for you there. All they teach us here is beer. That's all they teach us. Beer from a bottle is better than beer from a can. That's all they teach you here.
Energy and climate.
Okay, next topic was
carbon tax
climate.
was something that was supposed
Carbon
to
tax
help
and
the
climate.
environment,
I know something
but
about
now,
this. I can listen
what
in
are
and
we
talk
doing for the
about this one a little bit, I guess.
It worries me a bit. Our planet is starting to die. I really want to see someone who can prioritize climate change and the economy in Canada. We shouldn't be building a pipeline. The environmental consequences are very serious. Even if for ecological reasons it's not the best solution. Well, I think we have to think about it. There was a good project in place, but then it was dropped. A pipeline would have a major
You don't understand the
impact.
French debates
We may
because
have to
they're
make
like, are
sacrifices
you
if we
like
want to
full,
be
like you speak
more
French, like
independent.
Quebecois French? I don't understand the French debates because I stopped taking French in
Says
high
Donald
school.
Trump.
Like
But I have
it's,
a very simple question
I think
for
it,
you,
hear me out.
and I would
I
like
think French
just a simple answer
should
as
be
well. We
kind
have
of
35
mandatory
seconds open debate.
until grade 12. Once you graduate, like
want
everyone should be a
Canada
little bilingual in
to
Canada, okay?
increase oil
I think
production?
that's
Yes or
good.
no, Mr. Singh?
We got to make French a little bit more mandatory.
I would be in favor
Yes,
of
okay,
investing
yeah.
in clean energy.
I don't
and
understand the
renewable
French
energy.
debates because I don't speak
With
French.
our
That's why I
public
have them
money.
on the English.
I would spend on
The best I know in
projects
French
like
is
an east-west clean energy grid.
what is
That's
it
the
again?
sort of thing we need. We need renewable energy.
Je ne
for
peux
our
parler
future.
français.
That
Tu
is
parles
where we
anglais,
should
s'il vous
invest our
plaît.
public funds.
Je ne peux parler. Je ne peux
Or
pas
less oil, or the
parler
same amount as
français.
right now?
Yes.
You want to increase
I
it?
don't know.
That's what
I
people
don't
want
even
to know.
know.
Are you increasing oil
I was in
production?
Paris and I said that, and they just kind of
There are a
went,
few measures that I support.
yes.
Investing in clean energy. Bringing down our
Je ne sais
That's in the
pas.
open debate later.
Je ne sais pas
The
parler.
question is very simple. I think.
Je ne
Beg your
sais parler
Yes.
pas français. That sounds.
Oil so that
I
we
don't
can
know the
reduce
order.
our imports, especially our imports from the United States, a country that is threatening us right now. But in order to do that, we need to have
That's good law? Okay.
low risk.
Thank you.
oil.
I appreciate
Canada
it.
is a low
I appreciate the validation of my bad French.
Canada's more or less that right now, but we also need low carbon oil because we need to be competitive over the long term. So at the same time, we need to have.
Okay, one of the things that I
pipelines.
don't think a
We
lot of
need to
people
invest in
understand
carbon
about Carney
stockage and
is
carbon
that
capture
he's a
as well.
weird
That's very
nerd.
important for our competitiveness.
So, like, he can't answer these questions in the 45-second time frame because his plans aren't slogans. His plans are like
have to be able to get it to
deeply
market
complex,
by
thought-out
pipeline.
plans. I'm better than
Unfortunately, the
Carney.
other parties
Nice.
passed,
That's that Saint Boniface in me.
unconstitutional
That's Saint
law,
Boniface.
C-69,
I don't know why I said it like
There's a
that,
no
but
pipe,
no,
no more
I think it's just in Winnipeg we have like
and that's why Canadians
like the
and Quebecers
Voyageur
now have to buy
community. So like we
139,000 barrels
in
of
Manitoba and
US
Winnipeg
oil every
specifically,
day.
there's
I
like a
will
lot more
repeal
French than the rest of the
C-69
Western
to allow for the
provinces,
construction of
like because of the Voyageur and the
hydroelectric projects,
the
mines,
Métis.
and also
So
pipelines.
like we have like a little bit of French here.
can get
Like everyone
around
can
Donald
kind of like
Trump's
read
energy
French, but like
sovereign
nobody
when it
can
comes to
speak
energy.
it if that makes sense.
As to who will be
And I
the
don't
biggest
know
oil
if we
head here.
speak Quebecois or if we
The
speak like
Americans
French
buy
French.
our oil, we buy their oil, because that's how geography works. I want less oil, but let us be.
Okay, what do you think about my take on Yvette and the Bloc Québécois? I really like the Bloc Québécois for its like economic and social policies sometimes, but sometimes the Quebec nationalism goes too far. Like when it came to the policy that banned religious, like the secularism policy that banned religious headwear and like religious symbols from being worn by like government officials. So basically, like Muslim teachers couldn't wear hijab anymore or something. That's kind of too far. Like, I understand the need for Quebec sovereignty and secularism within government, where there is no religion in government. The separation of church and state should exist. But I feel like it's a little too far sometimes. But like, other than that, the Bloc Québécois kind of has some decent economic and like social policies.
Is the fight against climate change no longer a priority for Liberals?
Not at all. It is still a priority, and it's a priority for Canada. We're talking
like, it's just the Quebec nationalism makes them make bad decisions sometimes that are like way too like.
We need to reduce
any decisions they make based on culture, they kind of drop the ball. But some of their other things, like he says, like we need to move away from oil there.
Access to that market. But in terms of the carbon tax, we cut the consumer carbon tax. And
yeah, me too. Yeah, fair.
6% of the reduction in greenhouse gas emissions. We are maintaining the industrial carbon tax for big polluters, but we're creating a new market so that major polluters will pay people and households to make green decisions.
You would axe the second carbon tax as well, the industrial tax. You would eliminate both. So there's not even a fight against climate change or no incentive except
that's not true.
Less gas.
No, that is true. Pierre has no incentive to fight against climate change. His entire campaign is funded by what is it, Alberta Oil and Stephen Harper's lobbyist group.
Our liquefied natural gas to India, for example, to replace coal. That could reduce emissions in India by 2.5 billion tons. That's 3 times the
I forget what the name of the company is.
All of Canada, and would also bring a lot of money back to Canada. The Liberals are blocking the construction
this
of
company
the pipeline
that right here,
and of the
this
LNG
company is the biggest funder
plants.
of
For example,
everything.
LNG
I still love my boy
Quebec is a
Yves.
project that would make it
He's
possible
listen,
for us to
he's a
sell
cutie.
our
Yves is a
energy
cutie.
very profitably
This
to
company
Europe
right here, though, is
and
basically
reduce
funding
Europe's
the current
dependence
Conservative Party's
on
campaign.
Putin.
That
And
it's like
that's what I would
it's
like
like
to do
headed by like a bunch of
instead of
Mossad
feeding
agents,
into
and I need to
Putin's
find the
war
name of
Carney's
it.
abolition of the carbon
AWZ,
tax
is that it?
means that Canadians outside of Quebec will
AWZ,
receive a
Active
rebate
Capital.
for several weeks still for a tax that
This
has
is
been
it.
cut.
So this company,
puts,
which is
Quebec in
has
a
Stephen
unjust
Harper
position.
here, the former
What
Prime
are you
Minister of
asking in this
Canada.
respect?
This company right here
Another element,
is currently financing
give Mr.
Pierre
Carney's
Poilievre's
an
campaign,
opportunity
the
to
majority of
answer.
it.
Last year,
I'm going to pause this actually while I explain this. But yeah, the former, let's look at the history of the people on this in this company. The former director of MI5, former CSIS director, former CIA director, former director of the Mossad, former FBI director, and then a bunch of strategic advisors. Like, this company is just dogs, war dogs. War Dogs and Alberta Oil, War Dogs and Alberta Oil are funding the Conservative Party's campaign. So, just remember that when Pierre says anything about allegedly being pro climate change measures, because his entire campaign is funded by billionaires who would say otherwise. Because the AWZ Corporation is like a major donor to this. And also, if you really want to get in on it, I could say the word Palestinian genocide too. I wasn't going to talk about that tonight unless it was brought up in the debates, but these guys right here, all of them, director of the Mossad, the Israeli CIA spy plate people. That's who's funding Pierre Poilievre's campaign right now. The Mossad is. So yeah, let's get back to the debate though, because
invested $30 billion in.
it's a little bit of a tangent that I went on there.
It cost $40 billion. It took 9 years to build it. That means that with only just these.
I'm glad the 3 people watching right now saw that, saw me talk about that, because I think that's important to know. Who's actually funding whose campaigns.
Great energy worksite. It's Quebec's green worksite. So let's invest there. With regards to the $3.7 billion, the government would preemptively reimburse the tax carbon. Now the carbon tax. Now they've cancelled the carbon tax before the elections, but they're still sending reimbursements for expenditures that people won't have to do because the carbon tax no longer exists.
Okay.
Quebec is responsible and still has a cap and trade system like California. We're being penalized. We're taking $800 million out of Quebecers' pockets. That's $100 per person, including newborn babies, $800 from everyone's pockets.
Okay, I gotta say the newborn babies line, newborn babies don't cut pockets, it's their parents, but...
Is there not an injustice there?
But no, yeah, Quebec's policies have actually made it so that...
in carbon markets, and that's clear. First point. And
that
second point,
canceling the carbon tax is
outside of Quebec,
actually actively harming Quebec.
Have paid the carbon tax, and as such, they receive the carbon rebate, and all Canadians, including Quebecers, will receive the middle-class tax cut. Because we have what we've done, there's a principle here. There's an important principle.
I don't know if I can find direct payments. I couldn't find direct payment things based. Yeah, absolutely based.
The rebate.
I couldn't find direct payment links that linked AWZ to it, to Pierre Poilievre's campaign, but I'm sure, as everyone knows, Stephen Harper has endorsed, who is, the president of the advisory committee, partner and president. He's the 3rd guy on the list of this company, this Israeli and U.S. military industrial complex and investing company. He has endorsed Pierre Poilievre's campaign, and I wonder why. I wonder what AWZ will do with Pierre Poilievre if he gets elected. Glance at the company's website has assembled an impressive list of leaders from counterintelligence and business worlds. Served in the Israeli Security Agency. Founder of Ryokan Real Estate Trusts. Okay, so real estate developers. It's a company of real estate developers, Mossad agents, CIA agents, ISA agents. This company is full of war dogs. Literal dogs are funding Pierre Poilievre's campaign. Literal war dogs are funding his campaign, and nobody's talking about this. AWZ is evil. This is the face of evil right here. These faces right here. CSIS directors, CIA directors, Mossad directors, FBI directors, MI5 directors. That's who's funding Pierre Poilievre's campaign. So if you want to talk about the deep state, if you're a deep state loser on the right, who's like a libertarian deep state enjoyer, you should be looking at Pierre Poilievre, not at the left. The left isn't funded by the literal former MI5 director, former CSIS director, former CIA director, former Mossad director, and former FBI director. The left isn't funded by that. The right is. Pierre Poilievre is funded by these dogs. So, yeah, just a reminder that is who the conservatives are.
But, Quebec
there's a principle.
Gas prices are higher.
There's a principle here. We are making people whole, people who paid the carbon tax. And we're doing that in a fair way.
Europe, Quebec, and California has a system that incentivizes
Liberals and conservatives.
companies
I
to
don't know why that
reduce their
comment
greenhouse
didn't
gas
appear, John Doe.
emissions. It's about 9 cents per litre, and
Mr.
it's much
Singh.
cheaper than the potential effects and the future effects of climate
Just to
change.
get back to the debate topic, we are talking about the climate crisis here. That is not something that
Somebody
is a long
threw a
way
vote
off.
on
This
for
is
Mark
something going
Carney.
on
Nice.
right now. We are already in the midst
John
of the
Doe
climate
said
crisis. We have seen it
liberals
here in Quebec.
and conservatives are
Extreme
knee deep
temperatures,
in
forest
all.
fires,
I can't
flooding.
see it on the actual chat. I don't know why it's not
I
appearing in the
agree
actual
with
chat,
Mr.
but it's
Blanchet
appearing
that
on the stream.
It
Who do you
is
think is winning
too
so
high a
far?
cost to bear, so
This
we
is
need
the
to
French
do
debate,
I
so
spoke
I'm
with,
not fully paying attention. I'm more concerned about the English debate later. Yeah, I don't know why some of your
I'm
chats
worried
aren't
about my
appearing,
children
John
when they
Doe.
play outside.
The
I'm
liberals
worried
and
about the
conservatives are
BC
knee deep
forest
in all.
fires.
Yeah, I don't know why
Our
they're.
children cannot
That's not
breathe
appearing
the
here.
air outside, and now that I am a father,
I think it might have just got
feel the
auto
same
modded and I can't do anything about
anxiety.
it. But
With
yeah,
forest
no,
fires, people cannot breathe the air.
I think in this debate specifically, Yvet is winning, specifically because it's the French debate.
You're clear.
If
You're
Yvet
saying
lost the French
that we need
debate, that'd be
pipelines?
insane. Because
If,
his
in spite of all of
policy
your
is,
efforts-
it's between
efforts with,
Yvet and Mark Carney, let's
the
be real.
Indigenous
The
nations,
French
they
debate
say
is all
no,
about
would you
Quebec.
impose it in spite of all of your efforts? If Quebec says no, would you impose it?
Well, first of all, you
What do you
shouldn't
say?
assume that because
Yeah, no, Yvet is winning by far in this debate
If,
specifically.
in spite of all of your efforts with the Indigenous
Pierre's just
nations,
doing
they say
talking
no, would
points
you
again.
impose it in
Carney
spite
is
of
saying
all of
the
your
same
efforts?
things
If
he's
Quebec
always been
says no,
saying.
would you impose it?
well, first of all, you shouldn't assume that because most Quebecers want a pipeline.
No, that's not okay. That's not true. No, 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 no. Most Quebecers want a pipeline. I'm Googling that right fucking now because this is the thing about Google is it has a lot of facts on it. Quebec support for pipelines. Poll. I'm sure 338 Canada has this. 59% of Quebecers would now say yes. Ugh, 59% from February. Damn it. But still, 59%. That's it? Like, that's it? Really? It's not. I think that's just because, Canada Action said that. Oh, Canada Action said that. Okay, Canada Action, if you look right here, you can tell what Canada Action's priorities are right here. So I would not. A lot of people say don't trust the polls. This is one of those polls I might not trust. From Canada Action, who sells I Love Oil and Gas merchandise. Yeah, I trust their poll on if Quebecers want support of this. Does 338 Canada have it? 338, or wait, hold up, what is it? Twitter. I don't want to log into Twitter, but Twitter Canada polling. Can I just view it as a non-logged in member? Okay, I can view this not logged in. July 7th, wait, what? Polling Canada. This is the guy. Why is it only showing from July? Okay, there we go. February 3rd. Oh, is that pinned or something? So that's pinned. Okay. Wait. What the fuck? Why is it? Oh my god, I gotta log in. Okay, I'll do that off camera. But, okay. Polling Canada has all the best polls. Polling Canada and 338 are usually the best for all this kind of stuff. But, yeah. Who do you guys think is winning the debate so far? Let me know. This is the French leaders debate specifically. So I'm not paying super close attention to it, but I am listening to little things like Pierre Polyev claiming that French people, Mr. in chat, Mr. Quebec in chat, deaf true sunroofs.
I'll say what it means.
From your knowledge, living in Gatineau, sorry, excuse the siren. I live next to a fire station.
It's got to go through the U.S.
from your experience living in Quebec, do Quebecers support building pipelines through Quebec?
I'm in favor of economic sovereignty and energy sovereignty.
I don't think that the majority do, but I'm sure that there are some Quebec hogs who do love that. And when I say hogs, I mean like Quebec right-wingers. I don't know why I love the word hogs for right-wingers.
An amazing argument. How much will your pipeline cost? Trans Mountain cost $40 billion, but now you want a 4,600-kilometer pipeline without investors, with Europe that doesn't even want it in the first place.
Just to clarify, I would never subsidize pipelines. That's unnecessary.
Nah, unless they're conservatives. Yeah, exactly. Like, generic Quebecois
expensive now
do not fuck with a pipeline.
There are rules and legislation that
I gotta be real. I feel like a lot of Canadians forget that Quebecois, they're French. Have you ever looked at any French political policies? Have you ever looked at, like, I don't think anyone in Western Canada knows what goes on in France. France has like 80% of their country run on nuclear power. Quebecois don't want oil. Like,
are you saying across the board?
yeah, no, he does. Wooden doll wanting to be a goddamn Pinocchio-looking ass over here.
He doesn't get to impose his will.
It looks like his plastic surgeon tried his best.
If there are Indigenous nations or provinces that are against it, what do you do?
He actually is wearing makeup. Like, he's wearing foundation, I think. Like, I think he's wearing foundation. Not looking good for the not being Trump, whatchamacallit, take that he's trying to do. 'Cause he very much is Donald Trump.
A pipeline in the
He's
West,
Donald Trump,
which would have enabled us to sell our oil.
I think it's so
Asia,
funny that the second Donald Trump attacked Canada,
of First Nations were in favor,
all support for Pierre
and in a case like that,
kind of fell off
rules.
Because, like,
I think we need to
right-wingers in Canada are inherently pro-America.
No,
No, Pierre did look way better with the glasses. I would have voted. Like, listen, Pierre with the glasses.
Would you be ready to impose?
He was just like a little conservative nerd. Like he's acceptable, you know. Okay, I think I can.
Never impose. No, but a couple of points.
Poland,
First of all,
Canada. Okay, I got it
our
now.
relationship with the United
Let's
States.
pause this for a second. Okay, let's see what's going on Poland, Canada right now. I logged into my account. But yeah, let's see what's going on. No, Pierre with the glasses. I think Pierre with the glasses might be winning right now. Pierre right now, he's not looking good. Seat projections by 338 are everything is liberal majority at the moment. I want to see if I can look up a map because I want to see what's going on in Quebec because we are, oh my God, Quebec 4%. Like, I don't know Quebec politics very well yet. That's literally one of the reasons why I'm going to school, is so I can learn the history of, like, politics in Quebec and, like, how they joined Confederation and, like, what those politics have been up until this point. But 4% for the Bloc Québécois. Like, Quebec is running. Like, this 12% plus on the Liberals is entirely from the NDP and the Bloc Québécois running to the Liberals. Maybe Quebec isn't so bad after all. No, Quebec is good. Quebec is goated. I love Quebec. I've never been there, but I want, like, Montreal is the city I would move to. Okay, these are two opposite sides of the spectrum, but the two cities I would move to in Canada, I live in Winnipeg right now, Montreal or Calgary. I don't know why those are the two cities that I'm most likely to move to. Oil Town, Alberta, or French gay Montreal. And yes, I'm saying gay. The clubs in Montreal, from what I have heard, are peak. And you only have a city with good clubs if you've got a good gay community. That's all I'm saying. I don't know. But that's what I've heard. That's what the voices have told me. The people have spoken that. But yeah, no, the NDP fall off is entirely because Jagmeet is just not... He doesn't have the riz that Jack Layton had. Rest in peace, Jack Layton. But Jagmeet does not have Jack Layton's riz. Jack Layton does not have... Jagmeet Singh does not have Jack Layton's Riz. That is why the NDP is falling off. Ever since he passed, the NDP has been falling off. And they need another old white guy with Riz. Socialism is only appealing to the masses if it's an old white guy with Riz, like Bernie Sanders. Old white guy with Riz is the only way you're converting the masses, I fear. So that's why when I'm 80 years old, I'm going to be running it. That's why when I'm 80 years old, I'm going to be running the NDP. But Bloc Québécois fall off is kind of insane. Kind of insane. I fear it's the same reason as just they don't want the Conservatives to win and they don't want to split the vote. Yeah, regional seat breakdown. There's no way Carney is getting that many seats in Quebec after last night. Like I don't know how his debate, like this is pre-debate. So these polls are before the debate, so I don't know how accurate they are. Sask, Manitoba. Hear me out. They do this for Atlantic Canada and Sask, Manitoba. We need more representation in the polls because Saskatchewan and Manitoba are two very different provinces. I live in Winnipeg. Inside of Winnipeg is basically Stalin's regime when it comes to politics. If you live inside, I don't think even the right-wingers, like the conservative voters in Winnipeg who live here, even the conservatives in Winnipeg who are going to vote for Pierre are still like, nah, we should have free healthcare. And we should, we should do like safe consumption sites. Like conservative voters also voted for Wab Canoe in Winnipeg, where the second you get past the perimeter highway and you're outside the city, if you catch yourself in... Even Brandon's getting pretty liberal. But if you catch yourself in southern Manitoba, in like Morris, or in like Whistler, is it? I need to look at a map again. But those two like twin towns in southern Manitoba, whose names I'm blanking on, but I've been to both of them. Whitaker? No, not Whitaker. That's another one though. It is Winkler and Morden. If you find yourself in Winkler or Morden, Manitoba, that is where the Hitler Youth lived. I'm not kidding. Like, the PPC almost won a seat in the last election there. So, Manitoba politics are insane. I don't want to be grouped in with Saskatchewan anymore, because Saskatchewan has drunk driving Scott Moe as their leader. Listen, Saskatchewan, we have a lot more alcoholism in Manitoba, but Saskatchewan has a lot more drunk drivers because the drunk driver got elected to office. And Atlantic Canada, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 4 provinces bundled up into one poll, as if like New Brunswick doesn't speak basically. New Brunswick is like the only officially bilingual province. Like they speak they speak French in New Brunswick a lot. Like PEI, all PEI has is potatoes. Nova Scotia just has a bunch of the East Coast politics. I need to go on an East Coast adventure. Once I graduate college, I'm literally going to go live on the East Coast for 6 months and stream from there just so I can learn East Coast politics. I need a newfie. I need to go drinking with a newfie. I need that. Okay, back to the debate. We have, it's 6 p.m. 6 p.m. Central Standard Time, which means English debate. Here we go. I'm late. Fuck.
Okay, and this is the final time to make a case, really.
This is the last big inflection moment, potentially at least.
We are live at 30 seconds for the English debate. The English leaders debate is live now in 30 seconds. Hold on, I'm just making a little Instagram story thing to try and get people to join in the chat.
This is day 26 of the federal election campaign. The English language leaders debate starts in 20 seconds.
All right, in 20 seconds, the English leader debate is happening. We just spent the last 2 hours covering the French debate. And if you want to figure out who you're voting for in this election, tune into the live because I'm going to be giving my opinion.
We're 5 seconds away.
I am
from
biased,
Leaders Debate.
but I'll be giving my opinion.
Live from the atrium of Maison Radio Canada in Montreal, 4 federal leaders will debate for your vote. The leaders are here and ready to go. Mark Carney, Pierre Poilievre, Yves-François Blanchet, and Jagmeet Singh. They will debate the major challenges facing our country, from tariffs to the cost of living, public safety, energy, and leading in a crisis. Good evening, everybody. I'm Steve Paikin, your moderator for tonight's debate. Each leader has agreed to the following: no notes, answer the questions, stay on theme, stay on time. How much each leader speaks will be counted on these clocks, visible to the leaders and to you at home.
Who is ready for this debate? Who do you think is going to win, guys?
Federal Leaders
Well, I've
Debate.
got the who is winning right now in chat, but
Well, welcome, leaders. Good to be with you here tonight in Montreal for what I'm sure will be a memorable evening. Our first theme is tariffs and threats to Canada, and we will begin with a round of questions. You will each have a minute to answer, and then we'll go to open debate, and the first question goes to Mr. Carney. Okay, what is the starting point for negotiations, Mr. Carney, with the United States if, as you have stated, our relationship with the U.S. is over as we know it?
Well, first, Steve, may I thank you and also thank fellow leaders for their service to Canada, people at home for taking the time to watch.
And I do believe it's true.
I just want to underscore the premise to your question because I think the relationship that we've had with the United States, relationship over the course of almost the last 4 decades, which has been one of steady and increasing integration, has fundamentally changed because the president is looking to fundamentally restructure the trading system. So the starting point has to be one of strength. It has to show that we have control of our own economic destiny, has to have a clear plan here at home to build this economy, to diversify our trading partners with like-minded countries, and also has to have a position of strength in terms of our reaction to the U.S. unjustified tariffs. And that's why we have put in place counter tariffs that have maximum impact in the United States and minimum
anyone who's just joining right now, welcome, welcome. We are live from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada, and we are pulling hard for Carney, but Jagmeet doing well wouldn't be the end of the world. Anyone but Pierre. Yeah, valid.
What would I do different? Well, I'll start by what I would do the same.
I fully
think we
just
do.
missed.
Relationship with the U.S.
And also has to have a position of strength in terms of our reaction.
I need to pay attention. I'm sorry, chat. I might not respond as much to chat.
And that's why we have put in place counter tariffs that have maximum impact in the United States and minimum impact here at home.
Mr. Poilievre, would you do anything differently?
Well, first of all, thank you, Steve, and thank you to our fellow contestants
So
here
Carney,
today. It's an honor to be
the
here.
generic response he's been saying the
What would
entire
I do
time,
different?
counter tariffs, fight
I'll
back.
start by what I would do the same. I think
He's
we
doing
do
his
need to
elbows up
counter
campaign with
American
Mike Myers again.
Tariffs with our own to deter this economic aggression. We must make clear that we will always be sovereign and independent. What would I be doing differently? Well, we need to be in a position of strength. The Liberal government has weakened our economy with anti-energy laws, red tape, and high taxes that have driven $500 billion out of our country into the United States and made us
not just the United States,
incapable of shipping our resources overseas. That weakness threatens our ability to stand up for ourselves. So what I do, I would cut taxes, red tape, and approve our resource projects so that we can get our goods to market and bring home the jobs so we stand up to President Trump from a position of strength.
Mr. Singh, you get the next question. Can we trust the United States to work with us on matters such as Arctic sovereignty and defense policy?
I think we've seen, first of all, good evening, everyone, and thank you for tuning in, and thanks for the question, Steve. We've seen what, for a lot of people, feels like a betrayal when we look at the United States. I grew up in a border town, I grew up in Windsor, and we saw how connected we were as a city and as a community. People lived on one side of the border, worked on the other, people traveled back and forth all the time. We're in the automotive capital of Canada, and we knew how important it was to be able to build cars in Canada, but we saw that those cars went back and forth across the border. Seeing what Donald Trump did to attack Canada in this unprovoked way without any justification really felt like a betrayal. And so Canadians now are right to say, well, we don't really trust Donald Trump at this point, and we can't really have a lot of faith in him. So when it comes to our Arctic sovereignty and our security, we need to make decisions that are in our best interest and no longer be so dependent and so reliant on the U.S. And that's what I would advocate for, making sure we are resilient, independent, and less.
If there's ever a break for commercial,
Monsieur Blanchet, for you,
I
what
need to talk about the
supports
Green Party
would you want to
and how
see for
dirty they were
industries
treated.
affected by tariffs, many, of course, of which
Bro
are in
wants
Quebec?
to stand up to
Many
Trump
of
then
them.
quickly kneel for
First,
him. No, for real.
Be all welcome in
I
Quebec
do not
and Montreal.
believe
You asked me
Pierre
because
is
I
standing
try
up
not
to
to
Trump
speak
at all.
English in
Pierre
Montreal.
is
However, I
Pierre
think
is
we
doing
should
what
never
Daniel
underestimate
Smith
the
did,
threat
and he's flying to
that
Mar-a-Lago
Mr. Trump
immediately.
poses on Quebec economy and Canada economy and Mexico economy. But we must acknowledge the fact that the economy of Quebec is built differently. The challenges are not the same. The necessity for Quebec to have at
And
least
yet
partly
again,
its
he's going to
own
spend the
voice
whole
in the
English. He's less
negotiation
important
is
in this debate.
The difference between
Yves in
Quebec
the
and
French
Canada
debate
is
cooked,
very important in
but in
terms
this
of
debate,
economy, but
he's less
also in
important
terms
because
of
all he's going to be
identity
talking
and language
about,
and values
all
and
he's
who we
talking
are and the way
about
we want
is
to handle immigration. So we have the right to
like
be
when
different.
Yves is
And if
talking, I
this
might
difference
actually
is
mute
being
it
respected
just
by
because
whoever
unless
becomes
he's
Prime
like
Minister of
talking to other
Canada, we
people
will
and
be
asking them questions, Yves' statements are just about Quebec.
Negotiation and
He
protect
cooked in the French
ourselves
debate,
and
so
our
we'll give him
economies
that,
as
but
partners.
I can't
Merci,
be
Monsieur Blanchet. Okay,
just
we now
talking
move
about
into
Quebec in
open
this.
debate, and
in
I'll
this.
start it off, Mr. Carney, with you, and then we go from there. Do you still support dollar-for-dollar tariffs, even if they ultimately threaten Canadian
From the first
jobs and
opening
businesses?
statements on that question,
No, and in
I
fact,
think
we've
Carney
already moved
won
off from dollar
that
for
question,
dollar
in my
tariffs.
opinion.
We have
He
to
did say
recognize, and
too
I
many
think we all
times.
do, the United States economy is more than 10
I
times
wish
the size
I
of the
knew how to
Canadian
stream
economy.
better.
And
I
the
would get
principle,
I would get a
in
Mark
terms
Carney
of our counter tariffs
counter
is to have
going.
maximum impact in the United States, as I said a moment ago, minimum impact here. So we have to think about the impact on Canadian businesses. I'll give you one example, if I may. In the auto sector, the way we've designed those auto tariffs is that
Just making sure my
Canadian
camera's not
automakers,
overheating.
if they maintain production here, if they maintain their investments here, when I say Canadian automakers, I mean automakers that have jobs and plants and production in Canada, then they can have lower tariffs on what they ship to the United States. We create a huge incentive for them in order to do that. We also have carved out the Canadian auto parts sector. Last point, I know you're pressed for time, the Canadian auto parts sector, so that it can remain competitive with the United States. We're focused on maximizing
I've heard like
Canadian
5
jobs,
us now.
maximizing the harm in the U.S. So that we get them where we need them.
Mr. Poilievre, you want in, then Mr. Singh.
Well, Mr. Carney, you claim that you want our country to respond with strength, but after the last decade, half of which time you've been Justin Trudeau's economic advisor, our economy is weaker than ever before. It's been the worst growth in the G7. We've lost $500 billion of investment south of the border.
I love when
you supported blocking
Pierre
pipelines
talks about the
in
G7 like he
Canada
actually
that
cares
gave
about
Donald
international
Trump and the
diplomacy.
US a near monopoly
Pierre's
over
like the
our
least
energy.
globalist person ever.
And
Whenever
now
he
you wanna
brings up the
keep in
G7,
place
it's such a dog
Bill
whistle.
C-69, the liberal no new development law that blocks us from shipping our resources
That's
overseas.
not what Bill C-69
How could you
is.
possibly think it's a good idea to give the Americans a continued monopoly on our energy projects when you have seen how much these liberal policies have weakened our country over the last decade?
Let Mr. Carney respond, and then Mr. Singh.
Sure. If I may, yes. So let's go to my record. My record is a month long as Prime Minister. And this goes to the heart of coming to the Americans with strength, but doing the right thing for Canada. Within the first week as Prime Minister, I sat down with all
He's going to
the
be running on
premiers
that
of
first week.
provinces
He
and
did do a
territories,
lot in that
as well
week.
as the leaders of the Indigenous peoples. Got an agreement with all the provinces and territories, doesn't happen very often, got an agreement for them to have one Canadian economy instead of 13, first point. Secondly, to commit the federal government to do its part by Canada.
He's saying the
Day,
same
free
intro
trade
that he
in
did for
Canada
the
by
French
Canada
debate.
Day.
So,
Thirdly,
which
the federal
I
government to
think he's
commit
doing good.
with respect to projects.
He's up right now. Out of the 4 of them right now, I think Carney's in the
Thirdly,
lead.
one project, one review, and relying on provincial. Yes, it is possible under. It is possible on our system. It is the impact assessment. It is agreed on under the impact assessment framework, and we have a cooperation agreement with British Columbia already. We're looking forward to them with the other provinces. We will move forward.
Mr. Singh's turn, please.
Of course, we agree around having a strategic response to the United States. But what I'm concerned about is what we're doing here in Canada. We are already seeing threats to our country in that just the threats alone of the tariffs have meant Canadians have lost their jobs. The threats of the tariffs that are in place right now, the impact of those tariffs is that we've lost jobs in steel, aluminum, and the auto sector. People are already losing their jobs. And while,
Which is
Mr. Carney,
true,
you had
mostly in
time,
Ontario.
as you mentioned, not very long time, but as Prime Minister, you showed us your priorities. The first thing you did is you had traveled, you made a tax cut for millionaires, which was reversing on the capital gains. So you gave a tax cut to millionaires, but you didn't have time to increase the amount that workers get on EI. Right now, workers who are struggling and wondering, what am I going to do if I lose my job? Workers who've lost their job are saying, how do I pay my bills when EI only covers half of a worker's salary? Maybe 40 years ago that would have worked, but right now most workers are spending their entire salary just to pay the bills, to pay their mortgage and their rent, and to put food on the table. So EI is not good enough, and it shows Canadians that you didn't make it a priority.
But yeah,
to protect
employment
those
insurance
that are
shouldn't be the
impacted by
long-term
these tariffs
solution
that
to
are threatened
everything.
because their jobs are lost.
We have not heard from Monsieur Blanchet yet in this segment, so please.
Yeah, Mr. Carney, you are becoming a real Canadian leader, saying one thing in French and another one in English. You said in British Columbia in February that you would force oil and gas through pipelines through Quebec, either we wanted it or not. You would use emergency powers in order to do so. And 2 days later in Montreal, you said that you would never do that without the approval of Quebec. What's the point of using emergency powers if you do have the agreement of Quebec? However, I do agree with you. It's important to be very strong in front of Mr. Trump.
Guys, who do you think is winning right now in the chat? I personally think that Carney's ahead at the moment.
Don't be weak in front of Mr. Trump. And those counter-tariffs
texting my friend Dylan. I see he's playing Marvel Rivals right now.
You
My pro-oil
put out
pipeline,
already $2 billion
I'm
of dollars
developing my
for
take on that,
Ontario
actually,
auto
because
industry, car industry,
when it
and
comes to the oil
government
and gas
Quebec has already
industry,
paid to
I
United
think
States
long-term
$2
it is
billion,
better for
and you have
Canada
not
to
raised
keep our oil and
one
gas
finger
industry
in order to
while
help.
investing
Let's get
into
from Mr.
other
Poilievre
energy
and then a
sectors,
response from Mr. Carney.
such as
Well,
nuclear.
Mr. Carney
I'm a big
refused to
nuclear
answer the
guy.
question about pipelines.
But
just the other day,
I think
said
those
he doesn't
jobs in oil and
necessarily think we
gas
need
that
to build
everyone
pipelines.
complains about
Let me tell you
could
what that
easily be
means.
replaced by jobs
Right
in
now, the
nuclear
Americans get
and jobs
97%
in
of our
clean
oil,
energy.
100%
I think we
of
should
our
invest
natural
into
gas exports at big
other
discounts.
sectors, but
We
I
have to
also
send
recognize
Canadian
that
oil from
we're
Western
going to need
Canada
oil and
through the
gas forever.
States
I'm
just
not
to
like
get
those
back
British
to Quebec
just stop
because we
oil
don't
now
have a pipeline.
protesters.
And
We're
now
going to
there's
need
this
oil and
law,
gas forever.
liberal
So
law
oil pipeline,
C-69 would affect, which
I don't
effectively
know
bans
my take on the
pipelines,
pipelines yet.
14 biggest energy
But what I can
resource
say
companies
is that
it
I
has to go
don't think
if
we
we're
should
ever going
be
to build another
looking at
project.
oil and gas as our
And I
only
asked Mr.
option
Carney
to fixing everything
why
in
he would
Canada.
keep in place this anti-pipeline law
See,
that
if it
effectively
the only
empowers
reason I could see
Donald
for oil
Trump to have
pipelines
a
is to be able to
total
open
monopoly
the
on our
market to sell
single
to other
biggest
countries better.
export. Why would you not repeal this liberal law? Isn't it because you are exactly the same in the same line as Justin Trudeau and the rest of the Liberal team that is now making
Okay, he's
going to
keep bringing up Trudeau, which is I don't think is good
let me
for
pick
him.
up a couple of points that
The
have been made.
average,
the first thing
like-
I did as Prime Minister was to
I don't know if people know this that much,
that's
but
the
the
first thing.
average
Second thing is
person
made a
over the
commitment-
age of
made a
40
commitment that
is a
all
liberal.
proceeds- all
The average
proceeds from
person
our
over the age of
tariffs
40
will
is
go
a
to
liberal.
workers and
And
those
still
companies
like
most
Justin
affected.
Trudeau when he
There were several
resigned.
points
Means
raised, and
nothing
if-
so
if
far.
I may-
So-
if- Mr. Steve, if I may address
Pierre's
this, I'll
main
do it
support
quickly
is
because
Gen
several
Z,
points
who
raised.
got like
All
who got
proceeds go
rocked
to
during
workers
COVID.
and the firms most effective, and those proceeds are considerable. Third thing, I'm interested in solutions. I'm interested in getting energy infrastructure built. That means pipelines. That means carbon capture storage. That means electricity grids.
Okay, carbon
And here's
capture
how you
storage
do
is
it.
not a
And
very
we've already moved
effective
in the first-
way
in the
of
first month.
counteracting climate change. It's
Cooperation
very much a
agreements with the
band-aid
provinces. Guess
solution.
what? We are
The
a
solution is
federation. You need
to
to
reduce
cooperate with Quebec.
emissions,
You need to
not to
cooperate
try
with
and
the provinces.
capture
You need to
carbon.
get First
You know what captures
Nations and
carbon way
Indigenous
better
people
than
buy-in.
a
You can do that
billion-dollar
through
device that
the
sits
one
in the middle of
project,
a
one
field?
review,
You know what
window that
captures
we put
carbon
in
way
place
better than
at
that? Trees,
first ministers' meeting,
grass,
as well
plants.
as, if necessary, using emergency powers to fulfill
Like,
the federal responsibility.
carbon
but not the
capture
union.
devices are very much
What you're saying, Mr. Carney, with
very,
respect,
very
is
much not
a
effective.
total contradiction. The No New Development Law, C-69, guarantees
That's not
there will
an-
not
oh
be
my God.
one-stop shop because it requires the Government of Canada to actually duplicate
So what Mr. Poilievre is saying is that have no rules, have no regulation,
have one
have no
stop
controls
shop.
Mr. Singh,
over any energy
Mr. Singh,
development.
we just got to let him finish his sentence.
Pollute.
Let's just let him finish his sentence.
That is not true. In fact,
Where does
Mr.
it
Singh,
say
the
no
reality
new
is
development
we should
law?
have strong rules enforced once. We shouldn't have multiple
the first
levels
time
of
I heard you care about the
referral
environment.
that take.
Like, I've read
it
this
takes
law
now
before. It's not a
17
no
years
development
to
law.
get a
position?
major project approved in this country. That is why
Yeah,
in the last 10 years
It's a
we
red
had
tape
the
law,
worst
absolutely, but it's
economic
not a
growth
no new
in
development law. You're running
the
on
entire
his
union.
3-word
We
slogan,
cannot
no new
afford
development.
liberal
Axe the
term. We
tax.
need a change.
Bring
And the
it home.
conservative
That's
plan for
all he
change
says
will
is
include
3-word
repealing the
slogans. It's
anti-pipeline
like he
law so we can
has
get our
like a
energy
Gen
to
Z
markets
like
other
girl.
than the United
It's like he
States.
has like some
While
like
these two
Gen Z
compete
girl
about
who
who's
just
more
finished her
pro-pipeline, I think
communications
what we need to
degree,
do is, I mean, it's
and
clear.
like
The Liberals
because they
bought
do
a
tell you
pipeline,
that
they built
is
a
like
pipeline. I don't know
short
what Pierre's
slogans
complaining
work. Like
about.
they remember
That's what
that.
they did.
Everyone
I think what
remembers
we need to
axe
do
the
is we're talking
tax.
about
Everyone
energy in our
remembers
country.
bring
We need
it
to
home.
build an east-west grid.
No new
Let's
development
use
law.
our power as a
Like
nation to
all
build
this
a
guy
national
does is
project that
listen
creates
to
good
his
jobs,
like
that
marketing
strengthens us
girlies who
for the
told him
future,
that
where we
3-word
connect
slogans
the
is what he
low-cost
needs to win the
energy
election.
from jurisdictions and
Because it's
provinces
all he's
across
doing
this
is
beautiful
3-word
land, and have
slogans.
low-cost energy for businesses, for people, so we can build a stronger economy. That's the energy of the future that we need.
Mr. Carney.
3 quick points. First, the pipeline built, yes, TMX built. That's why oil exports up 50% over the course of the last few years. Secondly,
I don't think that's a bragging point,
Mr. Singh is absolutely right about the East-West grid. Grid interconnections, which is part of the energy corridor, huge opportunities for this country. We have to be able to do more than one thing. Third point, fundamental point. We can give ourselves far more than Donald Trump can ever take away. If we have one Canadian economy, not 13, and if we just look at that agreement we got with the provinces, look at what Ontario and Nova Scotia have just announced in terms of their steps towards this, this is within our grasp.
Monsieur Blanchet, what should we be prepared to concede in our negotiations with the United States?
I want to be back to something that Mr. Carney said. You can't do something and the opposite, and you can't fill people's mind with nonsense. Quebec has, by law, its own environmental review institution, and you cannot, through
Which
a
is
federal decision,
valid.
even through a Quebec
You
government
cannot
decision,
take away Quebec's sovereignty when it
go
comes to
over
these pipelines that Carney
as we
wants to
call
build.
it. If the BAP says no,
Carney and Pierre both want pipelines.
No,
I just
I
want to
know.
remind you that. They
I
both
know.
want to
I
build
know, but this is
pipelines.
the-
So if your
this is the
concern is
point. This
pipeline,
if I may,
you
is the
shouldn't
point. The
just be
federal
voting
government
for
can
Pierre. You
do
could
the
look at
following,
Carney as an
which is to
option
take
too.
the decision to abide by the decision of the Quebec BAP. That is within the federal government's power. That is known as cooperative federalism. That's what we need to
And
do.
do you
in a-
understand
this
one
is
other
what-
point
This is
fast?
what we need. This is what we need to do in a crisis.
Bref Moïse, and then Mr. Poilievre.
Yeah. The building of those pipelines will take at least 10 to 14 years.
Very
Mr.
true.
Trump will be 90 years old, not president no more,
might-
and
he
somebody,
might try.
of course, less terrible will be there before you can even dream of having oil through this pipeline of yours.
We're less than a minute to go. Mr. Poilievre, I promised you next.
Listen, after the last 10 years of liberals blocking pipelines and killing jobs,
Sounds wild when you
we
say that.
actually
Sounds
we
like-
actually need to get things
that makes
done.
sense.
We need a change, and our conservative plan for change will repeal the No New Pipelines law. It
That's
will
not the
create a
actual
true
name of the law.
one-stop shop. Set up.
There is no law called No New
shovel-ready zones
Pipelines
with
law.
pre-permitting so that we can approve LNG liquefaction export plants, mines, pipelines, nuclear plants, and also
No. He is not
hydroelectric
approving
dams
nuclear
so that we
because
can
nuclear
generate the power
affects
we
Daniel
need
Smith's
to be
profit
strong,
margins for
self-reliant,
corporate
and
donors.
stand on our own two
There is
feet.
no way in
Last
hell
quick
that
word,
Daniel
Mr. Carney.
Smith
Okay,
is
quick
letting
word.
Pierre
Bringing it back to
Poilievre
what we were talking
approve
about, which is
nuclear
tariffs,
energy.
threats to
No
Canada,
way.
How to negotiate. We need these options. We need these options to build domestically, to build one Canadian economy. We need to act. We need to diversify our trade partners.
And that is
will
our
give us
time in this
strength to
segment.
the U.S.
That is
Also,
our
if you're
time.
new here,
You know my
welcome
job
right now.
tonight. I gotta
Welcome
be
to
the heavy
the
guy here every now and
debate.
then, making sure
Feel free to
everybody
post
comes to
anything
time.
in chat.
And I'm
Debate in
keeping an
chat
eye
about
as
what's
well
going
and
on. I
making
put up
sure
a
that
poll
everybody
to
gets
see
rough
who's
justice
winning, who
over
you guys
here.
think is winning
That
right now.
concludes our
We are
first
just here to
session and our
talk.
first
I'm
debate.
giving my
Up
opinion,
next,
of course, and you're welcome to
affordability
listen
and
to
the
it.
cost of
But
living.
We are also just talking and seeing what's going
Our
on.
goal is to double the
Feel
pace
free to
of
talk and
housing
debate and chat
construction.
amongst
To
yourself.
lower
Just
your bills,
no
build homes
crazy,
you can
crazy
actually
statements.
afford.
When I say crazy, crazy statements, somebody earlier tonight was saying slurs and I banned it. So don't do that. As long as you're not spreading hate speech, this is a safe place to talk.
Okay, leaders, same idea, one-on-one questions followed by open debate format. And Mr. Polyev, you get the first question this time. Many provinces, including some provinces with conservative governments, have ambitious housing targets, none of which have been met. Why do you think your housing plan will be any different?
Let me start by talking to the young people of the nation and those who are
He's going to hit the
aspiring
biological
to leadership.
clock for woman
It was
line
only
again.
10 years ago, you could buy an average house for $450,000. But in the last lost Liberal decade, housing costs have doubled, rising faster than any country.
This is how I know he's out
in
of
the
touch. This is how I know he's out of touch, because 10 years ago, at least in Winnipeg, all right, at least in Winnipeg, the average house right now in Winnipeg is $450,000. If you're looking to like maybe not like a new built home in Bridgewater Forest or in Sage Creek and these brand new developments, maybe not there, but in my neighborhood, just south of me in South Osborne Village, the average house is $450,000. In River Heights, the average house is $450,000 until you get to Wellington Crescent. Then you get into the millions, but he's out of touch. If he thinks that the average home price 10 years ago was $450,000, what houses is he buying? How much money does he have? He's out of touch with the average consumer. He doesn't actually know what the average house price was 10 years ago. My parents bought their house more like 20 years ago for $200,000. So it's like he's out of touch. He doesn't actually know how much things cost.
Or to buy groceries. Every time I go to the grocery store, it's just ongoing worry and this feeling of anxiety that can I actually afford the things that my family needs? On top of that, people are worried about the cost of homes. I think those are the two biggest things I hear. So we can do things about this. Other countries have taken concrete steps. We can put in a price cap on food essentials. France has done it. Greece has done it to great success. It's brought down the cost of food significantly in both those jurisdictions. We can also ban corporate landlords from buying up the affordable homes to keep homes that are affordable.
10 years ago, 450,000.
Canadians, but it requires having
10 years ago, 450,000.
The powerful corporations that are
Just move to
ripping you
Manitoba,
off, that are
motherfuckers.
price
You'll get a
gouging
cheap
you.
home
We know
here.
that price gouging is one of the major reasons why food prices are going up. You're never going to hear Pierre Poilievre or Mr. Carney talk about the fact that these are the corporations
Thank you,
ripping you
Mr.
off.
Singh.
I
That's
will.
time. Mr. Blanchet, I want to ask you about old age security, which will soon cost this country $100 billion annually. We
Also,
understand you would like to
Singh's
expand
take
it.
on ending
How would you
corporate
pay for that?
grocery,
We would want it to be just
price
for
gouging, that
everybody
is why your
because
groceries are
Liberals
expensive,
have
not
created
taxes, not the carbon tax.
discrimination against
It is
elders, which
corporate
are
grocers.
65 to 75 years old, having 10% less income from federal government than those who are over 75. But the best way to do it is to have everybody pay its fair share in terms of tax, which means that one should not be entitled to hide money in fiscal paradise in order not to pay him or his clients or friends, not to pay billions of dollars in taxes that could be used to help the situation of elders. Those are things which are supposed to be applied to everybody. There are a lot of questions to be answered about that. Other ways to do it is to reduce the pressure on housing price to make sure that the whole budget of elders and families and workers can afford houses which have increased dramatically in
Merci,
price.
Monsieur
in Quebec
Blanchet.
recently.
That's time for this one. Mr. Carney, I want to ask you about housing, which over the past decade has gone from a problem to a crisis while the Liberals were in power. Is your policy on getting homes built any different from your predecessors, and how?
By the way, I'm kind of
this is one
ignoring
of the
Blanchet
reasons
in this
why
one. I
I
gave him all the
entered
gas during
this
the
contest
because
of the housing crisis,
the French
the
debate.
cost of living crisis, the housing
He
crisis,
won the
and
French
the Trump
debate
crisis
by
to help fix it. And I would look, the housing approach is fundamentally different because we need a fundamentally different approach. We need to build housing at a rate that we haven't seen
party leaders
since the end
never
of
had
the
a
Second
government
World
job
War.
set
We
of touch.
do
No,
need a fundamentally
exactly.
different approach. And with
He
the
doesn't
fundamentally
know
different
how much a
approach,
house
we
costs.
can build an entirely new
He
industry.
does
So the
not
question
know
is
how much a house
Now,
actually costs.
Mr. Polyev and I agree
In
on some
Manitoba,
things.
the average
I
house
agree
price
as
is
well
less than
on reducing the
$450,000.
tax
So if
on
you're saying that
first-time
$450,000 is a lot of money, by the way. So saying you want to go back to $450,000 as the house price,
that in a way that uses
that's kind
Canadian
of like that's a
technology
lot
and
of money for
modular
the majority of
prefabricated
Canadians
housing. It uses
who make
Canadian
on
lumber,
average like $50,000 a
including in
year.
reinforced timber, and uses Canadian workers. And in
Like
all
he is out of
respects, we're
touch.
scaling
Pierre
up
Polyev is out of touch. He doesn't know what's
double
going
the
on
rate
in the
of
real
home building.
world.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. That's time. We now move to open forum here. And Mr. Singh, you get the first comment. Many of you have pledged to cut the GST on many aspects of buying a home. And Mr. Singh, I want to ask you, would you cut the GST on anything else in order to make life more affordable?
Absolutely. In fact, I'm the only one on this stage that fought to give people a GST holiday. Interestingly, while the GST holiday helps working class folks, middle class folks by taking off the GST off essentials, the Conservatives under Pierre Polyev voted against that.
The GST holiday,
giving people, actual folks that need help, a tax break, and would
didn't
rather
do-
give millionaires a tax break,
like,
which
it
shows
did
you
nothing.
whose
It did
side is on,
nothing.
which is not
It's like a
surprising. But what
like
is surprising
the
is that
sales
Mr. Carney
tax
also
GST
said
holiday
that giving people a
barely
break on their
affected
GST
people.
is a
I work
bad
as a
Mr. Carney, why do you
bartender
think
and a server,
giving
so like
a
I see
tax
the
break
price of
to
people's bills.
capital gains folks
People's
that
bills
earn
at
more than $1 million is a good
my
idea,
bar were maybe
but
like a
helping
buck
family
cheaper.
afford their groceries, helping people afford
$1
their bills for their internet,
$1
their cell phone,
cheaper
their home heating,
with that
giving them relief to
GST
take
check.
the GST
It was
off
literally
bills is
just
a bad
less
idea,
revenue for the
but
government
giving
that
a
could have
tax break
gone
to people
into
who
actual like
really
funding
only
of
earn
programs
over
that
more
could
than
fix
$1.4
the
million.
problem.
That's somehow a
The
good
GST
idea.
holiday
Okay,
was
that's
stupid.
your numbers.
And like I support the NDP in making life more affordable, but the GST holiday was not the way to do
housing
it.
costs doubled under the Liberal
Singh's
government.
GST holiday did
While
nothing.
Justin Trudeau made exactly the same promises that you are now repeating today. He promised that he would double home building. In fact, home building went down. He promised that he'd reduce the cost. In fact, it went up. And here we are. Mark Carney is asking for a fourth Liberal term, repeating the exact same Liberal promises that priced you out of a house.
Who said earlier they miss glasses, Pierre? Because I hate his smile is so creepy with his foundation on now.
Bureaucracies that block construction. We need a change.
Glasses,
so that you can
Pierre.
afford a home. And our change
I miss
will
him.
be, again, to axe the sales tax
He's
on new
young
homes,
Trump.
incentivize municipalities to speed up permits, free up land, and cut development costs. Train up 350,000 young people who can be in the trades to build those homes and sell off the land that is going to be needed in
Make sure
order
if you're in
to
the
build
chat,
homes.
you
that
vote
is
on
a
who you think is
real
winning
plan,
right now.
a real plan
The French
for you
debate
to
was on
own a
earlier,
home
so
and afford your
it's
life
tied
for a
at
change.
one vote
Carney,
each
they're
for
coming at you
Mark
from both
Carney and
sides. What do you-
Yvette.
Okay, I know it may be difficult.
Not many people are
Mr.
watching tonight.
Polyev,
That's okay.
you spent years running
We're
against
here to
Justin
curate
Trudeau
a
and the carbon
community,
tax,
and we're here
they're
to
both gone.
try
They're both
and
gone.
figure out how to
And
actually
we're
live
in a
stream.
new-
Because this is
and
the
we're
first
in
stream we're
a
ever doing.
no,
We're
very
going to be trying to
different-
stream as
look,
much as
I'm
possible.
a very different
So
person from Justin Trudeau.
subscribe if you're into that.
Focus is on results.
you his
and so
economic
how
advisor?
to drive results in the
And
housing
no,
market.
I don't want to
You've got
just
to change
specifically
the
be a
model of
politics
building.
streamer. We will be
You've got
doing
to
gaming.
increase
We'll be
the
doing,
financing for
like
housing
IRL
developers.
streams, just walking around the
$25
town,
billion
doing things in
on
real
the
life,
table for
having
those
like
housing
other
developers.
guests on as
$10
well.
billion
This is
for
just a test
deeply
stream.
affordable homes. Cutting development charges in half, lowering the cost of the building of those homes by 20%, and lowering the emissions and the run costs of those homes by another 20%. This is how you drive affordability. This is how you bring young people back into the housing
John
market.
Doe. Glad to see you back. I'll be glad to see you back in the future too.
Now, the point is
Though we
to
will
show
never
that
know
you
your
are
real
any
name,
better
Mr.
than
John
Mr.
Doe,
Trudeau.
and that's okay.
You claim to have a lot of experience in many things, and you know things. Last time we had somebody saying that they knew things, it was the senators, and they killed the law that protected supply management because they knew better than us and were elected by nobody, exactly like you are today. You say that you are a great crisis manager. Which one? I heard
the
of
Quebec
nothing.
candidate
As far as I know, Brexit
has a
happened.
certain
Even if you
power
were
when it comes
against
to these
it.
debates,
You say you are a
where
great
he just gets to criticize
not a
everyone
negotiator,
because
but
all he cares
fiscal
about is Quebec.
paradises in
So he
Bermuda
has the
or
power
Cayman Islands.
of just
You have to
running
prove
candidates in
something,
Quebec,
and
where
you
he
have
can
to
look at
reveal
everyone
what
else and be
you
like,
own
No, you're wrong.
in
No,
those
you're wrong. No,
companies
you're wrong.
if you want people.
And I like that
believe
about
you.
Yvette.
Mr. Singh, you
because
want
that's essentially what his role is.
Housing. Now, it's very important.
Listen,
obviously, we
I'm
need
a
to build
bloc
homes that people
Quebecois.
can
I'm a
afford.
blockhead, all right? I'm a
Mr.
bloc
Poilievre had
Quebecois
the
head.
opportunity to show us what he could do.
I'm a
He was the
block.
Minister
That's what
of
I'm calling
Housing
you all now,
under
blockheads.
Stephen Harper.
I'm a
And during
blockhead.
that time,
If you
guess
vote
how many homes
block,
he
you're a
built?
blockhead,
He
and
built
I'm
6
one of
homes.
you. I would
In that
vote
entire
block.
time, this is not someone you can trust
False.
to build homes. He built 6
200,000.
homes.
200,000.
And this has been confirmed again and again. He built
200,000.
6 homes. That's it. Now, the problem, though, with Mr. Carney as well, he's laid out a plan. The problem is that when he was the chair of Brookfield Investments, this is a company that made a strategic decision.
When it comes to housing, by the
buy
way,
up
I do
affordable
think the
homes in
NDP
cities
has
like
the best
Toronto,
platform.
where people were paying a decent rent. And they purposely bought those homes, kicked out the tenants, and jacked up the rents. That is not someone you can trust, sadly, to deal with the housing crisis when, Mr. Carney, you profited off of it.
We're going to get responses here. Mr. Poilievre first, Mr. Carney second.
First of all, Mr. Singh,
hold this up to remind you.
the Toronto
6 right
Star,
here.
the Toronto Star debunked your falsehoods.
it was 6
on that.
homes, and
I
that's the
appreciate
facts.
neither Liberals or NDP are very good with math, but in that
You're
year, the
clearly
year
are.
I
You
was
can
the
count up to
minister, if I
6, which
could,
is great.
Using the Toronto Star as a factual source of news is crazy.
200,000 homes built, and guess what the average price of a home was at the time? $450,000.
And guess what happened?
Say average price of a home again. Say it again.
For
Man,
$900. And that's since that time.
What makes you favor the
housing
NDP
costs have
housing
actually
plan?
doubled under the Liberals.
It's the same
Now
as the
we have-
Liberal
now we
plan,
have
but
Mr.
also
Carney
involves
making
more protections for
tens
renters.
of billions of dollars of spending promises that
They
will
doubled under
ultimately
you as well.
continue to build bureaucracy. We don't need more bureaucracy in Ottawa. We tried that for 10 Liberal years, Mr. Carney. What we need is to build homes in communities.
Certainly
and
don't
that
need
means
conservatives.
Like the
taxes on
Conservatives'
home
plan
building
is to
and
cut
getting
all
the
red
government out of
tape
the way
and
so that
nuke the
builders
housing
can
market
actually
by just
build.
letting the private
Mr.
sector go
Carney,
crazy.
you are on housing. We need
Watch.
to change, and you sir,
Sounds
are
good
not
in the short term. In the long term, cutting the GST on homes up to 2.
was quite revealing.
I'm
The first
actually
thing,
going to pause the debate for a second. Cutting the GST on homes up to up to $1.2 million. That is the plan for the Conservatives. Cutting GST on homes up to $1.2 million. Like new homes that are built. The difference between that and the Liberals' GST cut on new homes built is that it's only for first-time home buyers on the Liberals. So, take those two things and you compare them. Why would Pierre not only put it for first-time home buyers, that GST cut? Because then corporations and corporate landlords can't continuously take advantage of that GST cut. Under Pierre's plan, infinitely, corporations and wealthier Canadians, people who have more money, will be able to benefit longer term. Basically, a GST cut on a $1.2 million home. I don't know what the GST on a home is exactly, but think of it as a billionaire gets to buy 20 homes and get one free because the tax is cut every single home they buy. Who is going to take advantage of that? Rich people or middle-class Canadians? His plan is to nuke the housing market by giving tax cuts to rich people because his tax cut sounds like it'll help you. It will, but it'll help the rich more. So I just want to remind you of that Pierre is not on your side. The NDP's plan is the exact same as the Liberals, but with extra protection for renters. What was that? Well, I let them talk. I'm going to remember what the main point was.
It's an attitude towards housing that absolutely ignores affordable housing, deeply affordable housing, issues with vulnerable people, ignores the rental market, ignores all other aspects of it. So the 6 are the relevant. Mr. Singh is absolutely right. The 6 are the relevant.
200,000.
The 200,000 are a different part of the housing market. There are many Canadians. There are many Canadians at different income levels. The second thing it reveals is a misunderstanding, I'll be polite, of how the government's balance sheet can catalyze enormous private investment. And that is what we need to do to solve the housing crisis. It happens to be what we need to do as a whole to address the economic crisis that's been forced on us by President Trump.
Mr. Blanchet?
Yeah. You have spoken much more than I have, so I won't ask a question. I will make a statement instead. I'm not saying,
Okay, well,
no, I'm not
Blanchet is
saying that
talking.
you cannot do what you pretend that you are able to do. We just have no proof
Oh,
so far.
corporate
I'm saying
landlords.
quite
He wants to
clearly
prevent,
that you cannot
like
be
literally
entitled to
outlaw
do it
corporate
alone. You
landlords
cannot
from
be
buying
entitled to
affordable
hold all
housing
the
units.
power in your
That's
two
what it
hands.
was.
You cannot go out there.
It's like any
and
unit that
fix
is
things
for,
Canada and Quebec
like public
being
housing
seriously checked
for
by
like that is a
serious
rent-controlled
people.
unit. He
You
wants to
cannot go
ban
out there and
any
speak
sort
for
of corporate
Quebec
landlords.
without Quebec
Like an
having
example would be
its
like a
own
private pension
strong
fund, which owns the
voice to
building that I live
protect
in.
itself and to promote
Private
its
pension
different
partners
economies.
is
So
who owns the
if
building
you
that
want
I
to
live in right
collaborate,
now.
let's
They
say
would
right
not
now
be
that whatever
allowed to
happens
buy
and if minority
affordable housing
government
units
happens,
and to convert
you
them for
will
profit
be
to
a
the investors.
partner
Like, yes,
with
it's a
the
pension
different
fund,
Quebec
so like the
economy
investors
and
are people's
identity,
pension,
which you have
but
been
still,
not interested
housing
in for the
isn't a
economic
commodity
part
that should
and,
be used. Housing
not
isn't an
respectful
investment
for
that
the
should be used to make
identity.
money.
Let me get
Housing
Mr.
is
Singh
not
in.
a
Thank you.
commodity.
Can you tell us what's the
Housing
first
is a
thing you
human
would
right
do
that
to
everyone
make life
needs
more
to
affordable
live.
for Canadians?
So
There's a
that is
lot
the
of things we
distinction
can
of
do, and
why I
I've
like
laid
the
out some of those things.
NDP
I think
over the Liberals and the
fundamentally,
Conservatives.
I'm the only
Is they
person on
have that
stage that not only
understanding that
fought for
housing
real
is a
relief for
human
people
right.
in terms of affordability. I'm the only one that fought for pharmacare that actually makes life more affordable by giving people
Do I
medication
think
coverage.
Jagmeet is a good
Dental
NDP
care
leader?
that gives
No.
people more affordability by
But
letting
do I
them
think the
access
NDP's
their
platform is
services
good?
if you're a
Yes.
senior and a kid. I fought for childcare to make sure people could afford childcare. All measures
I miss
that
Jack
Mr.
Layton
Poilievre
is all I'm
voted
saying.
against, all measures that Mr. Blanchet voted against. So if you want someone that's going
I'm
to
a
fight
Jack
for you in
Layton
Ottawa
head and I'm a
to actually make
blockhead.
life more
All right,
affordable,
that's if if you want to know my politics, that's
all
it.
the power to Mr. Carney.
Jagmeet doesn't
He
have the
a
Jack
track record
Layton
of making
riz.
life more affordable for people, but we do. So vote for a New Democrat, and we'll continue this work to make life more affordable for you. While the Conservatives and the Bloc have voted against those measures to make life affordable, because that's not who they care about, New Democrats are in it for you.
Pierre Poilievre.
Also, if you'll notice, Jagmeet attacks the Bloc and the Conservatives the most. The year that, if you were the NDP leader, what would you do differently?
10 years.
That's a good question for me when I finish my degree. I just know.
Term of high liberal taxes.
I'll be
That's why
100% honest with you.
Conservatives have a
I'm
plan
not
for
fully
change.
educated yet.
And that plan
I am
voted
going back
against
to
every
school
measure to
in the
help you
fall
out.
of this year
Cutting
to get my
income
degree
taxes by
in
15%
political
for the
sciences,
average
and
worker and
I think
senior
I don't know if it was
saving a
you
working
actually who
couple
suggested it,
up
John
to
Doe,
$2,000,
but it was a
rewarding hard
majoring in
work
political
again.
sciences
Hard
and
work is
econ
actually being
are going to be the two things that I'm looking at. No, somebody named Andy
because
earlier
of
who
the
told
very
me
high
that.
taxes. Now, the Liberals
That
promised
is what I'm going to be
10 years
majoring
ago
in, political,
they
a double
would lower them.
major
They
in political
actually
sciences and
raised
economics.
taxes on 9 out of 10
So
Canadians.
once I finish
We
that,
need a
then I'll
change in
actually
this
know
country
what I can do
because
differently.
Your
But
hard work
at the moment,
should
I
once again
have
pay
enough
off
knowledge
with
to
a
say what I
powerful
like
paycheck
and
that
don't
buys
like
us
about these
affordable food,
people's
affordable
plans.
You want to
homes
save
on a
people
safe street,
$2,000.
and that's what we will deliver.
You want to save people $2,000, but cut their dental care,
That's
which
false.
is $1,000.
False.
Cut their child care, which is $1,000.
You know, what I would do
Cut
differently
pharmacare
is I would
coverage, which is
change my
$1,000.
campaign strategy
That's
to
not a
not
very
be a
good math
social
deal right
media
there.
campaign.
You're going to save people
He's running for
$2,000 at the
TikTokers.
cost of
That's
tens
all
of thousands
Jagmeet's
of
doing.
dollars.
He's
That's
entirely
why you
relying
cannot
on
afford
grassroots and
conservatives, and you certainly
TikTokers,
can't trust
which
liberals on their own.
didn't
We need
work well
Democrats.
for Kamala. That's all I got to say. Jagmeet's running a campaign similar to what the Democrats did in America.
Childcare in this country, $3,000 to $10,000.
Where
a
Carney's
year
got
for a
that
family,
riz
depending on
with
where you live.
whatchamacallit, having Mike Myers on.
Depending on where you live, that's what's being saved there. $800 per trip to the dentist. We've expanded dental care to 8 million Canadians.
No. Carney cannot take credit for dental care because the NDP pushed dental care for them.
Affordability. We're talking about affordability.
The Liberals
And
did
taking
not
them
do
off
dental care. NDP did dental care. In 2 years from now, when everyone's covered from dental care, remember that wasn't the Liberals, that was the NDP, no matter who's in power. The NDP pushed for that, not the
short
Liberals.
time I've been Prime Minister, working directly with the Premier of Quebec, our Minister of Foreign Affairs, our Minister of Finance are from Quebec. Quebec and Quebec issues, whether it's
Why
supply
haven't you answered
management,
Mr.
language,
Legault's letter? He asked 5 things in the letter. He reduced his expectations.
We're talking about...
And you did not even answer him. And tonight, you are so much in love with Quebec.
Steve, the question that Canadians have to ask.
Why vote for Conservatives?
He's got the... Mr. Singh, sorry, he has the floor. Come on.
The question you have to ask is, after a decade of liberal promises...
Say a decade of liberals again.
Is your housing
decade of
more affordable
liberals.
than it used to be?
Decade of liberals.
What is your cost of
Bring
living like
it home.
compared to to what
Axe
it was
the
a decade
tax.
ago? And are you prepared
Three-word
to elect the same
slogan.
Liberal MPs, the same Liberal ministers, the same Liberal staffers all over again for a fourth term? Mr. Carney, Justin Trudeau's staffers are actually here with you at this debate in Montreal, writing the talking points that you are regurgitating into the microphone. How can we possibly believe that you are any different than the previous 10 years
Justin
of
Trudeau's
Liberal
staffers. It's almost like it's the Liberal fucking Party of Canada. It's almost like they're a fucking political party. Jesus Christ. I hate Pierre
biggest
so
risk
much.
we have to affordability.
Oh, you've got Trudeau's
The biggest
staffers
risk
on
we
your
have to this
staff.
economy
Yeah, of
is
course he
Donald Trump.
does.
So first and foremost, we've got to get that
I don't
right.
love Trudeau.
Secondly, we need to
Pierre
do it
loves
in a
Trudeau.
way that
Pierre
brings
just, oh
everyone
my God.
along
There's
together.
a fucking Twitter
that
meme I
means
need to
preserving
find.
farmer care, dental care, child care, reinforcing health care, spending our whole
Intrusion
social
in
The clock is
Quebec
on-
jurisdiction
the-
over and again. I like
the
if
clock is
we're
on
any
zero.
better than we are.
The clock
Is
is
there
on zero.
one thing
No.
Canadians can do that Quebecers cannot do? You are doing intrusions in our jurisdiction with our money, pretending
Yeah, Pierre's
you are
in love
better,
with
and most of the time you
Trudeau.
try
I'm just
to
gonna watch him
copy
real quick. I'll be back
what
in a
we
second.
did with our own money against us. What's that as a policy? Don't you have your own things to care about?
That really is time for this segment. I wanted to be polite and let everybody finish their
But
points,
I'm
but
far
we
behind,
got to move
so
on.
I took the liberty.
Thank you. Okay, that ends section 2. Up next, public safety and security.
Fight crime, to protect Canadians, and to build communities that are safe, secure, and strong.
Keep crime, drugs, stolen cars, and other illegal substances out of our country.
We're going to invest in our borders, and that means hiring more border officers.
Resources are in short supply, not enough staff. This is not the nice way to treat people who come to our border.
Okay, same format, one-on-one questions and then open debate. Monsieur Blanchet, you get to go first in this one. Public safety and security. For a lot of people, that means the fentanyl crisis. I'd like to know what you could contribute to ending that crisis in this country.
The fentanyl crisis is a very serious issue, which is a bit less important in Quebec than it is in British Columbia. I think the whole border thing is the real issue. Immigration is a very important issue for Quebecers. Immigration has to be dealt with in an orderly fashion. Our borders are not dealt with in an orderly fashion. The rules are not respected. The rules are unclear. Some rules even invite people to hide for 2 weeks illegally before coming out. Some things has to be done. The situation of one person asking for asylum may take as much as 4 years without us reducing the number in order to deal with them in a human way. The services for every citizen in Quebec are being reduced because we cannot afford the fact that we are receiving much, much more people in Quebec from this specific type of immigration than we can afford, and we cannot teach them French.
That's time, Monsieur Blanchet. We can, of course, return to the immigration issue during open debate, should you choose to. Mr. Carney, question for you. The Liberal gun buyback policy, not considered a success by many people.
I saw this shit while I was out taking a piss.
Why would it work
Pierre needs to put his glasses on because he keeps mistaking Carney for Trudeau.
Is some success at the commercial level, but not at the individual level, because it hasn't been, in my opinion, it hasn't been organized properly, and it needs to be organized properly. And I've instructed the Minister of National Security and Public Safety.
It's so bad how much he's in love with him.
So part of this is a different focus of government, a focus on results, a focus on clear milestones in the short term. Let me make a broader point, though, on gun, which is that we have a problem with guns coming over borders, which is why we've tightened our borders. We have an issue, though, with a gun industry that is continually coming up with new forms of assault rifles, mass killing machines.
This is such an amazing opportunity for him to attack America.
Every single time there has been a vote
you
in
ready?
the House of
Let me
Commons
tell you
on
how
gun
you win
control.
this debate.
Mr.
How you
Poilievre
win the
has
gun
voted
buyback
against it.
policy
You can't
debate.
be
Let me
tough on
tell me how you
crime
win it right now.
Unless you're tough on
You
guns.
look
Poilievre,
dead
you
eye
can
in
come
the
back on
camera
that
and
in
you
the open
say,
debate if you want to, but my question for you in
the
this
problem
segment
with
is,
guns in Canada
Indigenous
are
people
Americans
statistically
smuggling
overrepresented
guns
in our
over our
corrections
border.
system. Are you concerned that your tough on crime platform will
Trump
make
accuses
that
us of
worse?
smuggling fentanyl over his border, but what about Americans smuggling guns over our border?
I give you the example.
Talk about that.
A wonderful group
Because
of indigenous
I think it's like
people who came under
90% of
attack in
all
Saskatchewan.
I forget what the
And
percentage
many
is.
of
I'm
them
not going
were
to say a
murdered.
percent, but a large percent of all
out of
guns
jail
used in crimes in
60
Canada
prior
were smuggled from the
convictions.
United States.
This is the result.
That's how you tackle
of 10
that.
years
It's the United States
liberal
is doing it
laws
to us, all
that
right?
allow the same offenders to be released dozens and dozens of times, even when it's known
Impact
they
of
are
crime.
dangerous.
That's a
We
crazy
can't
question
risk
to
a
ask
fourth
Pierre.
liberal term of
No,
soft
I
on-crime
need to see this from the
policies.
start.
We need a change. And the Conservative plan for change, crime policy,
Stick in debate if you want to, but my question for you in this segment is, Indigenous people are statistically overrepresented in our corrections system. Are you concerned that your tough on crime platform will make that worse?
I'm concerned
That's
that
a
Indigenous
crazy
people are
question to ask
disproportionately
him.
The victims of crime. I give you the example of a wonderful group of Indigenous people who came under attack in Saskatchewan, and many of them were murdered. Killer was out of jail after 60 prior convictions. This is the result of 10 years of liberal laws that allow
10
the same
years
offenders
liberals.
to be released dozens and
Three-word
dozens of
slogan.
times, even when it's known they are a danger. We can't risk a fourth liberal term of soft on crime policies. We need a change. And the Conservative plan for change will bring in a 3 strikes you're outlaw, 3 convictions for serious crimes, you go to jail for at least 10 years.
I think it
maybe
was
for life,
the
no
Supreme
chance
Court of
parole
Canada that said
or
his 3
bail.
strikes you're
We will
outlaw
bring in
is
life sentences for
unconstitutional.
traffickers of fentanyl, human beings.
It
and
violates
guns,
the Charter of
and
rights and
we will secure our
rights and
borders to
freedoms.
keep
Jesus,
illegal
why did I
guns
choose to
out.
drink
That's
on the
time.
stream?
Mr. Singh, your question is about the
can't
RCMP
speak.
because you've got RCMP reform in your platform. What, in your view, is the problem with the RCMP?
Well, some of the basis for this is the concern that's been raised in more
All right,
rural
who's in the
communities
chat
and
right now?
northern
Tell me how you're
communities
feeling.
that,
Tell me what you're
there have been
thinking.
some serious concerns
Vote in
about
the poll. Who's
violence
winning right now?
or
Somebody vote a
inappropriate
Pierre.
use of
Oh,
force
I need to know
when it
who's the
comes to
Pierre head in chat right
the
now.
execution of their duties. We want to
Who
make
is
sure
the
that
Pierre
we've
head
got,
in chat right now?
top-tier
Out
police
yourself.
force
Expose
that
yourself,
provides,
please.
security and safety to those communities in a way that's sensitive and understanding of the communities they're serving. I also think what's very important
Who's
is
the
for
Maple
Indigenous
MAGA?
communities,
All right,
Indigenous
expose yourself
policing.
in
This is an
chat.
area of deep concern. I think everyone in our country should be safe. You should be able to be safe at home, safe when you go to work, safe if you take public transit.
After I said that,
safe for your
somebody
kids
left
to be
the
able to play
stream.
in the local playground, and that's something I'm committed to.
I wonder
And the
who
other
just
area that I
left.
focus on when it comes to public safety is making sure we prevent crime before it happens, and that's why we want to see increased investments in our border security. We saw under the Conservatives, they cut 1,100 border officers in one day. So that prevented our ability to keep our borders safe. That stops those
Okay,
materials from
Mr.
coming
Singh,
into the
that's
country.
time. Not sure it was about the RCMP, but maybe we can get back to that during the open debate segment, which we go to right now. And Mr. Poilievre, you get the first word on this one, and it sort of dovetails on the last answer you gave, which is you have first word on that.
That stops those
Okay,
materials from
Mr.
coming
Singh,
into the
that's
country.
time.
Maple
Not sure
MAGA
it was about the
did get
RCMP,
triggered.
but maybe we can get word on this to be the first prime minister in this country to use the not what gave, which is you have pledged to be the first prime minister in this country to use the notwithstanding
Monkey
clause,
Man.
setting aside charter rights.
Why do you
of,
think?
as
Why do
call them,
you
multiple
support Pierre
murderers.
Poilievre?
Why do you think that's necessary?
To be clear, I want to uphold
I'm
the
just
charter
curious.
rights
That's
of
literally
Canadians
it.
under Section
I
7
literally do
to
not care who you
life,
vote for in this election. Vote
liberty,
for whoever
and
you think
security of
best
the person.
represents you. That
Right
is the
now,
point of a
that
democracy.
right is violated by multiple murderers
But
who are given
I am not
discounts.
voting for Pierre Poilievre,
The
so I want to know
case in
your opinion
question
on
was a
that.
gentleman who went into a mosque and shot dead 6 innocent worshippers. He got, according to this ruling, only one 25-year sentence, meaning he can be out in his 50s. He only serves 4 years for every murder that he carried out.
Because why not?
That is outrageous. And I will
I mean, fair.
use
I'll try
the
to convince you
constitutional
otherwise during
powers
this
that
stream,
were created
but
for this purpose.
if you really
to
are
ensure
curious
that mass murderers
about my opinions,
stay
then
in
let me know. If you got any
maximum
questions for
security
me, let me know.
penitentiary
I'm on the other
for
side.
life.
So
They will only come out in a box. We will also pass
I
tough new
would also
laws
like to say his
that
take
prevent
here that
repeat
25 years for murder is not enough. Like, I don't like is he gonna start saying that 3 offenses under the law you will not be allowed out of jail? Okay, until you prove that you were drug free, that you behaved perfectly, and that you learned an employable skill. So what? Your prison system is the California slavery system, because slavery is still legal in California. So that's what his prison system is. Prove you have an employable skill by working for the state while you're in shackles. I wonder which U.S. state follows that law. But no, Pierre
These are
Poilievre
Canadian.
is absolutely
outlined in our Charter
not
of
going to be
Rights
the best for
Freedoms,
anyone when it comes
which
to
is 43
rights
years
for
old
prisoners,
literally
rights for
today.
people who've
I think
committed
it's a very
crimes.
dangerous
Because, yet again, people who've committed crimes deserve
to
rights.
override
They have the right to vote.
judgments of
They
the
still have
Supreme
rights
Court
under
of
the Canadian Charter of Rights and
In
Freedoms.
fact, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms exists to protect Canadians from people like us on the stage. Politicians who may use their power to override fundamental rights. And the issue in using by the federal government, I'll stop here, is not where you start, but where will you stop?
Mr. Polyev, I should get Mr. Polyev on that. Is it a slippery slope if you use it in this case?
I must say, I would be quite interested
fucking
too.
cooked with that
because
line.
Mr.
Oh
Carney
my
said
God.
that he didn't want us to use the notwithstanding clause before adopting a
The
law.
Charter of Rights and
yesterday
Freedoms
he said
exists
that
to
he
protect
felt
you
that it
from the
was wrong
people
to
on this
use
stage.
The notwithstanding clause.
That's actually
after
a
the law is adopted.
Damn,
So if
he's
we cannot
cooking with
use
that
it
one.
before,
Oh my
and
God.
we cannot use it after. It means that Mr. Carney believes that we should never use it. But it is very important. And the Ford case made it clear. The Constitution says how it should be used, but never how or what we will do with it, because it's the prerogative of the provinces.
Chat, what do you think? Who's winning
do
right
you
now?
want the Supreme
think of
Court
what people have been saying?
to overrule another judgment of the same Supreme Court because you don't like it? Because that would be being
And
a
how are
hell
we
of a
feeling tonight,
politician,
chat?
as you
Are you guys
define
doing
them.
all right?
Well, let me just start by
Please.
saying,
Okay,
first of
I
all,
wanna just
thank
talk
you.
and
I
see
just
what you
started
guys
by
are
saying,
thinking.
let's not let Mr. Polyev get away with making this ludicrous claim that anyone on this stage thinks that violent crime should get a less severe penalty. Obviously, that is not a special position that he's taking. Everyone agrees that horrible crimes should have horrible sentences. Judges are equipped to do that, so don't let Mr. Polyev's rhetoric confuse people. Obviously, everyone agrees that if someone does something horrible, they should pay a horrible price for it. There should be appropriate sentence that's put in place by a judge. But what I'm concerned about is all of what Mr. Polyev is talking about is after the fact.
That's so
there's
valid.
Heinous
He
things that
really
happen,
does need his
and there needs to be
glasses back.
severe
What's the
penalties
National
put in
Meme
place.
Board saying?
But we also need to keep communities safe. And that's what my focus is. Well, how do we stop crime before it happens? Much of the violent crime that's committed is committed by illegal handguns and firearms that come across the border. Now, Mr. Polyev has admitted that as well, that it is illegal handguns
his
and illegal weapons that are used
glasses.
in violent crime. So our plan is
We
let's
just a
stop
liberal, a
those
conservative, and a
illegal weapons
blockhead
getting
in the
into our
chat.
country
I don't know who.
in the
I don't
first
know what
place.
John does.
And the way we do
I
that
think
is by having
John
stronger
Doe
border
has his
security
ideas.
officers and having more people on the border. Mr. Pierre Poilievre, when he was in power in the Conservatives, they cut the number of border officers.
Okay.
They reduced the number, weakening our borders.
Keeping an eye on
You
time
can't
here.
trust them
Let's
to
get
do
back
these
to
type of
Mr.
things.
Polyev on the issue of whether, in using the notwithstanding clause under these circumstances, would be a kind of a slippery slope and encourage politicians to use it more.
No, we will use it to protect the charter rights of law-abiding Canadians. I'm interested in the rights of victims. Mr. Carney seems to be very interested in the rights of criminals. He says that it's dangerous.
Yeah, criminals are
to
citizens.
ensure
I don't think you understand
mass
that.
murderers stay behind bars.
We
for
just
life.
a
You know
liberal, a
what's
conservative,
dangerous?
and the blockhead in the
Turning them loose
chat.
on
I
our
do love
streets.
that though.
I
We've
don't
got
think you
we've got the
appreciate,
three
sir,
parties in the
chaos
chat,
that
and
is
there's me, the
unfolding in
NDP
communities.
head.
In
I'm the
Toronto
NDP
right
head.
now, the
We've
police
got
have been
all
forced
four
to
of
tell
the
people
political spectrums
to
on this
just
thing.
let the thief steal the car. When they break into the house, just take the keys. Just let them take the keys so that you don't get hurt. People
Is he
are
talking about the
living in
Toronto
terror
Police
in many
Department
of our
saying
communities
leave your
precisely
keys in your
because of the
car?
catch and release bail law.
That's fair. That's valid.
C-75, which
No, the Toronto
requires
Police Department
judges
is cooking. I don't
release
want.
the
I don't want
accused
people to break
at the
my window.
earliest opportunity under the least onerous conditions. Every single member of your Liberal caucus and your Liberal cabinet voted in favor of this bill, and they are all determined to keep it in place despite constant promises to the contrary. Mr. Carney, Canadians deserve to live in peace and security. That is the right that I'm fighting for a change.
I'm fighting for that as well. And let me be specific about two things that have been raised. The first is with respect to these issues of car theft, home invasion, and I'll use the GTA area where there has been a sharp increase. How do
If you guys
attack
want
that?
my opinion
You attack
quickly
it several ways.
on
One,
crime and policing, I really love the idea that everyone can be rehabilitated. Personally, I believe that rehabilitation and investing in rehabilitation is the only way to end crime and to end poverty. Imprisonment kind of just leads to an infinite cycle of somebody going into prison, getting out 5 years later with nothing and nothing learned and no rehabilitation done. So, and then just committing a crime again. So our current prison system is actually designed so that people keep going in and out. We shouldn't design it so that it just keeps people in, because then we end up like the United States, where they have the highest percentage of their population incarcerated than any other country in the world. I don't want that. What I want is people given a second chance and being rehabilitated back into society.
Thank you very much. I want to talk about one of the issues that has come up is the idea of the public safety concerns around the overdose crisis and how this is devastating our communities. We're seeing so many lives being lost. In that, we know that one of the ways to address that is by investing in some of the solutions like mental health services and rehabilitation services. Services keep our communities safe, having access to those good services. Both Mr. Carney and Mr. Poilievre are proposing cutting government spending and cutting those services. That's not going to make our communities safer. We need to see better investments in rehabilitation services, more investments in mental health. We need to respond to this serious crisis in our country with care and compassion. I met with Moms Stop the Harm, an organization of moms that have lost their children to this opioid overdose crisis. They've literally had their children have died because of this. And they're saying we need to do everything possible to save lives, to stop this death from happening. And I think we need to listen to those moms, and that's my commitment.
Mr. Blanchet. Two things as rapidly as possible. First, we believe that we should act on crime gangs and organizations, defining them as we do for terrorist organization. We have to protect our kids from the violence of those gangs, from the drugs being sold by those gangs, from the guns and whatever else being stolen, sale, being.
By the way, most opioids in Canada come from the United States.
And selling.
Mr. Trump using opioids. Everyone's forgotten about that he used fentanyl as an excuse for the tariff war. Everyone's forgotten about that. When in reality, the opioid crisis in Canada is caused by America's weak border. Because people are smuggling it into America and then into Canada.
This is a very dangerous situation. I want to come back to immigration because
also, I don't know if the camera is going to get freaky with the sunset behind me. I kind of have a weird lighting scenario where I have a window behind me, so if it starts looking like shit, I apologize. I'll set up a camera in a different place next time.
100 million people country by the end of the century. Mr. Barton told me himself, that he had not even thought about the Quebec difference in that analysis. And one of his closest collaborators is now a close counselor to Mr. Carney, which seems to be part also of that kind of project or ideology. So it is impossible for Canada to have all those people come into Canada. It is impossible for Quebec to receive all those people.
And I'm a blockhead until Yves starts talking about immigration.
Which is very important. So I say,
because the second he starts talking about immigration, it's like
let's receive migrants in an orderly fashion.
The second he starts talking about immigration, he just sounds
as a measure of
very kind of
for them also.
Trumpish about protecting America's.
I speak to families all the time.
Protecting Quebec's.
By the scourge
protecting
of
America's. Protecting Quebec's cultural
and we know those guns are
sovereignty
not
and
Joe's
differences.
hunting rifle. So when the Liberals try to ban hunting rifles,
I just don't
they're
like
really
that he's a
going after
nationalist.
The wrong people. 90% of guns
doesn't that mean we have a weak
are
border?
used in crime
It does,
are smuggled illegally over.
But
the
it
porous,
mostly means that
liberal
America has a weak border because we have a free trade border with America, essentially a free trade border with America. Where if you're a Canadian or an American citizen, you're not getting stopped at the border driving across, especially if you do it frequently. That's where opioids are coming. Like nobody's like smuggling smuggling
criminals
it
with
through tunnels or
2,000
anything.
extra
It's literally
border
just driving through the
frontline
border and
guards
not getting
that will
searched
stop the guns
because
coming in.
Canadian
But unlike the
and
Liberals
American
NDP, I
border
will not
agents
ban
see a
hunting
Canadian
rifles.
or
The
American
Liberals want to
passport
protect, I want to
and
protect
go,
Canadians
yeah, you're
from
good.
criminals. The
Yeah,
Liberals
you're
want to
good.
protect turkeys from hunters.
That's all it
I think
is.
we know which one makes more sense.
Carney, quick intervention, Mr. Carney, and then I
it's
got
a
a question for each of
problem
you before
that
this
could be
segment's
easily
ended.
solved, but it's both countries
We
need to solve it,
absolutely
not
fully
just us.
support hunting and rights of hunters and Indigenous Canadians. But I want to raise an issue, which is a serious issue, talking about safety. There are people, we're in Montreal, in Toronto, across this country, who fear going to their synagogue, fear going to their community center, fear taking their children, leaving their children in school. And this has to stop. This is it's totally unacceptable. So what we're proposing is to make it a criminal offense to threaten or to impede anyone from being near or going to their place of worship, their school, their community center. This, it pains me that we have to do it, because this is not what we should be doing as Canadians, of course.
Okay.
But we will put that in place. Let me respect. And this is a fundamental issue with respect
Let me
to
get
any
10 seconds from each of you before this segment's out on what you perceive to be the biggest security threat to Canada right now. 10 seconds each. Mr. Poilievre.
The physical security threat.
By the
to our
way, Mark
country,
Carney is
the
only
rampant
proposing
crime
this
wave
bubble
that is running out of
effort.
control.
He wants to create a bubble
After
zone
the
around churches,
last
religious
decade,
sites,
we had a
community
116%
centers
increase
for
in gun
protesters
crime.
to
We
not
need
be
to lock up
involved.
criminals
I got to hold you to
secure
10
the borders.
seconds. Mr.
He's
Carney?
specifically
well, we're in a
doing
security,
that
section.
because
we
of
didn't have a chance to talk about
pro-Palestinian
anything internationally. I
protesters
think the biggest security
being
threat to
outside of those
Canada is China.
locations.
China, you say?
Yeah.
Mr. Singh.
Biggest security
Because
threat,
that is
illegal
where,
guns and drugs coming across the
whenever
border,
IDF
and customs
soldiers come to
services
Canada to
that would
speak,
make
they
our
do it at a
public safety and
synagogue or
security
they
even
do it at a
worse.
Jewish
Last word
community
to Mr.
center.
Blanchet.
The fact
So
that neither
when
Quebec or
he's
Canada
saying,
is able to
I want to
protect
restrict
itself, and that we are
protests
still dependent
and to
entirely
protect these
dependent
sites,
on American to protect us.
he's
Okay.
doing
That is
it,
the end of that
but
section.
it's kind of a
Gentlemen, up
lens
next,
of
energy and
targeting
climate.
Palestinian protesters.
Improving pipelines, getting things
And
built.
also on that, I'm
unleashing
not saying
production.
Pierre's better on that, because Pierre straight up said that he wants to deport protesters. Okay. Earlier in the stream, they talked about grocery store prices, and they talked about taxes being the main cause of grocery stores, like your price of groceries being high. They said taxes were the main reason why. Everyone kind of somewhat agreed on that, minus the NDP, who said it was corporate price gouging, which I agree with. I think it's corporate price gouging. But I would like to remind everyone to defend that point of a time in COVID when hero pay was a thing. The large corporate grocery stores in Canada, Loblaws, I forget the names of the other ones. Where does it right here? Metro Inc. I don't know. I forget the names of the other ones, but Loblaws is the big one. They all had a program called Here It Is. Okay. Loblaws, Atlantic, Shoppers, No Frills, Dominion, Zales. Like there's so many places. Loblaws, Empire, Metro, and Walmart. Those are the four big companies. They all had an initiative called Hero Pay, start at the same time, and it was basically anyone who was working, like, they consider themselves frontline employees if you were working at, like, a grocery store. Fuck, they're talking again. I'm just going to pause it for a second. But basically they got higher pay. Like, during COVID, grocery store employees were getting, like a temporary pay bump. And suspiciously, hero pay for all four major companies ended on the exact same day at the exact same time. Like, I don't think it's very hard to understand that these four companies colluded to not pay their employees more, to give a pay cut to all of their employees all at the exact same time. I don't think that's a coincidence. I think that's kind of suspicious. And it has been proven that all three companies that they said that they made their decision on hero pay independently and denied any wrongdoing. But Loblaw's president, Sarah Davis, said she sent a courtesy email to let her competitors know about the decision ahead of time, which to me kind of sounds like corporations breaking anti-competition laws. Personally, to me, that's all I'm saying. So your grocery stores, their high prices aren't because of taxes. They're because of these major grocery corporations breaking anti-competition laws, which are going to be changed soon, hopefully, and are in the process of being changed. Breaking anti-competition laws, colluding with each other to price gouge you. That is why your groceries are expensive, not because of taxes. Back to the debate.
Extreme weather, forest fires, air now.
Oil and gas. We're
absolutely.
Energy and
We are
climate
about
change. I know how much all of you love talking about pipelines.
6
so
minutes
here we go.
behind on the debate from live, so I'm sorry if I'm missing anything. I had a few times where I paused it to talk about things.
It's not an approach I favor with public money. There's not any projects that are on the table, so it's not a specific project to look at. I favor, when it comes to the environment,
Liberals are Trump Jr.
building an east-west energy grid that connects
NDP, my
low-cost
guy.
energy and allows for families to reduce their electricity costs. But let's put this all in
my
context.
riding has
We're
a
talking
liberal
about,
that's been in power
what
for
our
like
energy
20
solutions are in
years.
the context
So
of a climate crisis.
we're not
just
we're
talking
not
about a climate crisis in
They're
the
not
far
flipping
future.
to conservative,
We're living
so I'm
it
going
right
to
now.
vote NDP.
I remember I met a mom a couple years ago before I had kids who told me she was
Yeah,
worried
my
about
riding
taking
has
her kids
Terry
out
Duguid.
on
He's
some
been
days
there
because
for
of the
so
forest
long.
fires in BC.
Like,
It meant
he's
it was
gonna win
unsafe
in
for
a
kids to go
landslide no
outdoors.
matter what.
Fast forward to when I became a parent just a couple years after that, and I literally worry about the same thing. The forest fires we saw a couple years ago meant that many places that didn't see this before saw days where there was such smoke in the air that it was dangerous for kids. We've seen extreme weather, forest fires.
I wish NDP
heat
wasn't
domes,
doomed as well.
Floods impacting us. We've
And
got to do everything we can.
Thank you, Mr.
Jagmeet Singh,
Mr.
I
Poilievre,
don't
where
hate
does
him
fighting
personally.
climate change land on your list
I want
of
to make it very
priorities
clear
when it
that
comes
I
to
like Jagmeet
expanding
Singh as a
energy
person.
opportunities in this country?
But as a leader of the
Lands within our
NDP,
priorities
every single
of
election, the
bringing
NDP
home
has
jobs
lost
while
more
bringing
seats.
down emissions around
And it
the
is
world.
entirely
Look,
due to his
the reality is
skills in
that if we
campaigning.
push
Entirely.
production out of our country
It
to
has
more
nothing to do with
polluting
his
countries,
policies. He has
it
good
actually makes the
policies.
problem
He just
worse.
doesn't know
But
how to
that has been
advertise them.
exactly the liberal approach.
He's not good at
with the
advertising, and
anti-development
he's
law,
not good
C-69,
at campaigning.
blocking of
That is why he's
15
lost seats. And I
LNG
don't think he should
export
be
plants,
leader
over
of
the
the
last 10
NDP. Or
years.
they should do the
We
Green
have
Party
seen
thing and have
more of those
co-leaders,
jobs go abroad.
where
I wanna bring
Jagmeet
them home.
writes
My
policy
plan
and somebody else
will
is the
be
face of it.
to approve, for example,
Because as a
natural
face of
gas
it, people also hate
liquefaction
him
and
because
export.
of
If we
his
sent
association
our
with Trudeau.
gas to India, for example, to displace half of their demand for electricity, we could reduce
Like, this
emissions
election
by
is between the
2.5
Conservatives and the
billion tons,
Liberals.
which is 3 times the total
And that's
emissions
entirely
of
due to the
Canada.
concept of strategic
That's the
voting
way
in our
we
first
bring
past the poll election
emissions
system.
down
So
and jobs up. It's common sense.
you want to not doom the NDP?
Thank you, Mr. Poilievre.
Email
The
your
next
local
question is from
candidate
Mr. Carney.
and
How would
suggest
your
that
government
they
fast-track
vote in
pipelines
favor of
and mining
ranked
projects
choice
while
ballot voting
also
for the
following
next
Supreme
election?
Court decision that requires
Email your
consent
Liberal
of Indigenous
candidate, email your
communities?
Conservative
Well, I
candidate,
think the first
email
thing, and
your
this goes back a
NDP
bit to where we
candidate,
started,
email your Green
which is
candidate,
recognizing
email your
that we
Bloc
are in a
candidate.
crisis. We need to act
And
with
tell them that for
maximum
the next
force.
election,
And
you would
having a
love
process
ranked ballot
for
voting
consultation, but
or proportional
consultation with
representation,
purpose,
and that
which
you're
is to
tired of
identify
first past the
those
post
projects,
elections.
those investments of
That is how you
national
fix that problem.
interest that are really going to move the dial in terms of growth, jobs, energy security, while being consistent with long-term competitiveness, which necessarily means lower carbon. And so part of that process is ensuring that First Nations, Indigenous peoples, are there from the start. It also includes their ability to participate fully in those projects, and that's why, and I know I can tell, like, you've got to tell on when I've gone on too long, so I'll finish up, which is, that's why we're doubling our proposal.
Yeah, Carney is kind of a certified yapaholic.
To $10 billion.
This guy
What does that
loves
actually
to.
mean? It means an ability.
He stammers because he doesn't actually.
Equity in those projects.
He's just not media trained. I think that's
my
it.
tell is my clock. And
The
my
rest
clock
of them
is
are all
zero, so
media
that's how it
trained.
goes.
Carney isn't.
Mr. Blanchet, do you still oppose
You're
pipeline
seeing Carney at his
construction in
raw,
Quebec, even
pure
though a majority
form.
of
The rest of
Quebecers
them are media
now
trained. Just
apparently
remember
say
that.
they support it?
We will know about that when we have held the debate about that, which has not begun yet. We are just beginning it. First, we are hearing very creative numbers, and we are being fed nonsense. And
Do
we
you
will
still
be back to it in a
oppose
few minutes,
pipelines
but
in Quebec?
Energy.
Def Drew, would you like to remind me
is from
who in
south
Quebec
to north or north
actually wants
to south,
pipelines if
and
you're
it's
still
true
your
in
Def
Quebec
Drew?
Also, in a little more than 3 years,
Not Bloc
Donald
Québécois
Trump
supporters.
won't be in office, and there will be not one more pipeline.
Not
having
liberal
been
voters,
built
specifically conservatives.
Once we get there. So let's be
Nobody in
serious,
Quebec wants these
responsible,
pipelines,
and we
but
will
the
be back
hogs.
with the numbers.
That's it.
We don't want to pay in Quebec for such monstrosities which will provide us with nothing.
We now move to open debate, and you all will get a chance, or have had a chance, to get the first shot at this. Monsieur Blanchet, it is your turn to get the
They're
first
sending out both fire
shot.
trucks right now.
Canada has a substantial supply of critical minerals, which are in high demand. Are you in favor of allowing these minerals to be mined?
Of course, it has to be done properly. Quebec has probably the most important clean phosphate reserves in North America. In Saguenay-Lac-Saint-Jean, it is very important. It has to
Say
be
phosphate?
exploited.
Yeah, he
This
did,
is the
okay.
best way to use Paul Saguenay as an infrastructure.
I'm
that
also
we
in
need.
favor
We
of
have
mining
the chance.
critical
Everybody
minerals,
needs
by the way.
Transportation.
I'm in
has to
favor of
be
it because,
taken from
yeah,
oil
as much as I love
to
climate change,
clean
I
energy. This is
recognize
what
that
we
the way
want
the
to be
world
working
works
on.
right
It is
now is we
part
kind
of
of do need an
the
economy.
specificities, specifics
So
of
we kind
Quebec
of are going to have to
economy.
do
So
a little
we
bit
are
of harm,
in favor of that.
which is why I'm
But we
not
don't
fully
want to
opposed,
pay
which is why I'm
for
not
the
fully
$30 billion
in
which
favor
have
of
been
abolishing the
spent
oil and
on
gas
oil and
industry. I
gas
think
by
we
the
need it a little
Liberals
bit.
last year. It's
But
$7 billion
in the future, we should
from Quebec.
transition to
We
green
don't want to pay for the $40 billion
Mining critical
which
minerals,
have been
though,
spent by the
could
Liberals
be how
on
we
Trans
save our
Mountain.
economy
It's
and beat
$9
America, by the
billion
way.
from Quebec.
Mining,
Those
I
are
don't support a
16
pipeline
billions
going
of
to
dollars,
Churchill, the port in
of which
Manitoba,
not $1
on
has
Hudson's
been
Bay.
spent in
But I do
Quebec
support
to develop
rail
a
being
lot more
improved to
power
Hudson's Bay and to Churchill
wealth
Port,
for Quebecers
and it being
with
used to
our
export
own
critical
money.
minerals
We need
again.
to let the leader of the Liberals respond.
Well, actually, I was going to pick up on the enormous opportunity that exists in Quebec, exists in Ontario, exists in the north of Canada, really exists across this great nation in terms of critical metals and minerals. We are have one of the biggest resources in this country. And this is, it's not just an enormous economic opportunity, it is a strategic opportunity for Canada. So we have to make a decision, not just to develop it, but how do we develop it and who are our partners for it? Do we become more dependent on the United States, which is what they want? By the way, President Trump this week said he might put a tax on critical metals and minerals, just showing again
Yeah, but
the unreliable.
the job is not
if I may,
to-
and so the discussions
is to
that
negotiate,
so
not to have
if I may,
tariffs.
if I may
Let's
finish.
let him finish.
Let me finish. So the opportunity includes in Europe and includes in Asia as our partners. Last point. In order to get it done, we'll put in place a first and last mile fund. So these projects are connected to road and rail so they can go quickly to market. And we will have all of the other fast tracking measures in place that I talked about earlier in terms of capital, timing, approvals, so that we can move quickly, we can be stronger at home.
Yeah, don't ask
Better ways to
Carney.
be absolutely.
I think the other
I
leaders are
think
learning that
should
that
absolutely,
anytime Carney
take
gets
advantage of the
asked a
fact we've got
question
incredible amounts of
that
critical
is
minerals in
about
our country.
economics,
And the way we do that
it's
is
over.
with any
Carney
energy
is the
project or any
economic
project
nerd.
of this nature, make
Every
sure it's got
question
the
about
local community
economics,
buy-in,
Carney
it
is going to
creates
win.
good jobs in communities, make sure we are meeting all our environmental needs, and we work with Indigenous partnership. And so I absolutely agree with that. I want to build on something Mr. Blanchet mentioned about the investments that this country has made. What I found very troubling is that
no, he absolutely is speaking like it's a lecture. Like Carney is not media trained. Like Carney is not media trained at all.
In the G7 on subsidizing oil and gas. These are
like it's so bad, but it's kind of
That's
good.
the wrong thing to do.
It's kind of good that he's not media trained because I think he would be dangerous if he was media trained.
So my question really to Mr. Carney is, will you commit to ending oil and gas subsidies? We should be using that to invest in people, not giving it to highly profitable oil and gas companies.
Yeah, we talked. I promised Mr. Poilievre the next.
Like Carney has a plan.
Mr. Poilievre.
That's what I'm gathering is that Carney has a plan. He's not using slogans. He's actually saying what he's going to do.
Wrong-headed idea of
do I think Carney will be a net negative for our country in the long term? Yeah, but
that is wrong.
In the short term, he'll be really, really.
Apply a massive industrial carbon tax on Canadian mines, Canadian steel mills, Canadian aluminum plants.
You want to let them
Canadian oil and gas. And your idea.
I think Pierre would also be a net negative, both long and short term. By the way,
this will do nothing for the environment.
The Liberals are absolutely the lesser of two evils in this scenario.
Like President Trump wants. My plan is to bring that production home here to Canada. For example, I will give a tax credit to low-emitting Canadian industry like
How are you
Quebec's
funding your tax
aluminum,
cuts,
for example,
Pierre?
or British Columbia's natural gas.
Pierre,
not only
what else are
bring
you
home the
cutting
production,
so that you can
but we
fund
do it
your
below
tax
global
cuts?
average levels of emissions, so
translate
that we
that?
actually help the environment
No,
while
I
bringing
like
home
it.
the
I
jobs
prefer
for our
that
people
we have to let
at the same time. That is a
slogans.
sensible, pragmatic approach that puts us in charge of our economic
If Carney
destiny so we
had
can stand up to
three-word
the
slogans,
Americans in a
though, he'd be
position
too
of strength
powerful.
for a
Because
change.
look at how three-word slogans worked for Alberta.
I want to give
Look at Pierre's polling in Alberta.
Criticism about oil
Three-word
and gas
slogans
and Mr. Poilievre's
work.
criticism about the industrial carbon tax.
Okay, I'm going to make.
If Carney knew how to use three-word slogans, it would be over. It'd be liberal majority for the rest of eternity.
That I answered this question last night, but I think the puck had already dropped in the Canadians game, so not everyone heard it. Yes, end to oil and gas subsidies.
That's why you need New Democrats.
Secondly, I would have done it independently. Secondly, recognizing that the biggest component of that was the cost of building Keystone. Keystone, which is the pipeline which has helped to increase oil and gas oil exports rather by 50% in this country, that is an asset of the people of Canada. We own it. And the question of what to do it. So it's not a subsidy that has disappeared, it's actually an asset of Canada. The third point, though, in terms of where the oil and gas industry, particularly the oil industry, wants to and needs to go, which is to become
if Carney
low carbon in the production and transportation.
He wants to crown
One
corporation,
of the big projects
oil
we
and
need to move
gas.
forward with is
I'm
carbon
voting
capture and
liberal.
storage, the Pathways Project, so that we have oil and gas that is competitive, not just today, 10 years from now and 20 years from now, as the world uses less, we want to have more market share. We need to do that.
Carney wants a Saudi oil gas state.
By definition, the subsidy isn't when we
Carney wants a Saudi oil gas state. Confirmed.
Independent, separate from the country.
Mark Carney is going to nationalize oil and gas and give us a Saudi oil gas state. We're going to be the new, we're going to build Dubai. Toronto's going to be like Dubai.
Add to the price of a car.
So the first thing I want to say is I'm going to address the broader point. The broader point is the entire absence of a climate plan from Mr. Poilievre, which, by the way,
he's such a neoliberal. It's so funny.
Our country
like, he actually would turn us into like a Saudi oil gas economy.
Guess what?
But he would do it in like a neoliberal way, whereas like Pierre would do it in a capitalist way.
Whether or not you've made progress. Second thing is
Pierre would do it in a way where like
so that the big
what was it? Standard Oil in the
Canadians
United States would have a
for
monopoly
making
on everything.
Responsible
Whereas Carney would do it where the government has a
retrofitting their
monopoly
home,
on
getting their
everything,
emissions down,
and
or improving otherwise.
we have
And
Saudi
that
oil and
is
gas
smart
funding our
climate
entire
policy. It's better
nation's
for the
GDP.
big polluters, and it's better for Canadians.
But it'd be Canadian oil and gas
Mr.
funding
Carney
it.
didn't answer my question. I asked how much would an industrial carbon tax on Canadian steel add to the price of a car? And he won't answer because he knows that it will be very expensive because there's lots of steel in cars. Now, Mr. Carney has temporarily...
Mr. Poilievre, would you like to say how expensive it is? I don't like that Pierre asks a question that he doesn't have the answer to himself.
When you add taxes to steel, you raise the price of everything that uses steel. When you add everything...
Cars use a lot of aluminium
When you
these
add
days, actually.
the carbon tax onto the price of, for example, fertilizer, you increase the price of food. So while Mr. Carney has temporarily hidden the Liberal carbon tax at the pumps while keeping the tax fully in law and planning to raise it after the election, he's also going after a tax on our industry that will ultimately be passed on to you. After a lost Liberal decade of rising costs, we cannot afford a fourth Liberal term. We need a new government.
Fourth Liberal term. That's another three-word slogan right there.
We have here in Canada and bring down your cost of living.
After this, we're going to do a three-word slogan tier list.
Do you think climate change is still a priority from Canadians?
We're going to tier list every Poilievre three-word slogan.
Any young person, and they think, we're seeing climate crisis in front of us happening right now.
Honestly, actually, I'm going to do that, and I'm going to edit it for a YouTube video.
Air conditioning, and now we're seeing heat
I cannot wait to edit this VOD into like 3 different YouTube videos.
Extreme weather. We're seeing flooding. We're seeing forest fires like never before. We are living in a climate crisis. So Canadians are absolutely worried about it. As soon as we come into a summer, we start seeing those forest fires again. It's top of mind for Canadians because they're living it. They're seeing it. And I want those Canadians to know, Mr. Carney is not going to end those fossil fuel subsidies unless I'm there to fight back. Mr. Poilievre wants to let big polluters pollute as much as they want, poison our beautiful land, our water,
not true.
and air. He wants to
That
let
is
them
true.
dump into our oceans. I'm going to fight back and defend our environment.
Monsieur Blanchet, on the issue of whether or not people still care about climate change.
I think people should be kept very informed about climate change because we are in a very strange denial situation about climate change, which still exists and is very expensive. And I'm sorry to crash your party, guys, but you are telling fairy tales. Clean oil and gas is a fairy tale. Large-scale carbon sequestration, sorry, I'm French, is a fairy tale. It does not exist. If Alberta wanted to exploit oil and gas and it were not a matter of pollution, I wouldn't mind at all. That's their business. Our own powerhouse in terms of energy in Quebec is clean energy. We are the best place in the world to achieve that. Our market is the northeastern part, Democrat part of United States. We want to keep our money to create wealth in Quebec for Quebecers.
I would like to remind everyone that I'm Blockhead and Yvette. He's cooking. He's cooking right
now. Because I said I would.
Yvette has only ever
a couple
cooked.
of hits here, and I want to give you a chance to respond to some of the things that people on this side of the stage have said.
Thank you. Well, first of all, we do support protecting the environment. We want to ban the dumping of raw sewage into our waters. We want to hold large corporations to high environmental standards to protect our water and air. But we cannot do that by raising taxes and sending jobs overseas, as Mr. Carney is proposing to do. That has been the approach of the last 10 years of the Liberal government. What the biggest companies that develop our resources say is that we need
I'm sorry,
to
did you
repeal
say
the liberal
Mark Carney and the
anti-development
Liberals
law,
sent jobs
C-69,
overseas?
a law Mr. Carney wants to keep in place. They say we need to repeal the industrial carbon tax.
Is Pierre Poilievre taking the CCP stance that American imperialism has sent all of our jobs to China and now we must...
Summarize that. He wants to conclude
Sorry,
as much as
Mr.
possible.
Carney, hang on.
Because that would be so funny of him to take the CCP stance of criticizing the West for sending all of its jobs to China. Because we did that. Like we have well, America did it more. America has a consumerist economy.
But you know what happened?
That would be crazy of Pierre to take the same stance as Donald Trump and the CCP.
The worst pollution.
Because Donald Trump and the CCP have the same stance on that. And if Pierre Poilievre is going to take the same stance as the Chinese Communist Party and the same stance as Donald Trump on bringing manufacturing back to the United States because we're tired of exporting cheap labor to China for slave labor conditions of work in exchange for cheap goods and cheap commodities, then that's crazy of him. Crazy as in, like, I support it, but, like, actually, no, I don't support it.
We
But
end up with the balance of power. Quebec is safer than it could be in any other.
I do think it's funny, though, how America and Canada clearly have consumerist economies, and Trump and Pierre's plans of devaluing our own currency and bringing manufacturing back to these countries
allows us to explore many different avenues
is
here. So let's
not
get to
based
it.
on the
Mr. Carney,
fact
you
of
get the
that.
first
It's
question
based on the
this time.
fact that they're
We haven't
xenophobic.
balanced a budget in this country in 17 years, and 10 of those years were under your party. You have pledged to get us to a balanced budget in 3 years. Question is, how?
So let me put this in the context of leading in a crisis, which is in a crisis, you got to plan for the worst. Worst is that the U.S. actually does want to take us over. Secondly, you got to have a plan to build, and that'll include a fiscal plan, and I will get to that in a second. The third thing is you need to respond in a crisis with overwhelming force. You need to think big. You need to move rapidly. The things we've been discussing today are a subset of what we
Also, I'm
can
curious
and
of what
should
you guys
do
in the
as a
chat
nation,
think
and
of
we
the
can
format
deliver.
of the stream
And
so far. If you have
government
any like
can play a role,
suggestions,
but
like
its role has to be catalytic.
parts where
And
it's
so
hard to listen to,
our
like
approach-
for example, when I talk over people that are talking on the live. Fuck, what did I do? What the fuck did I do? No, this is a French debate. Oh my god, what did I click? Jesus Christ. I don't know what the fuck I clicked there. Climate change support for Canadians.
Drops the gloves.
There we go. Okay, we're back. Okay, sorry.
Okay, leading in a crisis is a pretty broad
I'm curious on
theme
what
that
you guys
allows
think
us
about the
to
current
explore
format.
many different
Like,
avenues here.
right
So let's
now,
get to
I
it.
am
Mr. Carney,
talking
get the first
over the
question this
stream, so
time.
there's two
We
audio
haven't
sources
balanced
coming
the
in right
budget in
now.
this country in
Would you
17
prefer that I
years,
talk
and
over
10
the
of
stream
those
like
years
this
were
so you
under
can
your
hear
party?
both my
You have
voice and
pledged
their
to get us
voice,
to
or
a
would you
balanced
prefer that
budget
when
in
I
3
talk,
years?
I mute them? Like, I don't know how your brains work with like overstimulation and stuff, but like one of my friends who's watching just texted me and said that his opinion on that was that it's like a little bit overstimulating and hard to watch when I'm speaking over other people talking, and that they would much rather me either take notes and make a video after rather than speak over them. But then also at the same time, if we're doing a live event, I don't want to miss anything like this. So it's hard to, do that. So what are you guys' thoughts? Pause or mute, I'd say. Okay, perfect. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Because, yeah, they are absolutely right. And I was thinking about it, that I was like, yeah, it's really hard to see. I think I lean more towards the mute because we do have the subtitles going here. Like mute or turn down volume when I'm talking. I think that's what I lean towards. Because with subtitles going, you guys can still follow along while this is happening. I don't think me switching to other tabs is good either. Like, I think if I'm switching to other tabs, I should change the stream format so that it's a, whatchamacallit? Instead of a window view, it's like a screen view, so that way I can have two tabs open at once. So that way I could do, like, having the stream here and having the fact check tab here. Like this is the first stream I've ever done, so we're learning. It's a learning experience, of course. But yeah, okay, let's tune back in.
Our own Canadian military, because the Russians want to make incursions into...
We're going to try the mute strategy for the rest of the stream, and let's see how that goes. I'll watch it back when I do the edits later. But yeah, we're going to try the mute strategy for the rest of the stream.
Base since the Cold War in Canada, CFB Iqaluit. We're going to double the size of the Arctic Rangers and fill the vacancies in our Canadian armed forces. We need a change to rebuild our military, which has been so disintegrated under the cuts and the mismanagement of the last 10 years. But we can have a change because we have the best soldiers, sailors, and airmen in the world, and they will have full backing from my government if you give me the honor of becoming Prime Minister.
I may come back to that one in the open forum because I'm not sure we got an answer about Ukraine on that one.
Military guy there.
Well,
going on. Monsieur Blanchet.
The answer was yes.
We'll get more details, perhaps, as we go forward. Monsieur Blanchet, given the U.S. trade war, should any talk of a referendum on Quebec independence be put on pause?
That one is easy. It will happen only after the negotiation is over, and that's a good thing. I want to say I support the idea. We must help Ukraine, but we also must help the civilians of Gaza, and we must destroy Hamas, which is a terrorist organization. You know what? I don't want to be the leader of Canada. You will understand that. I don't want to be Prime Minister. But I can offer to be a partner, a responsible partner, a collaborative partner, if Quebec is respected in its differences, in its aluminum industry and lumberwood industry.
What is he saying when he says... Like, I can't keep rewinding it, but... What is he saying when he's talking about... Oh, he's talking about secularity, okay. But, he says that we should be, ending the genocide in Gaza, but also end Hamas. Which is, like, kind of a neo-lib take. It's a very liberal take from the Bloc Québécois. Like, the Bloc Québécois are not liberals, like...
But not your conditions on how to spend it. What do you do?
We've got to negotiate. We can't be giving away money without clear conditions. We're in a healthcare crisis right now, and a crisis that is hurting people across this country. People are waiting desperately in line in emergency rooms for hours and hours. Seniors are waiting for years and years to get the care that they need for surgeries that would remove pain or help them deal with mobility issues. We're in a serious crisis. Healthcare workers are burnt out. They are overstretched. And what we're seeing is more and more privatization and that is hurting our public universal healthcare system. So we've got to fight back against it. We cannot allow our public money to go to a for-profit private clinic lining the pockets of a rich CEO or investors instead of going towards care. We need to make sure that we are investing in solutions where care gets to people, not profiting those at the very top. And so that's my commitment. I'm going to fight to make sure we defend our healthcare against the threats of Americanization and privatization.
Okay, we now go to open forum debate, and perhaps, Mr. Poilievre, you get the first word here. This might be a good time to put a little more flesh on the bone of what you think Canada could do for Ukraine if the U.S. backs out.
Yes, and my answer is that we should continue to support Ukraine. We don't need to follow the Americans in everything they do. When they're wrong, then we will stand on our own and with other allies. And with respect to Ukraine, that of course includes support with intelligence, equipment, armaments, but it also includes defunding Putin. Right now, Vladimir Putin has a monopoly on the European energy market.
You guys can
because,
say whatever
frankly,
you're thinking
the Liberals
in the chat
blocked
right now. If you guys have something to say that you want me to
exports of
respond to, say
Canadian
it in the
natural
chat.
gas
It's slow enough
off
that I'll
the
respond
Atlantic
to every
coast.
message.
They've blocked multiple projects. I would rapidly approve those projects on national security grounds so that we can actually ship Canadian natural gas over to Europe, break European dependence on Putin, defund the war, and turn dollars for dictators back into paychecks for our people.
Mr. Carney, you wanted to add?
Well, I want to go to the situation in Ukraine because it's very important. We've been a steadfast, Canada has been a steadfast ally, and Canadians have stepped up, welcoming Ukrainians into their homes and supporting them in other ways. In my first month as Prime Minister, we joined the coalition of the willing to support Ukraine as the U.S. stepped back. So led by France, the United Kingdom, with Ukraine, number European nations, Australia, ourselves, New Zealand. That's an example of how the new world is going to be. Canada participating in these areas and helping. It also means open trade. Mr. Poilievre voted against free trade agreement with Ukraine. It means aid for Ukraine. Mr. Poilievre wants to cut foreign aid, including for Ukraine, or not. He didn't mention support for aid for Ukraine. We have to stand by them. We have to be there, and this government has been.
Mr. Singh.
New Democrats absolutely support standing with Ukraine and will continue to do that. But I appreciate the opportunity in talking about leadership in crisis, talk about many of the crises that we're up against. And one of the crises we're up against in our country with the threat of Donald Trump, with the threat of the trade war, and with the privatization and Americanization of our healthcare system is the healthcare system. And what we have learned today, Mr. Carney mentioned slowing operation spending. That's a cut to services. He said his plan. He has a plan to balance the operating budget within 3 years. That's going to require massive cuts to spending. We calculated that at $43 billion in cuts. In fact, Rosemary Barton, when he was on the show on February 16th, he said he would cut spending. He said it would be in operations. He defined it as transfers in health. And finally, longtime Liberal and former House Leader Karina Gould said that Mr. Carney's plans would mean massive cuts. That's the only way to achieve it. So, Mr. Carney, do you think it is leadership to cut health care at a time when it is in crisis? I think it is wrong. We can't do that.
We will not cut transfers for health care. We will not cut health care spending, full stop.
But
we'll
Mr.
have
Carney,
a detail, if I may.
Who do we believe, Mr. Carney today, or the one he spoke on Rosemary Barton's show on February 16th, the one that repeated again that he would cut spending? Who do we believe?
If I may, consistently said we'll preserve all transfers to the provinces, including the increases. We will preserve all the transfers to individuals, I won't detail them all, but they're. So we're looking at addressing an operational spend, which is about $150 billion. We will address that. We will make it more efficient, and we will do it in 3 years, and we'll balance that budget.
Monsieur Blanchet.
I am 6 minutes behind Mr. Carney, so I will speak a little bit longer. First, I will support any initiative which will bring Canada aligned with Europe and NATO in order to be stronger and facing new threats. Good. I believe that 2% won't be enough. I'm not more in favor of war than anybody else, but we have responsibilities, and our main ally is removing himself from the stage. So we have to step up. We have to do our part. I want to go somewhere else entirely, however. I want to ask Mr. Carney, if we're speaking about leadership here, if Quebec and Canada were to say, you are not being given a majority government, there will be more conservatives than you would like, maybe more
the New Democrats than you would like, and more people from the bloc than you would like. Will you accept, because you don't seem to be very eager about that, to deal with people which basically are more experienced than you are, as legitimate as you are, and would be more representative altogether than you would be being alone in your little kingdom? And I want also to propose to you all guys that 1 week after the election, we all meet, whatever the result, and we start dealing with this crisis together, because this is what people, either they are from Alberta or Quebec or wherever, this is what people expect from us.
Mr. Carney, is that something you could get behind?
I look forward to meeting with everyone. You're welcome to come, Steve, if you'd like. Week after twice, but in all seriousness,
that's not very respectful.
No, but I'll
that's
come.
not very
but I'm
respectful.
I'm coming. On peut jaser un peu. Okay, I come to the core.
On jase.
Yeah, okay. I'll come to the core. Look, in a crisis, yes, you need a team, and you need to bring the country along with you. So what I did in the first week was to bring the premiers together, meet with all the Indigenous leaders.
He's repeating the same things as before, but I think it's interesting that Yvette is the one who is very much campaigning for unity amongst the parties, considering he's the separatist. But I find it interesting. I do think that's a good idea, though, because I do think in times of national crisis, unity is much better than division. However, unity when we have voices in the room such as Pierre Poilievre, whose interests align more with, the aggressor and the enemy than it does with ourselves, I would uninvite him, but I would gladly have these three meet together to form government. Gladly have those three form government together without Pierre and his MAGA maple stuff.
That so many times, but you say, I speak to provinces' leaders. You're not elected in provinces. You are in a parliament where people are to make decisions which might not always suit you, but this is democracy,
which you
don't know too much about.
I'm going to jump in here because I'm noticing what the clock is saying, and you brought up Gaza earlier, and I think our audience would be interested in hearing your views on the other major international crisis facing the world right now.
Before we get that, just to finish up on the healthcare, I just want to speak to healthcare workers right now who are deeply worried about the status of our healthcare system, to Canadians who believe and love our universal public healthcare system, to patients who are stressed out. If you're worried about which Mr. Carney to believe, the one today or the one who spoke on previous shows and said he would cut, vote for New Democrats, and we will fight to defend our healthcare.
I think your
we will never
supporters
let
would really
anyone
like
cut
to
it.
hear what you have to say about this question, and we have less than 5 minutes for it here. What role should Canada play in the other major international crisis in this world, in the Middle East and the war in Gaza? Pierre Poilievre, would you start us off?
I'm keeping my mic on for this.
Importantly, the terror sponsors in Tehran who initiated the attacks, the horrific attacks of October 7th. We need to defeat the terrorists so that all the peoples of the world can live in peace and defend the right of, yes, Palestinians to have their own lives free from the oppression of Hamas dictators and Iranian intervention, while Israel has the ability to live in freedom and peace. But I also want to say, we need to get back to the Canadian tradition, which is that when people come to this country, they leave foreign conflicts behind. The rampaging riots targeting Jewish communities is utterly unacceptable, and it points to the growing chaos that we see on our streets after 10 years of incredibly irresponsible liberal policies, of weak borders, of dividing people into groups, of saying one thing to one group and the opposite to another, dividing and conquering. We must end that division and unite our people so that everyone feels safe, and that when we come here, we put our foreign conflicts behind and we put Canada first.
Mr. Singh, please.
I'm pausing because I want to hear everyone's opinion on Gaza specifically. Pierre Poilievre is actively said before that he is willing to deport Palestinian protesters. I don't care which side of the aisle you're on, but every single person who is legally in Canada, whether they're on a visa or not, has the same rights in the Canadian Charter of Human Rights and Freedoms as a natural-born citizen. His attacks on protesters are vile. His attacks on protesters are illegal. And his solution of deporting them and punishing them and imprisoning them is 1940s Germany behavior, let's say. And Trump today behavior, let's say. Because he is absolutely not. If you have any inclination in your heart to vote because and have the genocide going on in Gaza as an issue that you're voting on, if that is an issue that you're voting on, do not vote for Pierre Poilievre, because he will actively fund and support that genocide with the funding he has gathered from Stephen Harper's AWZ team, which I would like to remind you has a former MI5 director, a former CSIS director, a former CIA director, the former director of the Mossad, which is the Israeli spy and torture agency, and the former FBI director on it. So if you really want to make Palestine your platform, and you really want genocide to be what you're voting for, if you really want genocide, vote for Pierre Poilievre. But if you want children to stop being bombed, vote for literally anyone else. Because this man is a demon who is funded by demons. That's all I have to say on that part, but yeah. I want to hear everyone else's opinion on that, but Pierre is actively going to allow death and violence to continue in the Middle East.
Countries from around the world, and they care deeply about where they come from, and they should be able to do so. That's a part of being in our country, to have that freedom. Your treatment of Palestinians has been frankly disgusting. Your treatment of people who provide care and service for people in Gaza has been disgusting. On top of that, people in Israel and in Palestine deserve to live in peace and security. And Mr. Carney, to date, you've not acknowledged that what's going on in Gaza is now clearly become a genocide. It's important to call things out as they are, and you've not done that.
Mr. Carney.
We need to work, to go to your question, we need to work with our international partners, maximum pressure, maximum encouragement for an immediate ceasefire. That's the first thing. Encourage the return of all of the hostages. Resumption of humanitarian aid. My government put in place $100 million of humanitarian.
Carney is also less so than Pierre, but less so than Pierre, but Mark Carney is also a supporter. I think if you remember, one of Justin Trudeau's final things he said while he was prime minister was he straight up said, "I'm a Zionist and proud to be a Zionist." So the Liberals also do not have a good track record when it comes to Palestine. They have a slightly better one than the Conservatives. But if you have any bone in your body that is concerned about the ongoing genocide, we'll use the right term, genocide in Gaza, then vote for the NDP or the Greens or the Bloc Québécois. The Bloc Québécois are the weakest of the three on that, but I'm going to grab something for you all. If you have Palestine in your mind when you're voting, scan this QR code right here. Go to this website right here. Your voice matters. Join Vote Palestine to organize in your city right now. Scan this QR code, and you can find a list of candidates who have endorsed the Palestinian platform. You can find a list of candidates who have spoken out against the genocide going on in Gaza. And you can find a list of candidates that will support the free of Palestinians in Gaza and in the West Bank. So if Palestine is any sort of issue in this election for you, scan this QR code, look at this link, please, please do it. The conservatives and the liberals are two evils, the liberals being the lesser of the two, yes, but when the liberals get into office, the genocide will continue.
Raid, which is ready to go. With respect to where this ultimately goes, yes, two-state solution, but it has to be a viable and free Palestinian state living side by side in peace and security with the state of Israel. I will underscore one other thing. Mr. Poilievre rightly mentioned Iran, the Iranian sponsors in this region. We have to be clear-eyed about the fundamental risks of Iran and do everything with our international partners to check it and turn it.
Mr. Blanchet.
If we are to work together, we will have to be consistent. The Jewish community in Quebec and Canada is harassed by a very little minority of radical Islamists. And we don't do so much. The law in Canada says that somebody may invite people to be violent, to propose genocide against another people if they can be hidden behind a religious motivation. They are in agreement with that, they are in agreement with that, they are in agreement with that. And we say it is a crime to invite people to violence and killing other people, and this is what is being done very often in Canada and Quebec with the approval of the Criminal Code of Canada. And we are saying this has to be changed. We have to change what we do before we want people elsewhere to change what they do.
Last minute in this segment, Mr. Poilievre.
This is about crises and leadership. And one crisis we have is in immigration. Because of this Liberal government's commitment to a radical policy called the Century Initiative, which seeks to bring our population up to 100 million people, they have allowed massive overcrowding in our communities.
Fucking policy.
That has caused housing shortages, job shortages,
Don't blame immigration for the fault of your government.
And if I could,
the fact that you did
sorry,
not
I didn't interrupt
housing,
you. I did not interrupt you, sir. I did not interrupt you.
Don't blame.
I do not blame.
Your
if I could,
let him finish.
I do not blame immigrants. I blame the Liberal government.
No, he blames
which brought
immigrants.
this policy on. And Mr. Carney wants to continue with the Century Initiative. This is
the
crazy.
Century Initiative
we
is
have
not
to get
a
back
real
to normal
fucking
levels
thing.
of immigration.
It's
get
not
rid
a
of the
thing.
fraud in the temporary immigration system.
This claimed globalist ploy, and this claimed, This claimed like globalist ploy, and this thing that Pierre likes to do is claim that that Mark Carney is just a globalist WEF guy, and that he's going to ruin Canada by allowing immigrants to flood our nation, is based purely out of racism and based purely out of xenophobia for other nations and other peoples. Pierre Poilievre has zero interest in actually creating positive and well thought out immigration policy and laws. He thinks about deportations. He thinks like Donald Trump does. And what is Donald Trump right now doing in the United States of America? He is deporting American citizens to an El Salvadorian death camp, is what he is doing right now in the United States of America. So, on the facet of immigration, if you care about your own rights as a civilian of this country, as a citizen of this country, do not vote for Pierre Poilievre, because Pierre Poilievre's interests are purely with his own. Donald Trump has proven, Donald Trump was caught on a hot mic the other day saying to the president of El Salvador that he needs to build 5 more of these supermax prisons. 5 more because the homegrowns were coming next. The homegrowns were getting deported next. That is the quote from Donald Trump. Homegrowns, assuming, means American-born citizens. So if Donald Trump's willing to deport citizens to a nation they've never been to for simply the act of speaking out against the government, what do you think Pierre Poilievre is willing to do? What do you think the Maple MAGA is willing to do when it comes to immigration?
and ensure that the people who come here can arrive in numbers that we can house, employ, and care for. That's how it always was, and that's how we're going to restore
Thank you, Mr. Polyev. That is our time for this segment. Those are our 5 themes, but we are not done yet. We are entering the next section of our debate tonight, what we're calling the Leader's Choice, something a little bit different. Each of you will get the chance to ask a question, any question, of any other leader. You can then debate the answer, and each one on one will last for 3 minutes. So, Mr. Singh, you have the first option here. Who do you want to ask your question of?
Mr. Carney.
Go for it.
Mr. Carney, as chair of Brookfield Investments, your company is one of the biggest tax dodgers in Canada. As chair, you approved decisions where Brookfield Investments bought up.
Okay, this is another reason why I don't like Jagmeet as a leader, because the other day he posted on his Instagram or something, or sent like a mass text out asking people to vote on who he should ask his question to. This is just creating infighting on... I don't consider Mark Carney a member of the left. I don't consider the Liberals a member of the left. But by targeting your question towards Mark Carney, you're taking the attention away from the fact that Pierre is the evil in the room, not Mark Carney. I'm fine if Mark Carney's prime minister. Jagmeet should be fine if Mark Carney is prime minister. However, by asking Mark Carney any combative question, you're just creating infighting on the left, is all you're doing. And it's unproductive to attack the Liberals when the Conservatives are right there. And I know that's a little bit of a, interesting take from me who's been shitting on the Liberals all night, but in the debate format on live television to even just on YouTube, 65,000 people watching this. Don't attack your ally, The enemy of my enemy is my friend, is what Jagmeet should be doing. But instead he's choosing to attack Carney. Singh versus Carney, leader's choice right there. You know what this does? It gives power to Pierre. I'm not even broadcasting that fucking question and what's going on. I don't even know what the question he asked was. The fact of the question doesn't matter. What matters is that he's asking this question in the first place. I'll let him talk for the rest of it. But
our proceeds from the tariffs, committing all of them for workers, the workers most affected in industries.
The employment insurance isn't
unlike others, unlike others who plan to use them to cut taxes. We are
the
focused
on the EI is not high enough, though. You have to accept that. Right now,
there will be additional programs. I am fully confident that the next government, whatever government is formed, or certainly if I'm in the next government, we will make additional programs.
But you didn't do that so far, though.
Well, I can't. You couldn't. Well, you couldn't, given that we're in an election process.
You could have increased the amount, though.
May I make a core point here, if I may, which is that when you think about workers here today and people watching at home, particularly younger people, there is an enormous opportunity in the trades, in the skilled trades. We are going to build this country in a way that has not been seen before. We are literally talking about hundreds of thousands, not jobs, but careers in the trade. And that's why we're investing in apprenticeships and mid-career.
But I think people are worried, Mr. Carney, if New Democrats aren't there to force Liberals to make sure they remember about people they will forget.
Gentlemen, that is time. Thank you for that. Monsieur Blanchet, you have the next question. To whom would you like to put it?
Mr. Carney, you avoided quite I would say skillfully the questions of Mr. Singh, but
everyone's going to attack the Liberals.
Let me correct something. In 2008, not so much by your decision, $10 billion were given to car industry in Ontario, while 60 millions, not billions of dollars, were lent to lumberwood
if I may, really
throughout the whole of Canada. I don't believe that's the right way to manage a crisis, since you did not recoup the money from the car industry.
Please.
Then,
let me finish. Stop.
You have been the manager of Brookfield. It's supposed to be a green investment fund. But we now know that 50% of the investments of Brookfield is in fossil fuel. It's not so green. You seem to want to support oil and gas industry.
That's interesting. You want to support prefab housing, and it's also in the investments of Brookfield, but not in Canada. You want to support nuclear power, smaller reactors, which are more dangerous, by the way, and Brookfield has investments in Westinghouse. You have hidden the money of Brookfield in Bermuda and Cayman Island, $30 billion. Billions of dollars lost for Canada. You are having your taxes being paid by families, workers, elders in Canada and Quebec instead of paying your own taxes. So I want to know, will you, before the election, reveal all the details of your assets, as Mr. Singh has done, as Mr. Poiliev has done, and as I have done? We have a right to know
let him answer.
under those circumstances.
Let's let him answer.
Well, the first thing is I want to say a word about. I'll say a word about Brookfield. You know.
Not to defend Mark Carney, but he has put all of his assets in a blind trust that's being reviewed right now, and probably it takes a while to review that. We're not going to know the results of what his assets are until after the election, no matter what. So, whatever.
A series of people, including individuals on this stage, benefit from that. Now, always acted with integrity, served the shareholders of Brookfield when I was there. I have left that. I have followed all the rules well in advance.
So
I have followed all the rules well in advance.
Let's reveal your assets like we all did.
And working for the people of Canada.
What do you own? Why don't you tell Canadians?
All right, that's time on that one. My take on that is that no politician in any position of power should own any assets besides like personal assets like their house and their car. If you have investments in any company, you should divest. You should be forced to divest. You, as a politician, your responsibility is to your constituents, not to your own wallet. So he says we have disclosed our assets, which they all have. They have all disclosed what they have invested in. None of them should be invested in anything, is what my take is, but whatever.
That is time.
What you own.
Monsieur Blanchet, we're moving on to Mr. Poiliev now, who has his opportunity to ask the question of whomever he'd like here, and that will be
Carney.
Mr. Carney. But if I could begin by setting the stage.
They're all going to dogpile Carney because he's ahead in the polls.
After a lost Liberal decade of rising cost and crime and a falling economy under America.
Lost Liberal decade. 3-word slogan.
Thumb. Do we want to elect them to a 4th term? Or do we want to change? Change so that you can afford food and homes. Change so that you can be safe on your street, and change so that your paycheck grows faster than your cost of living. Change with a new conservative government. Because Mr. Carney has not changed. Mr. Carney, in 2020, it was recorded you began advising Justin Trudeau. It's still on the Liberal Party website today that you...
For real-based stance, personal investing should absolutely be out of politics. I don't know, lobbying. My personal take is that any form of corporate lobbying is corruption. Corporate lobbying should be illegal. Like, personal investing absolutely should be out of politics.
First inflation crisis in a generation. Now, that means that mothers went to bed with empty fridges and empty bank accounts, worried how they'd feed their kids, that seniors worried they'd be evicted from their homes, that young people believed they'd never be able to own a home in the first place. Now, in retrospect, that you look back on the Liberal decisions that you advised Justin Trudeau to take, will you look at the camera in the eye and apologize?
None of these people are actually asking him a question, I want to say.
Of the inflationary policies that you advised Justin Trudeau to implement?
You know, I said earlier, but I'm going to say it again. I know you want to be running against Justin Trudeau. Justin Trudeau isn't here.
Are you denying I am here. Economic advisor?
I did not provide any of that advice. I did not provide any of that advice.
It's on the Liberal Party website.
I'm sorry.
Are you accusing your Liberal Party of lying about your role? Because it says today you can go to the Liberal Party website now, and it says that you were Justin Trudeau's economic advisor.
The way you judge someone, in my view, is how they act, what they do when they have responsibility. Twice I was a central bank governor. And in both cases, if I may, in both cases when I was responsible for inflation, inflation was less than 2%. I'll add that when I was here responsible for the Bank of Canada, inflation was less than 2%. Our dollar was at parity. That is the kind of success that I can deliver for this country coming out of this crisis. And what is at stake here?
You were the economic advisor to Justin Trudeau that gave us the worst inflation that we have had in a generation, because the policies that you implemented and those of the MPs that are still in your ministry.
To the
fellow Canadians,
crisis which
the last 10 years has been about the Liberals. The next 10 years should be about you.
And that's time. Mr. Carney, good news is the next question is yours.
Well, I'm going to ask myself a question.
Mr. Three-word slogan did not cook.
Actually, I'm going to ask a question which has been troubling me. And it's troubling me because, we are in a very dangerous and divided world.
Who is it to?
I'm going to ask a question of Mr. Poilievre. Why not? We're in a dangerous and divided world. We talked earlier about the challenges in the Middle East, the threats from Iran, threats from Russia, Russia's aggression in Ukraine. We have the threats from China, which I raised. We have the United States, which is fundamentally changing its security relationships, its commercial relationships. We have all this.
He misses him. He misses
and in
his
the
girl.
context of that, everyone on this stage, Mr. Blanchet, Mr. Singh, myself, we have our top secret security clearance. We have our top secret security clearance. I got mine within 3 weeks. It wasn't hard, but I felt it was important that I had it so I could be in a position to be informed about that dangerous world and take decisions at. And Mr. Poilievre, it is now 950 days, if my numbers are right, since you've had the opportunity to get your top secret security clearance, and you've refused. Why?
Well, first of all, I have got my security clearance when I was a minister. I got top secret clearance at the time, so there's no problem getting that. But when the government made this recent offer, they said that if I got the secret security clearance briefings, that I would be gagged under the security law, and I could be prosecuted if I spoke freely about matters of foreign interference. Now, given that Canada has experienced
if I got
Chinese
security clearance
interference
I fully thought that he said if I got security clearance, I would be gay. I fully thought he said that. And I was like, what the fuck?
Would be allowed to do. Even Thomas Mulcair, the former leader of the NDP, said that when he was the leader of the opposition, he never would have accepted the kind of gag order that your government and Mr. Trudeau's government was attempting to impose on me. And it's good that I'd made that decision, because it has allowed me to speak freely about things like the case where one of your candidates, sir, actually said that he wanted to send a political opponent to China under a bounty threatening his life or imprisonment, and you refused to get rid of him. Now, it might have something to do with the fact that you went to China not long ago to get a $250 million loan for your company. But the reality is you refused to stand up for a Canadian who was being threatened by a foreign government. And I was able to speak freely on that matter because I refused the gag order that the Liberal government attempted to impose on me.
Well, there's a couple of interesting things. I think people at home have seen a robust debate here, and it's been a robust campaign.
I swear he said,
it has not stopped Mr. Blanchet or Mr. Singh.
I swear to God, I heard this man say, if I got my security clearance, I would be gay. And I was like, what? Huh? What? Like, damn, let's all get our security clearance then. Like, god damn, girl, cook, okay. All right, slay, Poilievre. He misses him, though. This is what he means. If he got his security clearance, I miss him too. I miss him so much.
Saying at times during his campaign by making challenges with respect to these issues. So one can address it. I will observe, as someone with a top secret security clearance, that China is not the only country that is accused of foreign interference. And
And gentlemen, that is
We'll
time
leave
for
it
this
at
segment. That's our time. Now, closing statements are still a few minutes down the road, so we have a little bit of time for some quick hit Q&As for each of you right now. Short questions, 45 seconds, please, on the answers, and we're going to go left to right as I look at you right now. Mr. Poilievre, you get the first question. To the best of my knowledge, you have not offered a hard timeline, as the other parties have, to meet Canada's NATO commitment of 2% spending on defense. When would you hit that target?
My aim will be to 2030. That said, when we renegotiate our trade deal with the U.S., I know it's their priority to see us increase our military budget. One of the things I will say to the Americans is the more free trade, tariff-free free trade we have, the faster we can rebuild our military in Canada and reassert our sovereignty. And we will use that money to have heavy icebreakers in the north, Poseidon aircraft, fighter jets, a new base in the north, double the Arctic Rangers, fill the vacancies in the armed forces, and rebuild the warrior spirit that characterized our military since the birth of our country. We will rebuild our forces, and we will stand.
I gotta be real. If you want to hit the NATO heads in Canada, just say you're gonna bring back the Avro. Just say you're gonna bring back the Canadian Avro program, or what is it called? I don't remember what it is, but you know what I'm talking about, the Avro.
I think let me give you the rationale behind both of those changes. First, with respect to the consumer carbon tax, in effect, it'd become too divisive for Canadians. Canadians received rebates. On the whole, they received more than the tax actually was, but some had represented that it was a tax without a rebate. It became divisive. It didn't serve its purpose. It made a relatively modest contribution to overall climate goals. I got rid of it, first act, made Canadians whole. Secondly, but with respect to the capital gains tax, it's come up again, I'll be quick. This is a fundamental issue. We need to build this country. Builders, innovators, entrepreneurs need to be rewarded. That's why I brought it back.
And that's time. Thank you. Mr. Singh, would you change the existing cap on immigration?
I've said that the level of immigration, first of all, we need immigration. It's fundamentally important to our country. And we speak to any small business owner, you speak to people here in Quebec, you speak to farmers. It's fundamentally important. A couple of things, though, we know we need to be able to set the amount of folks that we welcome to our country at a level that it meets our needs. So I would ensure that we've got an expert panel that makes that determination based on our economic needs. We also know that we should be very clear that the lack of investment from Liberals and Conservatives resulted in the fact that we have a shortage in housing. That's something that we've got to fix. I should also point out that if you are worried about the cuts being proposed by Liberals and Conservatives, vote for New Democrats. We'll fight back to protect Canadians and make sure that we've got the right immigration levels.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. That's time. Mr. Blanchet, Quebec, I believe, is now the only province with a carbon tax. Do you think that's fair?
It's not entirely true. It's not a tax. What Quebec has is a system by which we invite big emission companies, I don't know how to translate that, to reduce their emissions. If they do not, then they have to pay. It goes into a fund which is invested then in reducing emissions. Our partner is California, which makes this a huge deal about reducing emissions. This is what we do. This is to be compared to what Europe does. And by the way, Europe would impose tariffs on Canadian oil if it ever got there. We're quite proud of that. And we have to be responsible because this is much less expensive than doing nothing to fight climate change.
That's time. We're going to do another set of quick hits here, left to right again, and 30 seconds this time. Monsieur Poilievre, you've previously promised to defund the CBC as one of your very first acts as Prime Minister. Is that still the plan?
Yes, CBC will continue to operate as a self-funded, Canadian-owned and controlled non-for-profit that raises money like other media organizations through sponsorships, subscriptions, advertising, licensing fees, and countless other things that will ensure Canadians who still want to listen and view its content will be able to do so. And at the same time, we'll allow freedom of the press so that everybody has their voice heard and they can make their own decisions.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. The next question to you, 30 seconds. Would you remove some of Canada's legal tax avoidance loopholes that companies that you have worked for have used?
Look, I think that what we need to do is undertake a comprehensive review of our corporate tax system and do that on the basis of the right principles. We've got to have fairness, transparency, sustainability, and competitiveness. So we need a tax system, a corporate tax system, including being part of an international minimum corporate tax through the OECD.
And that is time. Mr. Singh, the question for you is, if you hold the balance of power after this election is over, what would your price be to support another party?
We've laid out our priorities. We want to make sure we bring down the cost of groceries, build homes that people can afford. I can also tell you that we would defend CBC, unlike Mr. Poilievre, who wants to cut it, and we would close tax loopholes and offshore tax havens, even though Mr. Carney didn't respond to that, and selling stocks and shares to make profits and then having less taxes on that is not hard work. And so those aren't the job creators. The people who are job creators are the hardworking men and women that contribute to our economy.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Monsieur Blanchet, kind of the same question. If you hold the balance of power in the next minority parliament, if it is that, what would be the price of your support?
Respect for Quebec. That's quite easy. I don't want to go against what Canada wants to do for itself, but I don't want Canada to impose an economic vision or a multiculturalist vision on Quebec, which is different in terms of language and values and secularity and equality between people. So I want to be a partner.
I feel like people don't understand that the CBC, just because it's funded by the government, doesn't actually, like, the government doesn't have editorial power over the CBC. Like, the CBC is the free press.
Shay, what is your biggest
regret? State media, it's the free press.
That's a very good question. I'm not very fond of regrets, I would say, but we should have started sooner to see that we had to create the environment for a deal in which Quebec and Canada would be, one bigger than the other, but partners to be stronger in front of Mr. Trump and showing that maybe nobody here is the partner to let go alone without being surveyed or controlled or supervised by a Quebec voice.
Thank you, Mr. Blanchet. Same question, Mr. Singh. Your biggest regret of this campaign?
Not being able to meet as many people as I would love to have. It's a short campaign, and so I can't get to as many communities that I wanted to. I think one of the honors of my job is to be able to meet people and to hear their stories, and then to take their stories and concerns and bring them to Ottawa and to fight for those people. And so I want you to know, even if I haven't made it to your community, I'm going to fight like hell to make sure that you're represented, that we never let any government cut our health care, that we defend the values that we care so deeply about. We make my life more affordable. That's my commitment to you. Even if I didn't get to see you, that's my commitment.
Thank you, Mr. Singh. Mr. Carney, same question. Biggest regret of the campaign?
I'm to be honest, it's the same answer. This is an astonishing country. It is an amazing country. And the opportunity and the responsibility that comes with it of being with Canadians, hearing their stories, their challenges, drawing strength and ideas from them, and working to be part of the solution is the greatest honor of my life. But the regret is that it is also a big country, and it is a short period of time.
Mr. Poilievre, last word to you.
I actually agree with these two gentlemen. I had a rule that at all my rallies, even when they're really big, I would stand in front of a flag and greet every single person and hear their stories.
Big rallies.
And learn their struggles.
Look at the crowd sizes.
And that was always touching
so
me,
many
that
people
they would put their faith in me or in any of us.
Yep.
But we've been in such a rush because we have to get off to the next event, so we haven't been able to stop and do that. And I want you to know out there, I haven't forgot about you. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Poilievre. It is time now for closing statements, and prior to the debate, you drew lots as to which order we would go in, and Mr. Singh, you get the first word on a closing statement.
Certainly, thank you. Because you voted for New Democrats, we were able to build this country that we love. Universal health care and pensions, because you voted for us. Because you voted for New Democrats, we were able to fight to bring in dental care, pharmacare, and childcare. Because you voted for us, because you supported us. You have the power with your vote to send more New Democrats to Ottawa to
Mr. John Doe.
Healthcare, to ensure that we can do everything possible to make life more affordable by making it more affordable to buy your groceries and to get a home. I'm asking for your support in this election so that I can continue to fight to defend the things that make
30-second
Canada
pump,
Canada.
for real.
The things that we hold dear, the things that make us proud to be Canadian.
It is a sprint,
Thank you,
not
Mr.
a
Singh.
marathon.
Mr. Carty.
We are facing the biggest crisis of our lifetimes. Donald Trump is trying to fundamentally change the world economy, the trading system. But really what he's trying to do to Canada, he's trying to break us so the U.S. can own us. They want our land, they want our resources, they want our water,
While they're doing
they
their
want our
closing
country.
statements, I'm going to use the washroom one more time.
We're all
and then
going to
after
stand
they're all
up
done,
against
like
Donald
I can
Trump.
still hear them from over there. After
I'm
they're
ready.
all done, I'm going to break down everything
I've
they
managed
said.
crises over the years. I've built strong economies. We will fight back with counter tariffs. We will protect our workers and those businesses, and we will build the strongest economy. We will build Canada strong. I'm asking for your support, the honor of doing so. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Carney. Monsieur Blanchet.
For 260 years and a little bit more, les Français, devenus des Canadiens, devenus des Canadiens français, devenus des Québécois, you have tried to have them become Canadians like all Canadians. But to no avail, we are different. So let's be economic partners. Let's have a voice chosen by and for Quebecers, an ally for Canadians as equals in front of Mr. Trump.
Monsieur Poiliev.
Only in Canada could someone start where I began and get to this stage. I was born to a single mother and adopted by school teachers who raised me to believe in the incredible Canadian promise that anyone who worked hard could do anything. That promise feels broken today. Many of you worried about paying your bills, feeding your families, or ever even owning a home. You're worried your kids are in danger. But I'm here to say it doesn't have to be this way. With change, we can restore the Canadian promise so that hard work gets you a beautiful house on a safe street under a proud flag. We can do it with hope for a change.
Gentlemen, thank you for a very spirited debate tonight. 2 quick points before we go. Number one of you celebrated your 60th birthday yesterday on this stage. Yves-François Blanchet, bon anniversaire.
Bon anniversaire. Merci beaucoup. Merci.
Secondly, you'll notice we didn't have to change the time of this debate because the Leafs already clinched the Atlantic Division title, and therefore we didn't need to move the debate to accommodate a hockey game. I'm getting back at my colleague who was in this position last night, and okay, go Habs go, that's fine. With that, we're done. Thank you, leaders, for being here tonight. We are just 11 days from Election Day, April 28th, but there are many ways that you can cast your ballot starting tomorrow at advance polls. If you intend to vote by mail, that deadline is April 22nd. Make sure to check your voter card for details or contact Elections Canada. This is your democratic right, and we hope you use it. Thank you so much for being with us tonight. I'm Steve Paikin. Good night from Montreal.
Okay, so I mean, they're going to, of course, talk about the debate. I'll leave them muted, but... Okay, so, the debate. The debate. It was very much so a... Can I hear what they're talking about? I can't. They're just playing music. Okay. It was very, very much so a little bit of a dog between Carney and Poilievre. Everyone kind of dogged on Carney, and I think that's just because he's leading in the polls, which is, like, valid of all of them to do for their own personal gain reasons, but for the benefit of the country, they all should have dogged on Poilievre, actually, instead of Carney. Carney is still probably going to be polling. Let's look at what 338 thinks. We're going to, like, kind of browse Twitter a little bit and see what 338 thinks. Browsing Twitter is also a scary thing to do, I just realized. Let's see what Canada polling thinks. Polling Canada. Okay, who did the worst in tonight's debate? Singh. Yeah, there we go. So, if we're talking about who did the most on 338s, by the way, I would just like to remind you, any poll done on Twitter is going to be a little bit right-wing coded because it's Twitter. Twitter under Elon Musk is a little bit right-wing coded. So, Singh, I think, did the worst in that debate, though. I do think Singh did the worst. The debate commission might be a dumpster fire, but at least the moderators are actually good at their jobs. Valid. Do you trust X to help the economy? Carney, trust, yeah. His polls, Polling Canada's polls are amazing, always. This guy is the GOAT. Well, yeah, no. To sum it up quickly, okay, I guess Polling Canada is not talking about it too much. Meme board, let's see, debate 2025. What are people saying? Blanchette, I don't want to be the leader of Canada or Prime Minister. So why does Quebec? Yeah, so people are going to be bullying that again. Okay, the Toto Wolff memes is crazy. The Formula One references in the Canadian election. He really wants JT. What the GTA looks like to Pierre. No, it's so funny though, because he does, I think he actually thinks the GTA is GTA. Like, no, that's Winnipeg, brother. Winnipeg is the GTA, not Toronto, all right? Bro has never had a Winnipeg handshake happen to him, and it is obvious he does not understand where the actual crime is happening in this country, because it's here. It's here, brother. It's here in Thompson. Yeah, if you're worried about crime, don't talk about Toronto. Talk about Winnipeg and Thompson. I think somebody has to get stabbed every 5 minutes in Winnipeg here. Pierre's stupid, wrong, and ugly. Damn, pick a struggle. That's crazy. Every election I'm confused as to why Blanchette acts like Quebec is not a part of Canada. Because he's a nationalist. I don't know what you expect from him. Oh, no, I thought this was actual Ford Nation, but it's a parody. Yeah, they're doing the qualified versus unqualified thing again. Pierre's closing statement just won him the election. I don't think his closing statement was good. Oh, right, on his closing statement, he said the "with hope" line. Wasn't that Justin Trudeau's original campaign? Was like, he was running a populist hope campaign on like, it's time for a real change. He's stealing Trudeau's riz. Like, that's crazy. But no, my take is, on this debate night, I think that Pierre and Carney did the best. Between them, I pretend Blanchette does not exist in the English debate, but if he did, he would win every debate because he's Yves Blanchet. And he wins every debate in my mind, no matter what. So, of the 4 people that voted in this poll, people say Mark Carney won. So we're going to end that poll now. And nobody said Jagmeet won. Jagmeet did the absolute worst because he just doesn't have the riz. Jagmeet needs to play it more like Blanchette does. If Jagmeet played the same way Blanchette does, Jagmeet would have won this, whatchamacallit. Like, there's like the Jack Layton debate where Jack Layton like criticizes the Liberal leader for like his attendance record in Parliament. That debate is what won Jack Layton the official opposition position. Because, like, he played that Blanchette role that Blanchette is playing right now, where he's like the disappointed guy. He's disappointed in everyone else. He's on the sidelines. He knows he's not going to be prime minister. And he's disappointed in everyone else's actions and decisions and what they're saying. That is the role that Jagmeet should have played, but he did not. And that is why, even in this only 4-vote poll, Jagmeet gets 0 of them. And somehow Blanchette got 1. Like, yeah. None of them are. IDubbbz content cop happened today as well, if you guys didn't know. I'm a big IDubbbz head. I felt so much nostalgia when that came on. What we do is go back. But yeah. To close us out tonight. We're going to end this stream a bit early. It's a 4-hour stream. It's my first stream ever, so we're going to take it easy.
What we do here is go back.
Thank you so much for tuning in for the one person that is still here. Thank you all so much for tuning in tonight for the stream. Not much of a breakdown after, honestly, but that's okay. In my eyes, that's okay. Literally just great first stream. Thank you, John Doe. I appreciate it. You're the only one left here right now, but we got work to do, absolutely. This is so far a test stream. I'm going to try and stream every day. It's the best of my abilities until the election, at least for 1 hour every day. So we're going to try daily streams at least 1 hour until the election, and then afterwards we'll slow down. Yeah. My breakdown is simply that I'm kind of scared this election, and I think that Pierre has a really good chance of winning. However, Carney's still got that majority poll. We'll see the polls tomorrow and how people reacted to it. I need to form my own opinion on that debate still, and I am too new to this to form my opinion. So I'm going to take the night, form my opinion, review everything they said in the debate, and tomorrow I'll come back with a stream where we do a review of the polls, review of what everyone thinks, and a review of the debate. But until that moment, thank you so much for tuning into the stream. We are live from Winnipeg, Manitoba, Canada. It is 8 p.m., 8:24 p.m. Central Standard Time.